See you vibing. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Joanna. We got Anton. And myself, I'm JR. Welcome to the Lapeef, Let's Talk show. Let's get this show started.
Let's do this. Oh, I'm so ready to hear what Anton got to say.
Aren't we all?
It's always fun.
Yeah, Anton's the fan favorite.
He sure is.
Unpredictable. You don't even know what you're going to get from him. How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good?
I feel great.
I can't believe
I
it's
don't
Thursday.
even know what I'm going to say when I'm going to say it. To be honest.
Oh, man, that's the best part of the show.
That's the part. That's it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Before we get started, I want you guys to get. Before we get started, I want you guys to get these likes up. Make sure you guys are sharing.
Get these likes up.
Also, I want to. Somebody has some super chats. All right, Clement, appreciate you for the super chat, $4.99. Also, Mark did it earlier. Put it up there. We appreciate you too, Mark.
That's right.
Let's get this show started.
Keep going.
In case you guys don't know, our Lapeef Let's Talk Facebook group has to be the best group on Facebook. It has to be. I suggest you guys get in tune. Our first topic of the night was a question asked in our Facebook group. Our first guest of the night was the one that asked the question. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Jessica to the show. Give it up for Jessica, everybody. How you doing, Jessica?
I'm doing okay. Thank you guys for having me.
Welcome to the Lapeef Let's Talk show. And in the Facebook group of the day, you posed a question. And the question that you asked in the group was, what will it take for the black man and black woman to see eye to eye again? What will it take for the black man and black woman to see eye to eye again? When you asked that question in the group, I just want to get your thoughts when you put it in there.
So what really triggered that thought was I had seen a previous post in the group, and basically it was asking like, why do we come off defensive or angry? And when I read that, and then I started reading some of the comments, and I think like his last part of his post was that, and please try not to respond defensively or angry. And so I just, at that point, I'm like, I'm just over it. You know, I was going through the rest of the posts on the page, and I'm just like, everything was just about black women being angry, the independent black woman. And I'm looking at the post, and it seemed like all black men were making these posts. And I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of everyone pointing at the problem. What's going to be the solution? Like, how do we start seeing eye to eye again? How do we come to a common ground to where it's not always the man versus the woman, the black man versus the black woman? What's the solution? So that's where I was at with it.
Okay. I also want to bring in Jared. He's also part of the Facebook group. Let's welcome Jared to the show.
Greetings. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Peace.
All right, welcome to the show, Jared.
Nice,
How
Jared.
y'all doing, fam?
All right, the reason
I love hearing y'all. Just so y'all know.
we definitely appreciate it. I brought Jared in too because Jessica and Jared, along with somebody else I'm going to bring in, they was having a real tough conversation. Just going back and forth. So, Jared, when you first saw that question, I want to get your take and your thoughts when you read it.
Well, I felt that it was a reasonable question. Being that I'm focused on solutions, I thought that, well, in order to get to the solution, we at least have to correctly diagnose the problem. If you don't correctly diagnose it, then all we'll be doing is treating the symptoms. So I just wanted to touch on one of the points or a couple of points that I felt that was a problem, but that was the conversation starter, and that was not all inclusive of everything. It's just saying that I think this is a start here. And of course, I addressed what I felt was more on the woman's side, but I still have some things I think that the men can do too. But I at least wanted to lead with that because I think that if we could at least get them to hear us, I think that it could be a game changer. And I also want to just throw this one little tidbit out there. Men aren't that expressive, and I really hope that the sisters take the time to realize the bellwether moment that they're finding themselves where the men are finally expressing themselves. Because after a while, they're not going to be saying too much, and there's going to be more action doing the speaking. So I think that this is a great moment where we find ourselves trying to actually find a solution and having conversation. But sometimes, a couple people want to take a pound of flesh. And that's not what this is about. It's really discussion, mature discussion.
Okay. We also have one more other person that was in that conversation, and you guys are not a stranger to her, but let's give it up for Ashley.
Hi, everybody. How are you all?
How you doing?
Welcome back, Ashley.
Welcome back, Ashley.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you.
All right, I know you're just hopping on, but we are discussing what will it take for the black man and black woman to see eye to eye again. You are familiar with this question, and you had a lot to say in the group, so I just wanted to get your thoughts and what you thought when you first read this question.
Well, to keep it short and simple, I think it is important for both men and women to be open and honest. I heard a little bit about what Jared was saying, and I respect that. Like, I think that for a long time, Black men were constantly like bashed by Black women and stereotyped, and so I get it. I get that they're like they're like, look, this is my time. You know, this is my time to speak. And I think they need to be heard. I think we all need to address some of the bad and very dysfunctional habits and teachings or lack of teachings that have existed in our communities. I think what it's going to take, though, is that we are self-reflective and honest on both sides. I don't think that if you're talking about a relationship, you can focus on either of one side. Like you really do. You can't have one-sided discussions. You have to be deep and take it holistically. So on a larger scale, I think we have to continue to have such conversations. And then on a personal level, you know, some of us have dealt with different issues in our life that affect the way we interact with other people. So you have to be, you have to kind of highlight and pinpoint those areas, talk about them. Maybe if you need therapy, get therapy about them, and just try your best to have effective communication in your own relationships on a personal level. Yeah.
All right, Jared and Jessica, how you guys feel about what she said? You guys agree?
I agree with the standpoint that we do need to continue the conversation. However, we do need to start off the conversation with acknowledging that there are some strong undertones going on that are pulling people in the opposite direction. And like Jessica brought up, can we see at the same level? And I just want to touch a little bit on the subliminal, because if you deal with that, then maybe it's not so much focused on the person. It's just saying that there are some cultural norms that have been shifting, you know. And I did speak on the specifically the second and the third waves of feminism, that I felt that really caused a cataclysmic shift in our households. The first wave, I understand, hey, nothing wrong with voting. The thing is at times men were voting representative of their household interests, but second and third wave specifically, that's when we started not to see eye to eye, and then the government themselves came in to, divide and conquer. But then when you got to the third wave, that was more even further empowerment and how can I say, more independence, to where the men don't feel part of that wave. We don't feel like there's any benefit to us as part of that wave. As a man, as a child, if my mother was in that instance, I could see how I could benefit from that. But as a man, I can't say fully. But the other thing is happening. Then instead of having men step to the plate, society's pushing them in the opposite direction. And now they're talking about toxic masculinity. So hold on, if I'm a man, now all of a sudden, and I want to provide, protect, do manly things, I guess. Now all of a sudden I'm being pushed to be called toxic because I've had some kind of form of masculinity, or, I play college football. Now everyone's saying, well, no, be careful. Now you have to be all soft with football. Well, hold up. This is how you cut your teeth. When my coach told me I was messing up, he didn't give me a participation trophy, chewed me out, and I got coached up, and I would go out and be even better. And that was a part of my growth character. Same with anti-bullying. Well, hold up. I get it. We can't be radical with it, but there are some things that are character forming that when we release that energy in the economic environment and sphere, we take off. And guess what? We buy those books from those people because they write incredible memoirs about the obstacles that they overcame. And then, now with basic dating, pursuing a love interest, now everything is, you have to be careful with what you say, because you'll be levied with sexual harassment charges based off of, certain conversations. And it starts making people back up. And then what's left is people just becoming beta male simps and just saying, I'm just going to do whatever the woman says and live my life like it's an R&B song, versus standing for principles, which when a man stands on principle and how can I say, to the household's benefit, women actually love that, in my experience.
Joanna, what will it take for a black man and black woman to see eye to eye again?
I guess I agree with a lot of what is being said. However, a lot of what I think is the problem is that we don't really know why we separated. we don't really investigate. We don't know the history. We don't really understand it. And for Jared to simplify it to like the feminist movement solely is the reason why this, and there, all three waves is just kind of, to me, inaccurate. And quite frankly, it's, you know, not really responsible of us to just say that. There has been so many shifts in just basically after the civil rights movement, right? There was a threat to white supremacy. So then therefore there was a lot of different things that happened that targeted African American people in general. And what they realized was that we're powerful together, but we're weaker as we divide. And so they intentionally targeted certain people, men, Black men, they targeted you guys physically, police brutality, the war on drugs, all those different things that they did, right? To kind of make sure that Black men were imprisoned, not present, not available. And then they targeted Black women in other ways. They replaced men essentially with the welfare system. They said to us, well, guess what? You don't need a man, right? So then they kind of told us that feminism was the way to go. And they were like, oh yeah, you know, jump on the feminism board, because guess what? You don't need men. That's not what you need. You need independence. You need to be able to do this. And so when women start to see more value in the welfare system than even, you know, their men, than men, they were essentially replaced. So if you don't start from there, then we never gonna move forward, because now we got to figure out, okay, now there's been years of the system emasculating men, not women. The system emasculated you when they replaced you with welfare, not us. All we did was fall victim to that nonsense, right? We listened to the rhetoric of, oh yeah, we don't need a man. We just get on welfare and everything will be fine. So once we realize that all these systematic things happen, then we can begin with solutions. But men have to be realistic, and so do women. And we have to think about where we currently are.
What?
We always try to act like, oh, let's just go back. Women just act like they used to act. Women haven't been acting like what since 1960. What are you saying? What are you asking people to do? You need to be more realistic in your approach to shifting. So if the shift is going to happen, yes, we need resources. We need several different things going on in our communities in order for us to significantly shift and really be instrumental in both, you know, in each other's lives. Nobody is emotionally intelligent enough to really debate these things.
Really?
Every time I see the group, the main thing that I see is that at some point, someone decides to name call the other person, or to bash the other person, or to make it about, oh, well, are you even married? Or, well, you ain't this, that. It's not about my personal life, or it's not about anybody's personal life. It's about us coming to a reconciliation and being emotionally intelligent enough to hear each other's side and perspective, and also to deal with women and who they are now. You all try to interrupt the natural pattern of each other, of women and men. You guys are telling us to be something that we're not. We're trying to tell you guys to be something that you're not. You cannot do that. You have to deal with where we are currently. You all want to say, put this perception out that all men are these super masculine alpha men, when that's really just not the case. If you've been raised by women for the last 40, 50 years, how in the hell can you say this? I'm just saying, men are unrealistic in a lot of things. And so we both have a lot of issues. So there's, to me, unless we acknowledge some of these systematic things that's happened and then start from that place, creating resources, being self-sufficient, like a lot of people, self-sufficiency is the way. And there's workforce programs. There's all these different things to give people skill sets. There's education. There's all these different things to help with this. But we have to first recognize that it's even a problem. And thank God Jessica brought that question up in the group, because it is truly something that we need to address. And we all have different approaches. It's not really a lot of things that I can say as resolutions, because I honestly feel like we don't even listen to each other. We just generalize. And that's how I feel.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so let me just say this first. I monitored like that post, and I pretty much tried to respond to every comment that was made. I can say that I wouldn't go to the extent of saying that most people aren't emotionally intelligent enough to have this discussion, because I feel that the post that we had yesterday, that was a very healthy dialogue for the most part. I would say probably towards like maybe after 6 or 7 hours of being up, then you had people come in, and then they kind of just started. I think when we kind of got to the domestic violence part, that's when it kind of went left. But for the most part, I was reading the comments, and when I did start to see it go left, I kind of interjected because I saw like some people. I think that this discussion can be had in a healthy way, but a lot of times when you start to get really into the nut of it, people get passionate about it, and instead of like really vote or articulating what they're saying specifically, they kind of speak in a general tone, and so that's left to interpretation, so somebody can misinterpret what they're saying and then they'll respond to that. And so because I kind of saw where some of those comments were going, I would kind of interject. So I feel like a healthy dialogue can be had with this, but you have to have a party that's not really like gender based. They're not, they're unbiased. And I feel like I understand from the woman aspect and I understand from the man aspect. I can't say that, I'm not giving us a pass as women. I'm not, because we didn't have to take the government assistance that pushed the Black man out the home.
Hey,
we chose to do that for whatever reason.
Hey, Jessica, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
So what did you learn after all of this dialogue and talking and kumbaya and interjecting? So what was the result? What's the conclusion? What did you learn?
Okay, so first of all, I didn't see it as a kumbaya. Secondly,
no. Hold on.
Do you want me to answer the question?
But we not gonna do the extra. Like we not.
I'm not doing extra. You said kumbaya. I didn't say it was kumbaya.
You already had a period with a T at the end of it. You one step away from saying.
Okay, Anton. We're not. Don't tell me where I'm at. I'm just gonna let you know because I can tell you where I am.
You're the one that's advocating for healthy dialogue and listening to each other and all of this other type of stuff. But you already turning up. I asked you.
I'm not turning up.
I asked you a simple question,
and you didn't let me answer.
All right, go ahead. Get your energy out because I got all night. It's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night.
And I appreciate that, Anton. Okay, so to answer your question, the first thing I learned, what I wanted to.
I get it. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, so the first thing that I wanted to see is, could we have a healthy dialogue? That was the first thing. And I do think that the dialogue that we had was healthy. There were a lot of aspects that was brought out, different dynamics, different perspectives, and I was able to see other people's perspective from a different lens. There were even Ashley, I think this was with when you and I were I think it was with you and I when you were going back and forth with Noah, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was you. Maybe, but there was an aspect. Yeah, it was you, because I remember someone saying that you have a unique fight. And
I remember that. Yeah.
Right. And so when he said that, that kind of caught my attention. So I'm like, okay, well, what did he mean by that? And so the more that you kind of kept dialoguing with him, I was able to see that he was saying that your fight is unique, but you can be like overly aggressive at times. And so I'm like, so then when he said that, I asked him, okay, so what did he mean by that? How does that come off? And when he gave his perspective on that, that helped me, because I've been told that I'm super strong and it can come off as a bit masculine. So therefore, I learned aspects of myself. I learned perspectives like, what Jared and I had talked about with the feminist movement. Like I said, even with that, I felt like Black women, we jumped on the bandwagon with that. But not only did we jump on that bandwagon, but we took on that fight as if it really pertained to us. That was not our fight. That was not our fight. That was the white woman's fight. And we jumped on that like, okay, yeah, this pertains to us. And at that point, I feel like at that time, that's when the Black man was most present in the home. So for us to go and jump in on the bandwagon with that, and then now we want to become, separate, and we want to have equality. I would never equate myself as equal to the black man. I just don't. That's my upbringing. That's how I feel. Independent black woman. We could talk about that. I've been named that. I don't really, I don't think that my character really, goes along with that. But that's just something that you have to get to know about me personally. So overall, what I learned is that there is hope. Okay. All is not lost. Is what I feel. That's what I learned.
Let me respond to something though.
Hold on real quick. I want to get Anton a chance to speak on the question. Anton, what would it take for the black man and black woman to see eye to eye again?
I mean, there's just a lack of accountability, like in everything that everybody is saying on this panel. The overwhelming majority of everybody that's talking here is looking out the window instead of looking in the mirror. They're too busy pointing the finger instead of accepting responsibility for what it is that they're saying and their role in this conversation. Like, I don't need to have a conversation. Like, I'm already winning. I don't have to continue to validate and make women feel good about themselves. The only thing I care about is continuing to push guys to do the work to be the best version of themselves. I don't care about what y'all think. And what you don't understand is that you at the bottom of the totem pole in this conversation, in society, and life, comparing yourself to me, even in the way that you speak to me. Like, at some point, and I'm just going to be real with you because I'm not here for making people feel good or to sing kumbaya. Like, I'm self-made. I don't subject myself to anyone or anything. And I don't worry about what people think about me. So the first thing that I think that women need to do is humble themselves. They so busy trying to have a conversation to come to a conclusion and, both people need to come to the table. I don't need to come nowhere. I am the one that's in charge. I'm winning. And so many dudes like me, the dudes that's really, really in control and really have say-so as to what goes on and they control the narrative, they ain't at the table. They're not online arguing with you. I'm not about to be online arguing with you. At this point, I'm in a space in my life where I'm just a lightning rod, and I'm at the forefront of a movement of a lot of guys that feel like they've been silenced for so long, or they've been holding their breath, or silencing themselves as far as being able to participate and determine what gets said in a conversation. I'm not about to be sitting here playing games and going back and forth with people. Like, I'll give you the game. If you want to do the work, I'll give you some insight on how you can better yourself. But that's why I always lead with, okay, so what did you learn and what was the results of it? What is it that you implementing and putting into place that's going to actually make you a more valuable person? Or are we just sitting here talking back and forth to entertain the people and making people feel good about themselves? I'm not here for that. You know what I'm saying? So when you're ready, and I guess I'm speaking to you specifically, Jessica, because you're a representation of the question that you asked, right? If you ask the question, that means you're going to have to be accountable for the results that come along with it if you want to come on the show. When it comes back down to it, the question still remains. What exactly are you doing differently to make sure that you're an example of the thing that you're looking for versus trying to have a conversation with people that don't really care about what you think or feel?
Okay, so to answer your question, Anton, I don't even know if you really heard me because you walked off and I felt that was disrespectful.
No, I can hear you, but I chose violence tonight.
Okay, that's fine. Secondly, I'm not. So the fact that you say things like you don't care about the conversation, you're a self-made man. Let me just be very clear. You wouldn't be nothing without the black woman. You would not be here without the black woman. So therefore, that's one thing that needs to be made.
Slow you down.
No. You wouldn't be here. I mean, you can't make yourself. Okay. Man cannot bring forth life. That's just you can impart life. You can't bring it through. You can't bring it through. So the fact your disposition is not even worth really answering any of your questions because you're not trying to hear anything that I have to say. You automatically come on the defense.
And you didn't answer the question.
Okay, I did answer the question. You wasn't listening.
No, you didn't.
That's fine. Okay, I specifically said what I learned, and then I said it. I went on after that. Now, whether or not you was listening, then that's on you. But I'm not going to repeat myself for yours. No, I'm not going to repeat myself for you. If anybody else want me to answer that question, then that's fine.
Why you not going to do it? Because
no, it doesn't matter.
Your
Okay.
behavior
You can go to the
is
next
the
person.
very thing that's wrong with women. You're a representation of
No, because
everything.
you're
Look at you. You
disrespectful.
still talking.
You're disrespectful, and you
You still
disregard
talking.
other
You guys,
people's
one at a
opinions.
time, one at a time, one at a time.
You still talking because you emotional, and that's what happens with women. They get emotional. They start, getting in their.
And you antagonize.
Look at you. You
and
still talking.
But you antagonize.
If you be
Hey, you
quiet,
guys, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time,
if
one
you
at a
be
time.
quiet for 5 seconds, you might learn something. You know,
You're not teaching nothing. You're not saying nothing.
Jessica, hold tight real quick.
You so busy talking because you think you know a lot and you don't know nothing. Because if you did, you wouldn't be asking a question in the first place. It's people like me that's actually bringing people together. I've made men more millionaires than you can ever think in your life. I mentor. I'm really into communities. I mentor 14 young guys from the ages of 14 to 25. I'm empowering them. Every dude that I know has become a better version of himself, has gotten married, is still married, never gotten divorced. They're championing women, these women that you're advocating for. So if you want to actually learn something or you just want to argue, it's a difference. Because I don't even feel like you on my level to be able to argue with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got the game, I got the information, but you so busy trying to debate me that you can't learn something. And that's the problem with a lot of women, is that they so busy trying to participate in the conversation instead of actually trying to get some insight on how they can move differently. You are the problem. You're a representation of every woman right now on this platform, in these comments, on Clubhouse, on all of these applications that's complaining and whining, but you're exactly the example of that thing that we don't want to have a conversation. We're not about to sit here and argue with you. I don't need to empower you. I don't need to fix a situation with you. Every dude that I rock with is winning. And it ain't going to be no into the gender war as long as people like you exist on the platform that got a voice and feel like you got something to say that's relevant. It's not. It's really not. You need to humble yourself so you can become a better version of yourself.
All right, Jessica, before you talk, Jessica, before you talk, Jared, can you hear me? Yeah, I know you've been sitting there listening. I want to get your take on what's going on right now.
Because before I hit that next level, I at least want to hear what everyone's, where everyone's at mentally. I will say this one thing from looking at that particular chat, and some of the points I made, she was in agreement with. So I got to give credit where credit's due in that instance. However, if we are going to move this into a constructive conversation, I have to start the conversation with my initial point, which is at the macroeconomic level. I have to talk big picture, and then we could get down to the strategic and the tactical. So, like for instance, here, I'm at my business right now. I have a kids indoor playground here, and plenty of families come through here. And I'm trying to find ways in which we can engage the state to allow the foster kids that are being reunited with their parents come here as a venue for them to kind of reacclimate themselves together. That's real life application. But I'm not putting it out there. I'm just saying that there are things on the strategic and the tactical level that are happening. I actually do help to put relationships together, marriages, stop people from divorcing. I do all that on the spiritual side. But I'm just saying, from this instance, there are other things that people are doing. Now, are we going to start collaborating or synchronizing, syndicating, whatever you want to say, and bringing those efforts together? Because I know there are some brilliant men out there.
Yeah.
And guess what? I know there's some men who are, also making some good coin as well. But they're running into some interpersonal communication issues with their significant other. So we need to have a collective conversation between what's going on at their level, what's going on at the family level. And before I forget, to go back to Tawana's point, yes, we actually can research some of this stuff, because if you look up the 1965 Monahan Report, it's not technically called the Monahan Report, but it was written by an individual from the Department of Labor who brought that report directly up to the White House, President Lyndon B. Johnson. And they were trying to assign funds to the community to help the family structure. And this is around the time the feminist movement, the second wave, was still moving. So I'm not saying that the feminist movement was the impetus. I'm saying that it was gas on the fire.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree with that. I mean, I agree with there was multiple things, right? but I also feel like we only attack each other. We're conditioned to attack each other. We have and regardless, I understand what Jessica was saying, but the emotional intelligence was not that everyone in the group is not emotionally intelligent. That's
Right.
not what I said. And I hate when people rephrase what I say and then say it in a negative way, because that happens on the show a lot. I want to make that clear that I was not calling everyone in that group emotionally unintelligent. What I said was that oftentimes a sign that we are emotionally intelligent is when I see men bashing women, when women are bashing men, calling them names, when they stoop to those type of levels, when they start to personally attack people. That's when I know that the emotional intelligence is lacking in that conversation, and then I retreat. That's what happens. I retreat. I agree with Anton to a degree that it's kind of a waste of time, because now we're just engaging in this back and forth and there is no solutions. And I don't know if I learned anything except why men still hate women and why women still hate men. I mean, I didn't learn.
I don't think that's true, Tawana. And the reason why I don't
what
think
I'm saying is, if you
hold on.
If you read that post, no, this is what I'm saying, Anton. If you read that post, that's what you would think, right? I don't think that, because in my real life,
I'm not even talking about the post. I'm talking about you on a personal level. Yeah. I know that you personally have evolved, and even people that watch this show. And again, it's not even based off of just, the dialogue itself. I see it in your actions. You're slowly, in my opinion, I don't feel like you're there yet. I still like you a little rough around the edges, but you're slowly, between all of the shows that we've had, with you going on, Kevin's show, with the dialogue that we continue to have, I think that you're slowly becoming a better version of yourself and a better representation of that thing that we're seeking as men to marry, to subject, make a part of our whole structure, the whole 9 yards. And so the thing then becomes, for me, what are you doing? Not you specifically, but just people in general. What are you doing? What's the work that you are doing? How are you becoming a better version of yourself?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to keep talking with people,
right?
Because I don't cast my pearls. Like, I don't, my people, they know my voice. You know what I'm saying? So most of the people that align with me, they looking to do the work. They ready to get down. They looking to subject themselves to a mentor to you know what I'm saying, understand where they need to go, that they can empower themselves, or to learn what they don't know. You are a better representation of that, and you're continuing to grow. But at the same time, men in general that's already getting it, that's already winning, they're not having conversations, and not trying to compete with women in the household, online, or any platform. So all I'm saying is, it's all about the results. We can talk, we can kick it, but when you're ready to change and you're ready to evolve, it's going to come with some form of humility, and then that's where the growth starts.
All right, you guys, I want to kind of, hold on 1 second. I want to kind of get this topic to a close, so I'm going to just kind of get final thoughts. Okay. Start with you. Go ahead, Jessica. Final thoughts.
I guess my thing is, I've never, and I thought I made this clear, I never said that we were in competition with each other. And the reason why I did make that post is because I did want a solution. I'm not out here running down my resume of what I do, but I am actively involved in the community. Anybody who knows me knows that. But my thing is, I'm all about Black love. And I got tired of seeing so many Black men and Black women bashing each other that it really became disheartening. And that's why I posed the question to the group. So overall, like I said, I do feel that at the end of the day, we can't see eye to eye. It will have to take a healthy discussion. And like Anton said, as far as being humble, yeah, definitely we have to be humble. But at the same time, you can't. I think where we go wrong is when we start attacking each other. I never came in the disposition of attack. I came posing a question because I really wanted an answer. And so by nature, if someone comes to me in attack mode, I don't fall back. I automatically stand up and I protect myself. And I think that's where a lot of people, they want to check other people about their approach, but they're not really aware of how they may approach, or, rub someone else the wrong way and get a reaction that they really are not receptive to. So I think
I will give you this, and that I'm not for everybody. Like, I'm for the people that's not sensitive, that's not thin-skinned, that's actually looking to move a specific type of way after they hear my voice. So I will give you that. However, I'm just wondering in general, because a lot of times I don't necessarily go based off of how I feel. I go based off of the results. My results speak for itself, not necessarily just in the people that I'm working with, but in my own life. I'm a reflection of the thing that I'm looking to attract. I'm a reflection of the things that I'm looking to implement in a daily life. So I'm just got a question for you in general, Jessica. Like, are you the thing? Are you the reflection of the thing that you're looking to implement across all of these platforms and Black love and in relationships? Are you married? Are you subjecting yourself to your husband? Do you have great dialogue? Are you the feminine woman that is able to get along with all of the men that play a role in your life? I'm just wondering, and I'm not saying you're not. So I'm just asking a question in general.
To answer your question, no, I'm not married. I was just engaged. As far as the men in my life, the relationships that I have with the men in my life are wonderful. I'm able to dialogue with them. I understand them. They understand me. I don't have issues with them, nor the women. As far as do I represent? I think I do represent Black love. I represent empowerment. That's what I do in ministry. That's what I do with my students. That's what I do with the couples that I've sat down with. So I wouldn't be, like I said, I wouldn't be posing this question if I wasn't trying to be a part of the solution.
But my question is though, but the question then becomes, based off of the insight that you just gave me, how do you know that you're a representation of the thing that you're looking for? How do you know, honestly, how do you know that you can even minister to somebody in this way? Because you may have some game and some insight based off of some things that you've done awesome in your life. You may be great at finances. You may be awesome at, I don't know, sports or anything. You may be a good person as it relates to moving a specific type of way or whatever, right? But how do you know that you are not the problem and that you need more work before you start having conversations with other people and start to find solutions to a problem that you may very well be a part of?
Okay, so this is the thing. If you wait until you're completely whole to start doing the work or going out to reach the people, you will never get anywhere. Nobody, I don't know anybody that started from the ground up that was completely like, oh, I'm there. I think that throughout the process of you doing the work, you become better because you get the information, you meet people, and then you share information, you exchange it, you learn from them, they learn from you. Now, to say, do I have work? Absolutely, I do. I have a lot of work to do, and I'm never going to stop growing. I'm never going to stop doing the work. So to say I'm there, no, I'm not there. But am I better than what I was last year?
How can a person that's not all the way what they supposed to be help somebody else? Like, you can't help nobody until you help yourself.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that.
People. And that's the problem.
That means that you have to be perfect and nobody is perfect.
Hold on, wait. So now we're getting somewhere, right? Because you asked the question in the group, you asked the question on this platform. But now that we're starting to get into the nitty-gritty, and we starting to find out that the problem really is that we don't even look in the mirror, or the mirror that we may look in may be a funny mirror, and we don't even know who we really are, yet we're trying to have conversations based on improving somebody else. I don't know how you can pour into somebody else and you don't even know how much you got in your cup.
Anton, let me ask you this. I keep, like, you keep saying this as if I came saying, oh, I'm the more jokey and I'm going to solve everyone's problems. I never said that. I posed the question because I want to know the answer. I didn't pose the question because I have the answer. If I had the answer, then I would not have asked the question.
But you're getting the answer and you're rejecting it right now.
No, basically you're trying to make me accept that I'm the problem. And what I'm saying is, no, it's both parties. We're not just going to say
you can't look out the window. You got to look in the mirror. You can't start pointing the finger and saying there's something wrong with you too. The only thing that matters is the role that you're playing in perpetuating a specific type of behavior that you may not even know that you're perpetuating. So how can you keep saying you're the problem or I want to know the answer, but then when you're getting the insight, you're rejecting it because you don't really like the answer?
No, I'm not saying I don't like the answer. I'm not negating that I may have played a part in the demise of a relationship or something like that. I'm not saying that. But what I'm not going to do is take on the whole knit of it. That's what I'm not going to do. It takes two.
And you shouldn't.
It takes one. You to do your own soul searching and work. That's
Hey,
all
Ashley.
it takes is one.
She can fix her own
Hey,
house.
Ashley, I want to get your final thoughts. Go ahead.
Well, so I'm going to be real. I'm going to be real and blunt and honest. I think, and I'm going to say this first, like in my life, the men that I've come across, those that I know from my family, my church, guys I've dated from school, the people in my life, women and men, respect the person that I am. You know, so I live what I preach and what I tell other women. I see Anton's coming from a place of where a lot of Black men are coming from. You guys haven't seen a whole lot of women that you think are the women they're supposed to be.
You are nuts.
What?
Ashley.
And so
And
you
clearly
come
you
into the
have not taken my
conversation.
course. You have not
No,
taken my
so
course.
I'm going to finish. You come into the conversation with like what Anton is saying, oh, you're the bottom of this totem pole and you need to shut up and listen. You don't have anything to say. We know everything. You need to figure out what it is we want, what it is that we need from you, because we do everything right, apparently. And you're part of the problem, Anton. You are. And the men don't call you out because you say a lot of things that resonate with them. It doesn't matter how much money you have.
I don't want to get
doesn't
infected.
matter.
I don't want to get
That
infected.
doesn't matter.
What
So,
you're speaking right
I
now.
want to
So
finish. I'll let you
I gotta
talk.
cover my mouth.
I know
All right,
you
guys,
don't
one
want
at
to
a
hear
time.
It
One
don't
at a time.
matter.
but you're part of the problem. You are. And you talk about being married, but you can be married to a woman that's with you just for your money, as you know.
No, that's not true.
You can also be married and be.
You got to do some research because
you can be married and be unhappily married. You can be married and be unhappily married.
My whole life is online.
So, and then you talk about the people you help, and you make them get better, but by whose measurement? I'm winning too. I don't have a ton of money yet.
It ain't about just money.
You don't know my bank account. You don't know my legacy.
There we go.
You don't know my relationship.
I said, how are you winning? Not how.
I'm winning because of how I interact with people in my life. They respect me. They get something from me. I encourage them. I teach them. I'm a teacher, a student.
Teach who what?
I teach people. I teach tons of things. You should research me.
You know what?
I teach women about
life coaches out here that don't know nothing.
Can I please
finish? Too many life coaches out here that don't know nothing.
All right, you guys, one at a time.
Well, here's the thing. What I'm saying is
we still got the whole show.
how you can't, just how you don't want to respect what is coming out of my mouth, I don't necessarily have to respect what's coming out of your mouth. What I've seen from you, Anton, is that the only real thing that you have is to say you have money. And a lot of people have money and they're losing. Like you might be winning in a career. And here's the thing. I know several wealthy men. I know
not
several
just the money. You got to dissect my whole life. I'm winning. I'm married. My daughter is awesome. Every man I know is married.
Okay, and guess what?
Is phenomenal.
And guess what? Are they?
I'm a pillar.
Other people are winning as well.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time. One at a time. We got to bring this topic to a close.
Part of the problem.
We still got a whole show, you guys.
You don't want me to run down my resume.
Hey, we still got a whole show. We still got a whole show. Ashley, go ahead and finish your closing, and then we're gonna move to Jared and Tawana, and I have some.
So it takes humility on both parts. So my life speaks for itself. I don't have to get on a show and talk about how much money I have. My bank account is looking real nice. My retirement is looking real nice, and I'm gonna continue to grow. And people in my life get things from me every single day. I teach women about self-respect. I teach students about working hard. I teach students life skills. I do tons of things.
Interactions between
I can go on and talk. See, and how you're part of the problem.
One at a time.
You need a dose of humility. And I'm going to end with this because I know what I'm saying is not being heard. But I know several men who do very well. I just talked to one of my uncles. He's well over a millionaire. He has nothing but the utmost respect for women who are respectable. He doesn't feel like he needs to shut people down. He doesn't feel like, and he's an extremely intelligent man. And he does very well. Anton, I'm sure he makes way more money than you. And I know several men. I know for one, he's much older than you. And he's been doing this for years. And it doesn't matter. The point is,
You brought
there
it
are
up, but
so
now it
many
don't
men
matter.
out here who are very
Hydra.
smart, who are making money, who are fathers, who are husbands, and they don't feel like, oh, women, you have nothing to offer. If you come to the table like you just know everything, then how is that progressive? You can't sit here and think that you can't sit here and just think that you know everything. Because Sweetie, you don't. You don't know
I
everything.
got you.
You don't. And there are lots, and I'm all for Black men bettering themselves, bettering themselves. I want Black men to, know their worth, go after their goals and their dreams, go for, like my dad says, go for the gusto. That is very important. But if you think that all of that makes you superior to other people, you're part of the problem. You just are. You're part of the problem. We can't even have a
No,
conversation
I'm part of your
without you
problem.
being, you think you are, but Sweetie, there are lots of people getting married.
All right, you guys, we gotta get
So
Jared
it's
closing
like
because they gotta get up
there's
out of here.
humility on both parts that needs
All
to
right,
happen.
all right, Jared, go ahead and close this out, and we're gonna move on from this topic. Final
Okay.
thoughts. Keep
In
it
a
brief.
nutshell, sometimes people can misconstrue someone's confidence for arrogance. For us men to survive in this world, it takes a high level of confidence to go out and bang every day and bring home the carcass and bring home, the food. But I don't think that they understand that now when we're having a discussion that sometimes instead of just hearing us out, because we don't like I said, we don't express ourselves too much, that this is the time for us for ears to be open to allow us to express ourselves and speak what's been held back for decades. We don't have no men's talk shows, nothing like this. So what you're hearing, you just have to let it flow. So, hey, Anson, he making his points. You kind of have to let it just come out, and then after you hear what he say, then you might be able to see. Okay, I see where his frame of
Who is
reference
he
is.
to say what a woman is?
Hold on. Let them speak. Let them speak.
She
Let them
can't
finish.
even be quiet 5 minutes to let
Because
the other guy talk. That's
because
amazing.
in this instance, I do believe that there's instances of hope. And I'm going to give an example, my own household. I look out for 4 generations of women, from my wife to my daughter. I have 3 lovely kids between ages 6 months and 4 years old, to my wife's mother, my mother-in-law, as well as her grandmother. She actually lives with us. So as far as application, we are doing things to actually help and assist. But in my own household, there are times in which I have to let them see that they need to just take a chill pill, take a step back and let a man lead. Because I'm leading with confidence, not arrogance, because you love when I use that energy on your behalf. Someone's coming against you, then guess what? I step in. You love it when I do it. But the thing is, so when I'm turning around and I'm just trying to dialogue with you or give a point of view on something, then that needs to be received as, you know what? He is telling me this in good faith because he's looking out for me. My wife hasn't touched a job since in years. She don't have to go report to nobody. Everything's paid for. Same thing with the rest of the family. I'm just saying in this instance, every once in a while, we got to get on our soapbox. You have to give us that chance to get it out. And guess what? After we get it out, maybe we'll, it'll be a little bit easier to see eye to eye because we can say, they have actually heard me. And guess what? That's one of the secrets on how women even get men. Acknowledge that they hear what he's saying when he's spitting game. When someone's at a certain level and they dropping jewels and nuggets, they don't drop those to just anybody. And that's how me and my wife got married, not off money, but I was dropping jewels and insight and game and instruction. And she said, I had never been exposed to this. And that's where we came together. So I'm just saying that there's hope in that, but this is going to be, this could be a drawn out discussion, but for the sake of time, just know that your ears are gold, and just hear out your man is gold. And if I was to give a archetype of what would that particular woman look like, I still revert back to Felicia Rashad. My goodness, you talk about, I'm rooting for our people. I'm rooting for our marriages, our couples and whatnot, and I'm doing the actual work. I'm just saying, take a look at the archetypes of what we're saying we're looking for. We aren't saying that we need you to make drastic shifts. We're just saying, you know what? If you want to be a society that competes with other societies, they actually operate under a patriarchy, which means the men is just leading them, not subverting them, but just providing protecting. Because guess what? 2020 was a big wake-up call. We went through what's called a she session. So you had 2.2 million people drop out the workforce, 80% were women. So now when it's time for people to, how can I say, find out how they're going to make their ends meet or, be protected, now all of a sudden they realize that there is value in actually having a man, not a male, a man step to the plate. But I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate the conversation.
All right, Jessica and Jared, we appreciate you guys for sitting in. We're going to get this show rolling. All right, Jessica.
Appreciate you guys.
All right.
Oh, you got a prop too, Jerry. Oh, good. Okay.
I see.
I'm glad you got off the show before you put that crown on.
Right.
All right, Jared. All right. Hey, before we move on, Joanna, I'm going to get your final thoughts, but I want to bring on Rhea, which she's going to finish out the show with us. So everybody welcome Rhea.
Hey, Rhea. What's up, y'all?
Hey.
What's going on?
Appreciate you having us.
Much. Y'all are passionate. Y'all are spirited. I love it. I'm excited to be a part of the dialogue.
Yeah, most definitely. I know you was in the background listening, so I am gonna get your thoughts on it. Tawana, final thoughts on the last topic.
Oh my God, so many thoughts. I think that Jared has some great points. Anton has some great points. All of them. Everybody has some great points.
Anton has some phenomenal points.
No. And to be honest, how I see us seeing eye to eye is listening to each other, and also not being reactive. Just understanding, okay, this is the perspective, and then also coming back with reasonable resolutions to what they're saying. So yeah, Anton may talk from a male perspective, but also he has to understand that women, we have a perspective, we have a voice, we have a position, we need things, right? So it's a common ground. But once you feel respected, then you'll open up and you'll be respected by the other side. I think that's what I mean is missing. We attack. We forget that respect level, it has to be present on both sides. We have to understand the impact of all the systematic things that's happened that led up to this divide in the first place. And we just need to be present. Like once we understand that divide happened, we should ultimately come to the table with a little bit more respect for each other than we do. It's like we should understand that all these things were done just to divide us. So let's dispute that. Let's dismantle that entire thinking, and let's just come into it with the objective to partner and to be together. And it is a representation of my life. And I even said that on the post in the group that men in my life, we don't disrespect each other and we don't do this. But I'll talk about this group because this is a common theme in this group. But in my life, this is dysfunctional. This is not what I'm used to. So I'll address, how I approach situations. And I think I even made an additional post and I kind of talked about like, hey, this is, let's get together, because I feel like these are the things that we need to do to be on the same page. So I agree with, with everybody. I do think that it was just another instance of us not listening to each other and not hearing each other and demonstrating that in real life and how disrespectful it can get when we both are just like fighting each other, everything we've been taught to do. So
gotcha.
Yep.
All right, Rhea, just keep it brief though. I know you sit in the background listening. Your final thoughts and what you thought about the topic of what will it take for a black man and black woman to see eye to eye again.
I definitely think that both sides need to stop playing the blame game, and both sides need to have a little bit more understanding for each other. Just to keep it brief, I don't think it's a black man thing solely. I don't think it's a black woman thing solely. I think that both sides need to maybe listen to each other with a little bit more understanding. I think that's the first step. And before we can do that, we're going to always be in a place of contention. That's just what I feel about it.
Okay. All right. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Moving on to our second topic. That was definitely a great discussion. I appreciate the people that was on the panel. You guys were great. But we're moving on. Our next topic should be a good one. Do we play victim? Do we play victim? I want to get you guys' definition of playing victim and what it means to you. Start with you, Ashley. What does playing victim mean to you?
Well, I think you start playing victim when you blame other people, I guess, for your current situation, or like when you blame someone or point to someone else about something that you could have prevented. So, for instance, I will say, one thing that I see a lot of from women, on social media and just in different capacities is that, if they are with or if they're single moms, not in all cases, but in a lot of cases, if women are single moms, I see the blame automatically being, well, this guy left me, or he didn't do his job. He didn't step up to the plate. And I think women have to really take accountability for what they do with their bodies, and for who they choose. Now, yeah, we all, sometimes miss things, like maybe you didn't see something in a guy, but a lot of times from what I'm hearing, there are signs, like, and women know, like, or they can know that this is not the guy that I need to be investing myself in. And so what happens is they do end up having a baby, and sometimes multiple, with men.
I think she froze up. Did she freeze up on you guys then?
That's
Yeah, I
God.
thought it was me.
That's God. That's God saying that too much talk, not enough actual words that actually mean anything, and just rambling on, bro, not saying nothing at all. God works in mysterious ways, bro. I'm telling you.
All right, Anton, while you
Hot
speaking,
mess.
I wanna get your take. What does playing victim mean to you?
It just mean that blaming other people for your problems, A, and then B, always in a space to where you're you can't take accountability for what it is that you're doing and the role in which you play or the results of your life. It always comes back to who you are, what you're doing, and what role that you're playing or how you could have done things differently. And I guess the interesting part always comes back down to is the people that take accountability and responsibility for who they are and where they are in life and for whatever situation they find themselves in, ultimately find the best results and they find growth.
Okay. Joanna, what does playing the victim mean to you?
Yeah, exactly what Anton just said. And then always just talking about their situation in a negative way, but then never doing anything to change it, right? It's like, this is the problem. This is the problem. But then like you just don't take accountability. You don't try to solve the issue. Everyone else is the problem, but you haven't contributed to it at all. You don't have any say on what's going on in your life. And they make a lot of excuses. I think that's playing a victim. You constantly make excuses for why things are happening to you, and you don't take accountability for your life. And we have a responsibility to know who we are and to take accountability for that. And also, just focus on what has happened, not necessarily focusing always on what people are doing outside of you. Just focus on what's happening right now, what you need, what you can do to change that situation, I guess. Yeah.
Rhea, what does playing the victim mean to you?
Playing victim, self-victimization. Everything is always what somebody did to you. Like, you're never looking in the mirror and thinking, okay, what did I do to get myself in this situation? It's something so simple that a lot of people do not think about. And that is, you cannot control other people's actions. The only thing you control is your actions and how you react to situations. And I think, like you guys said, accountability, that should be the main focus in a lot of these situations, especially when people start to talk about relationships.
Rhea, while I'm on you, the next question is: do African Americans play victim?
Definitely. I think everybody plays victim for sure because it's a comfortable place to be in, isn't it? Like, oh, it's everybody else's fault and not mine. There's nothing that I can do. So, I mean, when you say do African Americans play victim, are you talking about in relationships or just in life in general?
Just in life in general, relationships, just
Definitely.
period.
Definitely. I see us doing it because it's easy to blame your circumstances, your environment, your childhood, your past, than it is to accept accountability and stand up and make changes for yourself. It's a lot easier. So I understand the logic behind that kind of thinking, but it's counterproductive. It's unhelpful.
I want to ask you, why do you think they do that?
Like I said, because it's easy. Because it's easy. It's the easiest thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of people complain about the situations that they're in, but if you really get down to the nitty gritty with them, they're comfortable there. They're happy there. They're afraid of change. They're afraid of growth because when you grow, when you become more, everything's going to be different. Your whole life's going to be different. The people that you're around are going to be different. The places you're going to go, what you're going to see is going to be different, totally different than what you're used to. And although that's something that sounds beautiful and it's obvious to say, oh, yeah, you should want that. A lot of people are afraid of that change and a lot of people are just complacent.
Joanna, do African Americans play victim?
I hate that question. I don't I don't believe that we're playing. I believe that we are victims in a lot of situations. So I do agree that that some people don't take the steps to change their life and their behavior. I do agree with what Rhea said as far as that is concerned. I do believe that there are some people who just focus on what has happened to us in the past, and they really don't take advantage of our situation right now and the things that you can accomplish right now and the things you can do to change your life. I think that we kind of get stuck in that. Now, is that, I'm saying that then we victims don't mean that I'm encouraging stagnation. I'm not saying that we shouldn't grow and that we shouldn't change and that we shouldn't, take our barriers and try to, make it better in our lives. I'm just saying that, I don't believe that Black people are playing victim. I believe that we are victim in a lot of situations. I do think that there's things now that we can do to change our lives and to turn our lives around. And I think people don't take advantage of that, right? I think people have been holding on to the past. And I think that people do use that as an excuse. I've heard people say, I ain't gonna get no job anyway. Like they not gonna do this thing. No, some of those things have evolved and some of those things have shifted and some of those things have changed. And we are a reflection of our ancestors and the people who fought to get us to this place. And I think we have that blood in us to keep it moving and to change the narrative and to, take accountability. But we often don't. We use some of our barriers as, a shield or a weakness for us to, to continue down the path that we're going. So yeah, I do believe that there are some. Do I think overall, like Black African American people, Black people, we're not victims? We are victims. I don't think we're playing. I think that we real life go through struggles that we have to overcome. And I think we're courageous for being able to overcome those things. That's my opinion on it.
Ashley, do African Americans play victim?
I think so. I do. I think that, definitely we have some challenges that are unique. And we have been oppressed. We've seen, we've had a history of a system that is trying to keep us oppressed. But we are very much, especially today, very much capable of creating the life that we want for ourselves. It's not something that's not within our reach. So sometimes, yes, I do think Black people play the victim role by blaming the government, blaming the president, blaming people who have traditionally been in power, white people, blaming them for things that we really could change in our lives. Yeah.
Anton, do African Americans play victim?
Yeah, absolutely. And I find it funny because the overwhelming majority of the people that actually claim something against themselves, like, oh, this is our struggle or whatever, have actually never really been through anything. They don't even know what struggle look like. They don't even, like, you've never really experienced any real oppression against you. You don't even, the word oppression shouldn't even be in your vocabulary outside of anything referring to your history. And it's just so funny because I've never subjected myself to the idea that anybody can impact me in any way, shape, or form. Don't matter who president, don't matter who the senators are, don't matter who the city council is. I shape the narrative. I determine what my life is to become based off of my work ethic, my action, and the very people that a lot of other Black people claim is oppressing them or are doing certain things against them are the people that answer to me. And they say, hey, what can I do for you? Or can you hire me? And it's just so funny that, you know, I've come from the bottom as far as my neighborhood or my environment, but it was my father that made the sacrifices. And he was a real man, and he stood up and he ensured that we had everything that we needed to succeed, including the principles. And then as a result, me and all of my brothers have been able to empower others and become better versions of what we would have had he not had made that sacrifice. And then I'm doing the same thing for my daughters and the dudes that I mentor and everything else. But I just hate, and it just absolutely irritates my soul when I see people playing that victim card in order to make an excuse as to why they are not what they're supposed to be, when it ultimately comes back to that you have everything in your toolbox to be the best version of you. But you chose to do a certain type of thing, and then you blamed everybody else. And that's not just coming as it relates to success. That comes in the form of your relationships. That comes in the form of whether or not you decided to marry who you decided to marry, who you decided to have kids with. Every single thing, especially in modern society today, 2021, yo, you have everything in your toolbox, man or woman, to be awesome. And I've personally never found a way to blame other people for my problems and my troubles. The thing that empowered me to be and get over the hump and find real growth is when I was like, yo, Anton, you trash. You need to do things differently, and you need to get yourself together before you start talking to everybody else. Then I start moving in the right direction. So I don't align myself with anybody that plays that victim card or plays the race card or anything like that. I just don't move like that. And I know it's a lot of people that don't align like that. And they're like, Anton, you're not Black enough or whatever. I'm cool. I just might not be your cup of tea. But if you in my sphere and you in my circumference, you're gonna have to move a certain type of way that's based off of what it is, what the effort is that you put in, and that's gonna yield the results. Not something that somebody else is doing against you to oppress you because of systematic oppression. Man, get out of here with that, bro. I just don't align with that, and I don't subscribe to that narrative at all.
Hey, Ashley, I know Anton kind of disagreed with some of the things that you said. You want to address that?
You don't have to believe it for it to actually exist. You know, you don't have to let it get the best of your life, but to sit here and act like, you know, there aren't things in place that could keep, you know, African Americans down is like oblivious. You know, I think about the school systems. I think about how they, you know, teach our kids everything other than what they really do need to know in order to succeed. You know, I think about the fact that there's, I think about, you know, discrimination in certain neighborhoods, or, you know, like there are systems in place, and may not so much anymore, but just think about our history. Like there are certain things in place that have existed to keep African Americans, you know, below the poverty line, or, you know, in control of someone else. Like I see it every day, and to act like it doesn't exist, it's just kind of, to me, it's a little foolish, because then you can't address it, you know. So yeah. I think that you don't have to let it overtake you. You don't have to let it overtake you. But to say that, you know, it doesn't exist when every single day, like, you know, our kids are being programmed almost to be employees and not business owners, or to be in the jail systems and not, you know, out and alive. The fact that, for instance, the fact that so many, you know, African Americans are, they receive disproportionate sentences. I mean, that's not oppression. I was like, maybe I don't understand what oppression is.
It's
Like
more,
it's definitely happening.
You know what the
It's
interesting thing about this
definitely
conversation?
it's more covert, and so sometimes people don't acknowledge it
You know
because
what
it's systematic, it's institutionalized. It's not really like,
and it happens over time.
people are not just like physically segregating us and having signs up like they did,
Right.
back in the day. It's really, us just seeing the differences and seeing the numbers, seeing the salary ranges for, African Americans versus other races, seeing all these other things that affect us systematically that we don't really approach. And I'm not saying that should stop us from progressing,
Right.
because I was always taught that I had to be better than in order to succeed. So I had to get straight A's in school. Like I had to be better than everyone else in order to succeed. And that's how my parents taught me. And that is how a lot of us think. We have to work extra hard to get to some places that is very easy for others to get to. And that's fine that we have to do that, but let's acknowledge that is a real thing. That it's not just something we make up. It's like, we all have to work a little harder, just in order to succeed. And some people do, and some people give up, and some people do not want to do that extra work. And some people feel like, forget it, the system's against me, I'm just going to let it be against me, right? I think that's the difference. And it's difficult for some people, Anton, to look outside of their bubble. Like I do see that I had a successful life. My sisters went to college. My sisters have, degrees and doctorates. And, I understand that, right? But I also understand that there's a whole world outside of me of people who have not experienced that, and people who, have a lot of barriers that they haven't been able to address, or they don't have the tools, or they don't have the parent structure, they don't have the support system. And it systematically affects African Americans. And if you don't see that, just outside of your world, if you don't see your people struggling financially, if you don't see your people struggling in other ways,
Hey, Joanna, can I ask you a question?
I just don't get it. That's all I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question, Joanna?
Of course.
How come you're not in jail?
How come
Yeah, how come you're not in jail?
Well,
What?
the reason I'm not in jail is because I haven't done. Oh, I'm not gonna say I haven't done nothing.
Wait, no.
I haven't got caught.
Right?
I haven't got caught doing nothing.
Oh, you haven't gotten caught doing anything. I'll say
no.
Okay,
I haven't done illegal things.
Okay. So what you're saying is that you chose not to go to jail. You chose not to do the things or get caught doing the things that would send you to jail, right?
Absolutely.
So wait a minute. The man didn't have a plan for you to go to jail and set you up to get there?
Yeah, I mean, he did, but my parents had a bigger.
The man did. So it's like this little Wizard of Oz guy behind the scenes that's pulling the strings saying that, yo, we got to set Joanna up in his jail.
But let me tell you this, though. My parents made an effort to put me in private school for most of my life, and that changed my environment, and that exposed me to a different type of people. But when I transferred to a public school, when they lost that money and I had to go to public school.
So wait a minute, because Ashley said it was the teachers. Ashley said it was the teachers, but I like to think of teachers as over-glorified babysitters, and that the parents are not doing what they're supposed to do before they send the kids to school. Is that not an accurate assessment?
But your parents put you in they put you in the right environment so that that you have these tools accessible to you. So you have these resources. So you understand.
But why isn't our environments ideal though? Like, for example, I always refer back to the city of Detroit that's been controlled by Black people for over the past 50 years, right? Yeah. And so when you talk about control by Black people, you mean that they've received the overwhelming majority of Michigan's budget compared to any other city. They've had a Black mayor. They've had Black city councilmen. Every superintendent, the school system. The school system is separate. Is separate from the mayor's control. So every school superintendent and every person on the council that determines what happens in the school is Black. Most of the cops are Black. Every single person that's played a role in the decline of the city has actually looked like us. But yet we take no responsibility for what's happening within that system. Why is that?
Well, Atlanta's a good, actually example of, African Americans who predominantly have a lot of representation within in a country or a city. I mean,
I'm glad you said that because I just went to Lenox Mall and they had metal detectors there.
But
That's
what I'm
so
saying,
funny to me.
But what I'm saying is a lot of Black wealth, a lot of Black educated people, doctors, and all those types of things live in Atlanta. So there's also, just because Detroit, it failed significantly, I know there was other challenges. I know that I can't address all of that. And I don't know the history of Detroit, Anton. I know that's your stumping ground. But what I can say is that there are examples of Black people in leadership, Black people, having control over the city, and the country, like, it's actually doing well, and people are prospering, and people are owning, being entrepreneurs, and being good examples to their community. It's a lot of those examples as well outside of Detroit.
You want me to dig in further?
Go ahead.
I don't want to monopolize the conversation. They ain't gonna say I'm being a bully.
No,
I'm gonna let everybody roll.
I think Ashley wanted to speak too, because I'm just,
Like before Ashley speak, I want to get Red. Red, you got something you want to say to the conversation?
I mean, like I said before, I definitely agree with you guys. There are things systemically put in place that hold black people particularly, right? But at the end of the day, you cannot wallow in that. You can't wallow in that. Like, you have to be able to push past it. You can't just stay in that space, because at the end of the day, it's not just us. Like, yes, in this country, yes, in Western society, we're targeted. But what about people over in Pakistan that have guns, like, put in their arms before they're even able to get to middle school? There's all sorts of struggles, like, in all different parts of the world that people have to go through, and people have to be able to push past that. I think a lot of the time, we as African Americans, we get stuck thinking like it's all about us and we have it the worst. And I just don't think it's a healthy mentality. I don't.
Go ahead, Ashley. I know you wanted to say something.
I think Anton brings up a good point about how we do have a lot of African American people in leadership, but we have to understand, I see this every single day. We have school administrators, we have principals, we have, this Janice Jackson, for instance, who's the CEO of Chicago Public Schools. She is the face of these organizations. And I do blame these African American people who are in control of certain things, who are letting certain things happen. But what you don't see is that it looks like they have all this power and they have all this control, but they are puppets. And unfortunately, so many of us want to get into these jobs, get into these positions, so we look like we've made it, so we look like we're accomplished. And I'm not knocking any of that. Like, I've been in administration and all that, but I see it every single day that they continue the agendas that have been set in place. Like, we have seen this throughout our history. We saw it with COINTELPRO. We saw it with the fight against the civil rights movement. And yeah, that was a long time ago. But what I'm saying is that there are still things in place. And I agree with you, Rhea, that we can't wallow in that. But we can't ignore that it exists, because then we're not addressing it. So I get what you're saying. Like, a lot of people seem to have these. We have Black mayors, we have Black people in power, but are they using their power, or are they puppets for the system? So, and I see it every single day in my field, that they do what needs to be done to look good on paper. And what they're doing is hurting our communities. And it will continue to hurt our communities unless we do something about it.
Ultimately, the people in charge are going to push the agenda, regardless of what face they have representing that organization or company. But that's what they do. They put that face there to kind of make us believe that we have some real power. And then we believe it for the most part. Like, oh, we have a Black, president, right? Everybody thought he was going to be able to change all of the world and make all of these great advances, and he wasn't able to. He was stopped with all those other people who tried to. I mean, it's just interesting that you don't acknowledge that. Anton, I understand what you're saying, but it's just interesting that you don't acknowledge those.
I acknowledge that the overwhelming majority of people, especially that's living today, that's alive today, is spoiled. They're absolutely spoiled, and they've never been forced to take ownership and accountability for who they are and where they have been. And as a result, you see people using the plight of those that actually did the work and came before us and was actually suffering, not people who haven't really suffered through anything today, especially these young people. And they standing on the shoulders of giants and not doing the work. When I see people, right, and I see these communities, and you see these off election years in which not necessarily it's a national election, but a local election, and they don't even know who their House of Representatives are, they Senate members. They don't know who their city council is. They don't know who their treasurer is. It's a less than 20% voter turnout rate in urban communities. Don't sit here and tell me about how you victimized and how other people or whatever. No, the people that came before you were victimized. You are not a victim. There is nobody doing anything that's preventing you from doing whatever it is that you need to do to be successful today. Grow up. Stop blaming everybody else for your problems. Stop looking at history in order to enable yourself to make excuses, but look at it as a responsibility for you to be able to do the things that you need to do in order to make your ancestors proud. That's what you should be doing instead of having these conversations about who did what to your ancestors, not to you, because you don't even know what racism looked like.
All right, you guys, we're going to move it on to the next topic.
Drop the mic, Anton. Where your mic at? I need you to have a mic prop.
Man, I'm tired of these people not doing the work, man. They're so lazy.
But people are doing the work, Anton. What are you talking about? Some people are. A lot of people aren't. But some people are doing the work, and they still acknowledge what's going on. It's about you can't win a battle if you don't even think it's there. Like
why have you experienced racism, Ashley?
I have experienced. I've experienced people being prejudiced, but racism. I'm not talking about. In a way, I have. I could have been a. Okay, so let's assume. Let me tell you, I could have suffered from it.
Wait. Had I not changed, I don't want you to go down a rabbit hole because I know
in my immediate environment. But Anton, I see it every single day. Our children are not being set up to be successful until we come in and do things.
Our children is not somebody else's responsibility.
But that's what I'm saying.
We decided to have them. If I have a daughter,
that's what I'm saying.
One at a time.
They're not providing.
I had a daughter. I don't know if you got kids. I'm assuming that you don't because you said that you wasn't married on the other show, right?
No, I don't have children. No.
Okay, so when I decided to have my daughter, we sat down and had a conversation and said, yo, this is what it costs to raise a child. This is what we want our child to look like as a result of the things that we do. We realize that it's going to split resources if we have more than one. We were very intentional. We know that we can't participate based off of our lifestyles on doing anything outside of just one child. If we have more than one, it's going to fall off. The quality of the resources and everything that we intended to put into that child would have been substandard. So we were intentional. We participate. We know we can spend time. We know we can go to parent-teacher conferences. We put so much into her before she go to school that she needs to be a pleasure to teach, not a nuisance. My point is that we were intentional. It wasn't based off of somebody else's responsibility to ensure that my child was successful or statistics
Anton,
or anything.
What is your daughter learning in school? Anton, what is your daughter learning in school? Anton, what is your daughter learning in school?
We own the responsibility for our daughter being successful, not anybody else.
You do. You absolutely do. But what is your daughter doing? What is she learning in school?
What do you mean what is she learning? She learning math, science.
Okay, so here's the thing. I know for a fact that our students, when we put them into schools, you all drop your kids off to school and you expect them to be educated because that is what you pay your taxes or you pay the school system to take care of. I see every single day how our students are being put at a disadvantage. They are being put, what?
It's a false narrative.
Like it's not. I see it every day.
It is because the overwhelming majority of the people that's complaining about the education for their children don't even feed into the tax system to be able to have an opinion. They're the beneficiaries of people like me that overpay in taxes for their kids to be educated. You don't even understand how money works.
I do understand how money works, sweetie. But I also believe that every child deserves an education. And for
Nobody
you to
deserve
act
nothing.
like
Don't nobody deserve anything.
All
okay.
right, you guys, we're going to move on to the next topic. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Moving on to our third topic, which is it okay for a woman to pursue a man? Is it okay for a woman to pursue a man? Rhea?
Absolutely. I will say to that, to thine own self be true. If you are a woman and you have the desire to pursue a man and that's what you want to do, definitely do that. I know, listen, I cannot sit right here and say that it may not be true that, yes, some men may prefer the chase. Some men may want that. But at the end of the day, if you're the type of woman that has characteristics, whatever those may be, that make you want to approach and pursue a man, whether you suppress that in the beginning of the relationship, it's going to end up coming out in the end anyway. You have to be honest with yourself. You got to be true to yourself so that you can attract who really wants to be with you. If you're an assertive woman, if you're a go-getter type of woman, hell, even if you're a masculine woman, if you're a woman that has some masculine traits, that's you. You got to be honest with yourself. A lot of people try to put something fake out in the beginning of the relationship and then get mad when they show their true selves and are rejected. No, you can't blame anybody but yourself for that. So if you're a woman and you want to be that tigress, that pursuer, I would encourage you to do that.
Hey, Rhea, listen. I know this is right up your alley.
Go ahead.
I know this is right up your alley because I did some research on you, right?
Hey,
so I was looking at your content. I like your content. You got your lighting together. You came presentable. You looking. I see you, little homie. I'm gonna give props where props is due. I see you.
Thanks. Somebody notices.
Oh, everybody knows. They're in the comments talking about you. Oh, Rhea, fine. Oh, you got to bring Rhea back. They're rooting for you.
But yeah, definitely do that. Do that. I would say, ladies, do it.
Tawana, is it okay for a woman to pursue a man?
I mean,
it's okay if you disagree. I know what Rhea said, but it's okay if you disagree.
I mean, do you think I don't have my own damn mind or something? I don't need no disclosure before I speak. I mean, I disagree with your ass. I don't care who the hell I disagree with. If I think she's talking crazy, I'll disagree.
Anyway. And I'm a big girl. I can take it.
Yeah, like I'm cool. Like, come on now. Okay. So, like, let's go back because I didn't get thrown.
I'm gonna mute myself and just observe. This is gonna be interesting. I can relax on this one.
Pursue a man. Okay, to me, pursue sounds like, you're courting him. You're gonna take him out. You're gonna take him on fancy dates. Hell no. Now, am I intentional about who I flirt with and who I want to give me the right attention? Yeah, that's absolutely. And I encourage women to be flirtatious and not just sit around and let men approach you, because then those the wrong type of men approach you, because they're not even the ones you want. It's like the ones you don't want that's get the courage to come up.
I don't choose violence on this one. I'm gonna change my shirt.
This is my thing. I think that yes, flirting, making sure that you engage in conversation, initiating conversation with a man, nothing wrong with that. And that's, to me, not pursuing a man. That's more so just kind of starting a conversation and making it where it's open, where a man feels comfortable, whereas he may not have talked to you before that. I had an example like where a girl was like, she was pretty much, somewhere, and she saw a man. She was like in the gym, working out. She saw a man, and he was just working out. So she went up to him and was like, "Hey, can you show me, some, like, I want to do that what you're doing, right? Like, show me that." And then he was like, "Cool." He showed her whatever. And like, they just started talking. And then at the end, like, he ended up asking her out, but he would have never asked her out if she would have never went over there. He said he didn't even see her, like when she later talked to him, he was like, "I didn't see you. Like, I was working out. I was doing what I had to do." So I do think that like the flirting should be intentional, that you should, make sure that the man that you like, not just the men who approach you, but the men who you like are also make sure that you engage and you engage in conversation. But I'm not saying I would never tell a woman to pursue a man. I think pursuing a man is absolutely the wrong way to go. Because
okay, Tawana. So I said pursue, show continued interest.
Yeah,
I didn't say nothing about whining and dining them and taking them out. Now, that's a totally different question.
That's different.
That's definitely not what I was saying just now. Just to clarify.
Well, yeah, that's why I said let me be clear about what I mean by pursue, right? Because pursue is a little different. Now, yes, flirt, show a little interest, engage. Don't be afraid to, take the initiative on that, and like you said, be assertive in that way. But no way do I think that you should be, courting this man and taking him out and making him feel like a special king, at the beginning. I mean, yes, you do need to make him feel like a king. I'm not gonna say that. What I'm saying is don't be intentional about pursuing a man. No, I don't agree with that.
I just get what I want, and that's good enough for me. That's all I'm gonna say.
Me too. And because I know what to do. I know how to flirt.
Okay, girl.
All right, Ashley, is it okay for a woman to pursue a man?
I wouldn't say it's not okay. It's a woman's choice, but I don't necessarily think it's the wisest. I think that men naturally, when they want you, they will, not chase you. I'm not saying a man should chase you, but they're gonna pursue you. They're gonna want to take you out, want to get to know you. They're gonna want to spend time with you. And I think that when women start initiating those things, and I'm not saying you shouldn't flirt or a little bit, but when you start initiating and pursuing, then you're kind of taking the lead and you're opening the door for a man to kind of string you along when he may not even really want that. So I'm not saying that happens like that all the time, but generally speaking, just with the nature of men, I think that is probably not the wisest thing to do. Men have to be the ones to make the relationship progress to the next level. You can't be the one that's kind of like, trying to move things ahead. But that doesn't mean that you can't reciprocate any type of interest that he shows. You should be reciprocating everything and making an effort as well.
Yeah.
Ashley, if the goal for her is to one day get married, and she's single, strong-minded, no kids, independent, and in her 30s, should she shoot her shot?
If she feels comfortable with it. I've shot my shot. I don't see anything wrong with kind of initiating. I've done
think about it. Think about it. She's in her 30s. She haven't been married. She has no kids.
Thing. Like, you can shoot your shot, but
time is running out.
Yeah, but you can shoot your shot, but that doesn't mean the guy is going to reciprocate. Like that, he could take that as, oh, look, she 30 and she don't have kids, and I'll just kind of play along. I think that you should shoot your shot. But when I think pursue, I'm thinking like you pursuing him, like you calling him all the time. You're the
but
one.
Obviously, she's not getting pursued. I said, obviously, she's not getting pursued. She's single, no kids, in her 30s.
A person single doesn't mean they're not being pursued. That's not true.
Tawana, same question. She in her 30s, no kids, single. Obviously, she must be having a hard time dating. She should shoot her shot, right? No? Yes?
What does shoot her shot mean? Tell me what you mean by shoot her shot. Should she go up to the man and ask him out on a date, or should she say, hey, I'm interested in you, so let's go out? Is that what you mean by shoot her shot?
Everything.
Because I'm saying no.
At this point,
I'm saying no.
At this point, she's not getting no action. So shoot her shot can mean whether she approached the guy, pursue the guy, make it known that she likes the guy, that she want to get up with the guy.
Well, yeah. I don't think it's nothing wrong with making it known that you're interested in somebody, especially like sometimes it's like, okay, there's mutual friends or there's mutual like someone that knows this person. So maybe you can just be like, hey, is this person single? Like I'm, whatever. I think that that's fine to initiate that. I think it's fine to initiate conversation with the person. I think it's fine to flirt with someone. I think that ultimately you have to allow the man to ask you out. I just think that. I think yes, eventually I think that a lot of things can lead up to that conversation of him asking you out. But do I think that women should go and be asking men out? No, I don't agree with that. I just don't think that. But maybe because I was just I'm like super traditional when it comes to that. I am very traditional when it comes to that. I have never had to like ask a man out before, so it's a weird conversation for me. I'm trying to think about a woman who may not feel like she cares about like gender roles and she's not gender specific, and so maybe that's not something that would impact her. So I'm not gonna tell a woman that she shouldn't approach a man. I'm not gonna say that. I would advise against it. That's just my humble opinion about it.
All right, Anton, go ahead and close us out with this one.
It's difficult for me because I've never had problems with women in general. Like as long as I've been married, like to this day, right now, like on average, I probably get between 250 and 300 DMs a day. I would say that more than half of them are women, right? So in the sense that
it goes down in the DM, huh?
and JR already know. We answer DMs on Fridays only. We don't even do it during the week no more.
Interesting.
But the thing about it is just that, like I've always had the mindset that I'm the hunter, and that I'm gonna go get what I want. But then at the same time, the dynamics has changed so much because it's too easy now. Like it's just too easy, and to be able to pick and choose and slot who you want to answer and who you don't, and all of this other type of stuff. I would imagine for a dude that's single, it's like picking berries off of a tree in the summertime. You know what I'm saying? Because it's no work no more. And I think one of the things that changed the dynamic that made us dudes from my generation that move a specific type of way so dope is that we had to actually walk up to women. A lot of guys they're not in a space to where they even got the confidence to move a specific type of way in person because they volume shooters. They just shooting a million DMs a day and then they hoping to land one or two, I guess. And that's cornball stuff to me. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to walk up, pursue, not even walk up and pursue, but you just got to be social. Like your ability to be able to have a conversation in person, kick it at the bar and buy a drink or two and then feel the vibes out and move a specific type of way. I think that's the guy that's really winning, to even be able to have a conversation in the gym, like kicking it with people and making friends and not even be sweating off of these chicks, right? Because I always say that guys need to be doing the work, not focused on women. But then when an opportunity presents itself, you got to be able to move a specific type of way. So I feel like a combination between technology and the times and social media has made it easier for men to hide. And they don't really do the work as far as being able to be the best version of themselves. They're not in the gym as much as they need to. They shooting DMs way too much instead of actually pursuing women. And I think that the price for women has gone down significantly because they don't even value themselves enough to be able to allow a guy to pursue them to the extent to where a guy is interested, which is why we slot women in two different spaces. So for me, I don't know. I'm just kind of on the fence about my upbringing and my experiences versus exactly how things are going. Not only for me, but for a lot of the guys that I interact with on a daily basis. I'd still go and get whatever it is that I wanted to get. It's just so much easier for the selection now.
Single men DMs are not probably.
It depends on who you are.
They ain't happening like yours. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
It depends on who you are.
Yeah,
I know some dudes that's getting it.
It depends on who you are, yeah, but don't speak like it's just if you single and you a man, your DMs are popping. No,
you gotta be putting the work.
No, every man ain't got that. Every man don't have that. No, I'm just.
Hey, Tawana, first off, we appreciate the super chat from Talib, and he had a question for you, Tawana, before we move on to the next topic. How do you define being traditional?
What I meant by that is that I don't want to ever pursue any man. I allow men to hunt, like Anton said. I allow men to come to me naturally. I am, not going to be aggressive when it comes to that type of thing. No, I'm traditional in the fact that I will take care of my home. I'm nurturing. I cook, I clean. I do the traditional things that, women do for their homes, but I also work. I have traditional values. Like I was raised by my father. So he taught me some things that I implement in my current life. So that's what I mean by traditional.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Moving to our final topic. But before we do, make sure you guys get them likes up. We appreciate it. 2020 was a year to remember. COVID, riots, politics, etc. Our next topic is, what have we learned in 2020? What have we learned in 2020? I'm going to start with you, Ashley. What is one thing that you learned from last year when it comes to us as a community?
When it comes to us as a community, I learned that, a lot of us have a lot of talent that we want to use, and we need to figure out how to really use those talents in the most productive way. A lot of times I don't think we do. And I learned that people sometimes make excuses. Like, we have all this time on our hands. And I noticed that some people are still kind of not working out, or they're still kind of, not doing things. I know I've done that, like, oh, okay. I'm realizing that I did have the time, I just needed the consistency. And I also learned that, just time is just, and not that I didn't know this before, but it was just a reiteration of the fact that time with your loved ones are just so important. You need that, you need memories, and you need laughter and connection with people.
Rhea, 2020 was a year to remember. COVID, riots, politics, etc. What is one thing that you learned from last year when it comes to us as a community?
I learned that planning is beautiful, it's necessary, and it's responsible. But what you got to remember that is that in the eyes of the universe, your plan is nothing but a suggestion. You got to know how to stick and move. You got to know how to adapt to your situation, because nothing's too ridiculous to become your reality. So I think a lot of people had plans and things they wanted to do, things that vacations and things that were supposed to happen. And COVID kind of just knocked that out the box. So I definitely think being more adaptable, being able to bounce back when those plans fall through is something that we all learned going through this, for sure.
Joanna, what is one thing that you learned from last year when it comes to us as a community?
When it comes to us as a community, that's the part that throw me off. I'm like, I learned that e-learning was a struggle for all of us. I learned that most of us are not teachers, and we had a huge challenge when it came to, that transition with our kids. Do I think that I learned anything about us as a people? I mean, no. I think everything that came out in 2020, I already realized or knew it was happening. So I guess I didn't learn anything new, except that I am not a teacher, and I am so grateful for people like Ashley. I cannot wait till school opens back up, and so I can successfully put my children back into that institution. I did also learn that I like working from home, and I can't, please don't change that. My company that I will not name, please don't change it. Other than that, I'm not, really sure that, I can piggyback off of what Ray and Ashley said. I think those were good points. Mm-hmm.
I think I learned a lot from 2020. I've seen a lot of people talking about stocks, so a lot of people are investing, which I am proud of. I've actually learned a lot about like seeing how the system works when it comes to politics. Like the power of the governor, the power of the president. These are things that I was like unaware of, but because we were in that pandemic, I learned that. I've also seen that that a lot of people were actually ready. So a lot of people actually thrived during this time, which is crazy. But it kind of makes you think that you have to be thinking ahead, and you have to prepare yourself. You have to be putting yourself in position that if this ever happens again, that you don't fold. So there are a lot of people that made millions. They wasn't sitting around crying. So I think that was something that I've learned in 2020. I also learned that, and it's not like that I didn't know it before, but you have to value like the ones that you love, because they can get this disease or get anything in life, and you can wake up and they can be gone, or you might not be able to get the opportunity to go to the hospital to visit them, and then next thing you know, they're gone. So I think 2020 has taught me to spend more time with the family, spend more time with the kids, to save, making sure you have like 6 to 7 months of living in your accounts, with the stocks, that the savings accounts are not going to give you like any money to invest your money into stocks, and just to be ready for whatever and time. What have you learned in 2020?
The same thing that my principal taught me way back when I graduated high school was that success is when opportunity meets preparation. And the things that I went through in 2008 prepared me for what happened in 2020, which 2020 for me wound up being the most profitable, best year of my entire life. I did everything I wanted to do. I also learned that there are certain states that I can't spend the overwhelming majority of my time in anymore. Hence why I had moved to Miami for the entirety of the winter. I did a lot of traveling in 2020. I wasn't subjected to the same things that everybody else was subjected to. And another thing that I learned is that people panic when they're not prepared. You've seen everything that was happening with all of this toilet paper and all of this other type of stuff. And people really just, they weren't really living for not only today, but also being prepared for tomorrow. But they were really caught up in a situation where they were subjected to what anybody else wanted to do for them, such as a lot of these governors or whatever like that. And they weren't really in a space to where they can control their own narrative. So I also learned that as it relates to politics specifically, and I say this without any reservation whatsoever, and we had a lot of these conversations on a lot of our earlier shows, but with regard to politics, that I was a lot more conservative than I realized that I was. I realized, and it was almost like an exclamation point, in that I was raised to think a specific type of way and to vote a specific type of way, because that's just what my family expected for us to do. But then when I started doing my own search and thinking, and started evaluating and paying attention based off of what was going on in society and how everybody thought emotionally, instead of coming to their own conclusions, they let everybody else create a narrative for them, and then created and said, well, you have to do this, or you're not black, or whatever like that. And it's just so funny, because my guy, honestly, in the presidential election was Andrew Yang. I raised money for him. I stomped with him. I campaigned with him. I even did an interview with him on my channel. But the thing about it is just that I've learned that group think is more important than individual thinking. You can't think for yourself. You got to move based off of what society and the mob tells you to do. I learned that cancel culture was more prevalent than ever, and that it didn't mean anything to me, and that people will cancel you in a heartbeat, or they'll try to, based off of how they feel, and not necessarily based off of logic, reason, or trying to understand what somebody else thinks from a different perspective. And then lastly, I've learned that nobody controls me. I do what I want to do when I want to do it. And I don't subject myself to the idea that I have to do things based off of race, but character and principle, and people that align more closely with my values. So for me, 2020 was the best year, not only from a financial perspective, but also from a mental and principle, realigning what my principles are, and doing and spending more time with people that actually mean the most to me, as far as evaluating whether or not you're a friend Just because you family, just because we got the same blood, don't mean we friends. I rock with the people that really rock with me, and I've really learned to truly get comfortable with being uncomfortable, which has allowed me to thrive. So that's what I learned for 2020. It was a great year for me.
Anton, JR, you muted or something. I can't hear you.
My bad. I was saying, Tawana, that was great, Anton. Tawana, go ahead and close us out with this topic. Final thoughts?
JR, I feel like you changed the question for the ladies. You connected it to the community. And then for Anthony, you just was like, well, 2020, but it's cool. So I'm going to leave it at this. I feel like I became a better mother in 2020. I believe I became a better partner in 2020. I believe that I was blessed in 2020. I lost no family members, knock on wood. Health is so important. I learned that to take care of yourself, make sure that you are eating healthy, make sure you're conscious, not just when the pandemic hit, but just in life in general. I'm so grateful for everything that I got going on in my life. And a lot of everybody know what's going on in my life. I'm just really, truly grateful for that. And, I just feel like 2020 was a lesson, especially what they are saying, just a lesson to be closer to your family and to really appreciate them. And I definitely took that time, which is why I never want to work in another office again. I love being at home with my kids, with my significant other. He probably don't like it, but I love being at home with him. So, yeah, that's what 2020 taught me.
All right. We got a caller. Go ahead, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Man, my name E Black, man.
What's going on, E Black? Where you calling from?
I'm calling from Texas.
Okay. All right. What's your statement or comment?
Man, usually I agree with Anton, but when he started going off on some old, he doesn't feel oppression. He's just walking through his life as if his blackness is maybe an inconvenience. It's really more than that. We are out here every single day busting our ass with lightweight, passive-aggressive, racist supremacy. And when you're dealing with that, I understand money can actually make you go on a trip. But just because you go on that trip doesn't mean when you come back you don't experience the avenues the avenues that actually take away from you. So when you were talking about like your cities being ran by black and all this stuff, I know plenty of cities. Like if you go to Texas, there's plenty of cities that are 65, 75% black and they're thriving. So these are not victimizations, these are actual truths, and we run into situations where we're not saying, hey, in Detroit, did your whole basis of economy get decipated? If you go to cities like oil towns, and who are holding those jobs? Sewer departments. These are high wage jobs that we know are being held by the Caucasians. And then you go into banking. Banking is held by Asian people. We have been systematically oppressed out of our own system. So even if we are in office, we do not have the higher jobs, the sheriffs, the lieutenants, So I agree, it's on your own accord, but don't act like just because you make a couple of dollars, or if I make 100,000 or if I make 60,000, I'm not feeling the effects of racism.
Is he done?
Yeah, he done.
Sounds like it.
All right, so let's be clear here. White people are the overwhelming majority of the people that's on welfare. Let's be clear. So people are misdirecting, and they don't have a true understanding of who's truly creating the wealth in this country in the first place. First of all, Asians and Jewish people are the ones that's generating the overwhelming majority of the wealth. So if you want to study a group, then you need to start to evaluate those that are at the top of the totem pole. Secondly, Asians are worldwide one of the most discriminated groups in our society. All right. So when you take that into account, and then I didn't get a chance to actually ask how old he was, right? I don't subscribe to the idea that I can't.
That's not true.
I can't subscribe to the idea that you can't do the work and truly become what it is that you need to be. Third, and most importantly, when you talk about these towns in Texas or whatever like that, right? The reason why I use Detroit as the torchbearer for this is because it was the place that had the overwhelming majority of the wealth for a long period of time, especially through the boom of the auto industry, where there was plenty of jobs in the Black community. There was structure in the households as far as families, and it lasted for a long period of time that allowed for people to truly become and educate themselves based off of where it is in the direction that they wanted their families to go. When you use these other sample sizes, how long were Black people entirely in power? And I'm not talking about 65 to 75%. I'm talking about the overwhelming majority of the people within those towns were Black. All of the people that were in power were Black, and they were moving a specific type of way that was not conducive to the community. So at what point do you start taking responsibility, especially for a person that's living in 2021 as a young person, whether you're a millennial or Generation Z or whatever? At what point do you take responsibility for your own situation and stop pointing the finger at other people and start pointing it at yourself?
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they can hear us.
Yeah, we got another. I think he heard you. We got another caller. Go ahead, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, what's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is John Taylor. I'm calling from Detroit.
All right. This is a statement or comment.
Yeah, so, yeah, first, I want to say what up to my brother, Anton. You know, he's from Detroit. From what I know, he's from the west side. I'm from the east side. So I was calling in regards to, he made a statement as far as, you know, African Americans using race to play victim, if I'm not misquoting. And you know, I'm in skilled trades, you know, and I'm in the union, you know, and I know for a fact that we had issues within my union as far as them only allowing a certain amount of African Americans to be inclusive, you know, and be able to get the job opportunities. And anybody that's familiar with union work, you know, union skilled labor makes the big bucks, you know. So if you control who's allowed to get in, then you control who makes the big bucks. And in fact, this was a big ordeal. And I'm in an organization in which I reach out to minorities of other skilled trades as far as carpenters and iron workers and whatnot. And we have conversations about this, and everybody shares the same experience in which there is a limited amount of African Americans that's able to get in. You know, I see him talking. I'm gonna turn the volume back up. I can't really hear what he's saying.
I didn't say anything.
No, he didn't say anything.
I've heard similar experiences in workforce with the trades. We had a lot of difficulty getting African American men to qualify or to enroll in the trade, and then when they do, they have a hard time moving up in the union. So I absolutely agree with him. Whoever is in power can control the number of people in certain industries that move to certain levels. And it is a recurring. I've heard that before. I myself are not interested in any of those trades, but I work in workforce, and we specifically try to give certifications to African American, any people, not just young men, but it's primarily young men who participate in those programs, and it's very difficult for us to get them in.
Well, I have a different narrative because as a person that worked in a plant, and JR, you already know this because I expressed this in my story, I got into Rouge Steel, which is formerly Ford Steel, right? Rouge Steel back when I was 19 years old. First year I made $118,000 because I was working 112 hours a week.
Responsibility instantly, but there are certain things that you're accountable as far as for your own actions, and then there's certain things that's out of your control.
Hold on.
You can do the best with whatever you have.
He's watching it on a delay, so that's why.
Oh, okay. So, but my thing is that one of the things that I've learned, or that I learned when I was working in the plant, is that I did get into skilled trades. I tested, and I was in the electrician program. What I learned about that program, as a person that was a part of the union, and also a person that who my brother was the one that got me into the job in the first place, and then I tested and got in the electrician program. What I learned through my brother was that it wasn't a limit to the amount of Black people that can get into the program. There was a limit to the amount of people that can get into the program only because they were Black. So they had to let a certain amount of people in there that weren't white in order to justify the diversity and inclusion program that they had for these specific narratives. It wasn't that Black people couldn't get in. It was that they weren't testing high enough to be accepted into the program over those that tested that were white and weren't Black, basically, in order to get into the program. So again, this goes back into my narrative of, it's not that you are Black and you don't get a pass just because you're Black and you're not being discriminated against, because there's a false narrative that was created. You're not being discriminated against because you're Black. You just can't use that card to get into every single thing. You're going to have to do the work. You're going to have to study. You're going to have to go to school. Whatever it is that it's going to take, you got to do the work to get in. It's not because you're being discriminated against. You just can't use that as your trump card to get in over somebody else that may test higher than you. That's responsibility and accountability.
All right. Hey, E-Black, you still on there?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. Were you able to hear any of that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I know you're kind of watching it on YouTube. It's coming in on a slight delay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have anything else you wanted to respond, or you good?
No, that was it.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you calling the show. And, thanks for supporting us.
No problem.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, you guys. I don't like we have no more callers, so we're going to end this show, and we're going to carry over to the after hours. Appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe. It was a great show.
Hold on, JR. JR, before you end this program.
We got another caller coming in, but go ahead.
Ashley, I feel like you're regressing. I feel like you didn't take my course before we came back on. I feel like you didn't take my course before we got back on this show. And so as a result, what we're seeing here is you becoming hardened in your ways, and it's not good for you. Or I'm sure you're familiar with the Bible, so it reminds me of Pharaoh. It's like I'm coming to you as Moses trying to free you and get you to free these people, and then God is hardening your heart in order to continue to use you maybe as an example as to how I need to deal with women differently.
And Ty, you remind me of Nebuchadnezzar. You know his story?
Oh my God, here we go.
Pride comes before the fall. That's all I'm going to say. Pride comes before the fall.
Listen, Ashley.
And I'm grown every day in my life.
Go ahead.
Is this after hours, JR, or what? This
Nah,
he got another call.
I need to go to bed.
Oh, okay, we got another call.
All right, go ahead, caller.
It is your guy, Chicago Rilla, Southside Wild Wild. What's happening, family?
Here you go again. What you
Man, you got it. Hey, Joanna.
What? I told you to get my name right.
Oh, that is
Anyway, hey, y'all was talking earlier. I don't even know why that first segment was so contentious. But to speak on that real quick, just like is Tawana saying something?
No, she's not saying that.
No. I'm not saying
okay, because I really can't hear. I don't want to turn. I know I was on delay last week and it didn't come across good, so I don't want to, I don't want to repeat that. But that first topic y'all had, I thought it was good in the Facebook group or whatever, but we gotta. I don't think we being realistic and honest, right? Like we keep putting men and women as if we're equal partners or equal pairs, and we're not. And so what Anton was saying early on, to a large degree, he's right. You know what I'm saying? If we keep the problem what we keep missing is that women we're created to complement the man. And if we're not living in our purpose as men, if we're not becoming the best versions of ourselves, if we're not being the leaders we're supposed to be, there is no seeing eye to eye. If you subscribe to any version of the Bible, it's God over man, man over woman, woman over children. If you subscribe to any version of the Bible, it tells you what? The man is the head, right? Even as Christ is the head of the church. So there's no seeing eye to eye. What is the eye to eye that I gotta look at level like? That's not that I disrespect my woman. That's not that I'm lord over her or I'm governing over her. No, I'm leading. I'm the visionary. I'm the prophet, priest, and king in my home. So there will be no until like, and I think the other thing too, what I'm learning in that Facebook group, I think people have a lot of time on their hands, and sometimes the stuff that they can't say and get off their chest in real life, they just love to come in that group and just talk rhetoric and nonsense. You know what I'm saying? And do something while they killing time at their 9 to 5. They really do, because there just be some craziness that I know for a fact you would never say that to a person in their face, right? But the truth of the matter is outside, like, and I agree with Tawana too, like in real life, some of those things we really don't see play out. A lot of that stuff you see play online. But there will never be a time, my opinion, this is just my opinion, there will never be a time where men and women see eye to eye, because we're not equals. We're not supposed to see eye to eye. I'm supposed to cast the vision. I'm supposed to lead the family. Now, you either going to submit and be fit, feminine, cooperative, or not. And that's fine too. That's fine too. You can, buy a dog, die alone. Peace, family.
I appreciate you calling, Chicago Rilla.
Chicago Rilla. He is something else.
Yeah.
First of all, a lot of times they say submit. They're not even biblical. A lot of the men, they don't even follow God, and they don't even know his purpose. So you submit to the devil sometimes. You better submit to the right man. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, caller. You got a statement, a comment?
Hello.
What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Dion. I'm calling from North Carolina.
All right, I think you called in before, haven't you?
No.
Okay.
No, I never heard him before.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do have a question for Anton, because I know he was speaking on really not believing in I guess systematic racism and how the system is kind of built to keep black people from prospering, because I understand, you know what I mean, and how the world has evolved and moved forward, that it has made things a lot easier. DJ, are you serious? I understand how the world has evolved and moved forward. It has made things a lot easier for us, but you don't believe that there's an attack on like black fathers in a household that's kind of making it a lot harder. And when, I understand Ty kind of grew up with his dad, but what about the young boy that's growing up without a father, that's listening to rap music and many other things that are kind of preaching the same rhetoric that kind of puts us down to keep us in the same mentality, you know what I mean? And we're kind of having to find our own way because we only have a mother in the household. Would you feel the same way coming from that situation instead of one where, you know what I mean, he has a father in some sense of direction? Like, if there's no one to give him direction.
Okay. That's how you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I want to respond to it. I'm trying to figure out exactly where the accountability lands. For example, he used several examples, such as a father in a household, right? Nobody is making fathers lead their households.
It's going to probably come up in a delay, or you can just kind of rewatch it. So
okay.
just
nobody is
go ahead, Anton.
Nobody is forcing men out of the households. Like, men are leaving their children in the households. Like, what part of the game is that there's no responsibility that comes along with being the father that you're supposed to be? Also, along with that, the culture by which we subject ourselves to, which is rap music. Like, this is a culture that's being perpetuated and was created by us, right? There's nobody responsible for this perpetuation of this culture and us subjecting ourselves to everything that comes along with it, whether it be WAP, whether it be our misunderstanding of how wealth works and us championing the idea of buying all of these diamonds and all of this and it ain't tricking if you got it, and drug culture and all of this other type of stuff. All of this stuff is being perpetuated by us, no one else. So at what point, and nobody is saying that there wasn't racism or there wasn't oppression or all of these things, but I don't think it exists in a state today in which you can use that as an excuse as to why you not what you're supposed to be. That's what I'm saying. You're standing on the shoulders of people that really did the work, you don't have no work to do except for to be what you're supposed to be. Nobody is saying that men need to leave their children and not marry wives and all of this other type of stuff. That's the stuff that I advocate for. So if that's the thing that men are pushing back against, or black people are pushing back against, then they're pushing it back. They're pushing back against their own self-interest.
Hey, Ashley, I think you got to go.
They blame the women.
No, I'm okay for a few
Okay.
minutes.
All right. Got another caller coming. Go ahead, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
I just called a little while ago.
I'm sorry.
Detroit.
Oh, you calling back again?
Yeah.
You got a response.
Left, so I just realized I was like a minute behind.
Go ahead.
But yeah, so yeah, I just wanted to kind of respond to what Anton had said. So just to give him a little bit more insight as far as the systemic racism within, like, in the workforce. I'm pretty sure like a lot of people kind of use it to make excuses, but it is a thing that exists. And even within my union, it was even the head instructor. He was a white guy. He was the main one trying to combat that, because he acknowledged that our union is located inside Detroit, a city that's predominantly black, and the majority of our membership of electricians was white. So he had to literally like fight for years to try to start classes where they implemented and hired more African Americans, because it'd be like 20 people per class, and it'd be like 2 or 3 African Americans, and 2 of them would be women, and the rest of them would be white males, Caucasian males. So this was a thing. This was a form of systemic racism that was acknowledged by a white instructor. So it's not something that is not always an excuse that's being made. It's just a reality of something that you got to combat.
In order to get into skilled trades,
just to give a little bit more.
In order to get into skilled trades in any platform.
So we heard you give him a second. Anton responding, but you're gonna get.
In order to get into skilled trades on any level, the requirement is the testing. The classes are a benefit in order to help you pass the test. So what happens is, just because you aren't, or there aren't more black people in the class, is more of a reflection on the interest of black people. They don't have to recruit you. They don't have to beg you to go to the classes or anything like that. And even if you couldn't get into classes, there's nothing stopping you from doing the work. Like, you can literally pull up YouTube videos. So I generated my interest, and I was self-taught as a software developer, software engineer, before I ever went to school and got the degree for it. I was talented based off of the free resources and my own determination to learn the craft before I ever even took a class for it to get validated in order to open the doors to be able to showcase my talent. So my point is that there's still no excuses. You don't need an equal playing field in order to do the work and get in and kick in the door, bro. You don't need somebody to try to make it fair for you. Life is not fair. It's not even fair that women aren't strong as men. Like, they can't play in sports like us. They don't make as much money as us in the NBA versus the WNBA. Nobody is showing interest in the WNBA. It's not fair. Okay, and now what? There are things that they are doing that are better than us, that they are better than us at, and it's not fair on the other side. My point is, do the work if that's what you really want to do, and stop looking at everybody else as a reason as to why you can't be what you're supposed to be. I'm not subscribing to it. I'm never subscribing to it.
What's happening, Anton, is people are doing the work, but what they're saying is they're acknowledging that there is a preference. There is Black people have to work harder to get into those positions, and they're pretty much allowing our counterparts. That is what's happening in the workforce. They are doing it. There's electricians who are not certified, right? Who couldn't pass that initial, assessment that you're speaking of, and they couldn't get into the classrooms, but they still learn this trade. They're still doing the job, but they don't have certification.
Then go figure out and then do the work.
They don't have the certification, and the challenge is that there's test bias. There are some other things that also impact the ability. So we do need to create programs to help people understand how to take tests, right? So that they can get to that next level. But there is things that impact African Americans getting into those positions. And we're just acknowledging that. We're not saying that you can't YouTube and you can't find out how to do it on your own.
Hold on, caller. All right, go ahead, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Shaka Bar, and I'm calling from Detroit.
All right, what's going on? You got a statement or comment?
Yes. I wanted to comment on the do we make excuses? No, not we make excuses. What was it? Do we play the victim? And I would have to say, yes, we do play the victim in a lot of cases. But in majority of the cases, it's not. It's been a lot of systemic things that has been happening to us, which we don't have control over. But for the things we do have control over, we have to make sure that we are doing the work, as my brothers say. But we have too many examples of how things have happened throughout history and throughout now. And I've been here through all the things he's talking about as far as Detroit. But we have to look at Black Wall Street. They did all the right things. Still got bombed out the sky by white people. Most Black people are suffering from Stockholm syndrome through slavery. These crack babies, they've had babies. That was a weaponized chemical warfare from the government. So I can't automatically just say that it's all just because I didn't do the work. V.O. He had his house appraised the first time, and it appraised for very low because he had black pictures of it. But he had it appraised again with a white person, and his house value went up tremendously from what the original price. So yes, I'm on both sides with it. You do got to do the work, but it is systemic racism, and we can't ignore it like it just doesn't exist, and it's just me. That's not how things go.
All right, I appreciate you calling in. We're going to address it. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear it.
I mean, think of. Can I add? Oh, it's the caller.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Ashley.
Oh, I'll let the caller go. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the caller.
No, just go ahead and talk because it's gonna probably be a little delay. All right, caller, thanks for calling in. We appreciate your support. All right, have a good one. Go ahead and respond, Ashley.
I was just gonna say, like, I get you where you're coming from, Anton. Like, you have to take responsibility for yourself. You have to work hard and not make excuses. We don't have the same tail that our ancestors had. Okay, we don't. But we can't sit here and act like, there aren't things that are being put in place so that we don't have power. I mean, I would not sit here and say, like, yeah, okay, not every person is racist. It actually serves nobody good if you keep one particular race down, right? But the truth of the matter is, we have a history of where white people have wanted to keep us down. We have white supremacists to this day who will say, look, I don't have a problem with Black people, but I want to preserve the white power. I want to preserve what they feel like they have worked so hard for. It's very apparent. And like, for instance, Anton, you yourself, you said, okay, I think you went to school to be an engineer. I'm thinking past, like, okay, I got to study. I got to check YouTube. I got to get this internship. Yeah, you got to do that. But I'm thinking about the little boys who have grown up in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th grade, and they weren't even taught the things that they needed to be taught, and so that they could be prepared for an engineering program. Now, that doesn't mean they can't get prepared, but right off the bat, they're working with a different set of challenges. You might not have had that challenge, but they're working with a different set of challenges, and those things are put in place. I see it every day, like, where, our kids really are being set up to fail, and you probably don't see it because you trust that wherever you put your kid in, whoever is taking care of them is doing right by them. But I see it every day that that's not the case. So I do think, and then think about, like, men who have been falsely accused of things. Like, that happens. I know that's not the majority of cases, but that happens a lot. Like I know somebody who spent 10 years of his life in jail for a crime that he did not commit, and there was no evidence or anything. And now he should have chosen a different crowd. Absolutely. But think about all the men who could not avoid certain situations like that. And they have lost 10, 20 years of their life. Now they can come out and do better, but they've literally lost a significant amount of their life. So you can't say that they haven't been affected by some injustice. Like, that doesn't mean that you can't rise above those things. Like, but it exists. I don't understand how you can't see that doesn't happen.
I think just some people are choosing not to be. I think that's mainly who Anton is speaking to. Like, the people are choosing not to part of their education, not to make an example out of themselves, not to take advantage of the resources that are in their face, and then using that as an excuse not to move forward. But we're not saying that stagnation is okay. It's okay to be a victim and be stagnant. What we're saying is that the Black people or people who have succeeded had so many obstacles to overcome. Yes, we did it anyway, and we beat the system, and we didn't let those things hold us down, right, or prevent us from being successful. But there's so many obstacles and challenges that you experience when you do that. For people who are poor, for people who don't have the resources, Anton, people who don't have their mother and father in the home, like, there's so many other obstacles that you have that has prevent you from getting to that place, and that you're not acknowledging. It's not even just that we're saying that because you have these obstacles, you shouldn't succeed. It's just that those obstacles are there. They exist. And we just want that to be acknowledged, that even though there's systematic racism, we still got our degrees. We still are in successful positions, and we still were able to, kind of be an example, have this platform, do all these things. But there's so many people who have so many challenges that they cannot overcome, or they are not able to, or they don't know how to. And we can't ignore those people. And we can't ignore the fact that systematic oppression does affect a subset of people. I think that's where I'm lost with the conversation.
Yeah, he's saying there isn't any oppression.
I know.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
All right, we got some calls. I just want to try to get through these calls real quick. Yeah. Chicago Gorilla, call back again. Go ahead, Chicago Gorilla. What you want to say?
Yo, just real quick, fam. I had to come back on this because, and I see the frustration on Anton's face, and I 1000% get why he looks like that. I've been paying attention in the live chat on this particular topic when you guys were talking about do we play victim? And I think everybody is missing what Anton is saying. The brother is not saying that racism doesn't exist, that Black Wall Street never happened, that Rosewood never happened, that there isn't systemic racism at play. What the brother is saying, and I think, and sisters, while I appreciate y'all input, Anton is speaking directly to men. And as a man, there is no excuses. We don't get like the guys that get the participation trophies are soft and weak and will not survive in this world. They are not the best versions of themselves. So, I used to subscribe to that ideology. It's the man's fault. It's the man's fault. The white man, the racism in it. Now I talk to my grandma. My grandma 82 years old, yo. I talk to my grandma on the regular. She tell me real stories. What she went through, I do not have to endure. So you know what I do? I look at titans of industry. I look at Michael Lee Chin. I look at Robert Frederick Smith. I look at John Rogers. When I look at those guys, there's nothing in their vocabulary about systemic racism and the man held me down. It was, and this is our history as a people, if you understand it. Our history as a people has always been, that's the roadblock, we rolling over it. We're going to go over, we're going to go through, we're going to go around, we're going to go under, but we're going to get through it. Period. There is no excuse. Systemic racism or not. There's not. Listen, I hear brothers all the time talk about they got felonies and this, that, and the third. One of my guys did 20 years on a murder charge, came home, opened a business in Springfield, Illinois, of all places, and the brother is thriving. He had a 20-year disadvantage, did not get out and get on his feet till he was 35, and he did not let that stop him. And he's down there competing in a market that has very few black, Springfield, Illinois, there ain't that many black people down there, right? So he's in a market where there's majority white, and this is a black man out of prison. And he's competing and winning. And ladies, this is all I'm saying, because I think y'all misunderstand Anton sometimes. His perspective, what y'all perceive as like arrogance, and he's gaslighting and all that. I get it from the outside looking in, but if you really listen and unpack what the brother is saying, what he's saying, you would want your young men to hear that. Because if we keep getting fed these BS narratives about, oh, well, it's the man's fault and the white man holding you back and systemic, and if we only had affirmative action. We got more people excited right now. We got more people excited about a tax return and a stimulus check than actually understanding how to write how to make enough money to where either you owe the government or you're actually writing off to where your balance sheet is zero. That's the position you want to be in. I never want a tax return. I never want to get a stimulus check. Why? I'm competing on my own merits. I can go toe to toe with anybody that you say is a good candidate for anything out there. We got to chill with that. I get it. Yeah. Systemic racism, we know that exists. We know bigotry exists. We know all these oppositions and obstacles are against us. Sisters, what we need y'all to do is really get behind us and start having our back and affirming us more and telling us, like, man, you got this. You solid, bro. I see you out there. I see you doing your thing. You good, bro. Keep trucking. Keep moving. We can't keep feeding into this narrative of, well, the man is holding you down.
Chicago,
this is probably the most passionate I've been on this call.
Listen.
Peace, family. I appreciate y'all, man. Good show as
I
always.
wish you can hear me because I am so.
Like he's still listening. He's still listening, but he's gonna hear it on a little delay.
Let me tell you something. Women also have to work on ourselves and get our. We can't just be y'all support and that's it. We also have to operate in this world, and we also deal with challenges that come with this world.
What?
I hate that you discount our experience. And I hate that you leave us out of the conversation. And I don't like that you think that you can read, like, I don't know, what is he trying to be, an interpreter for Anton or something? Like, no, Anton said what he said. Not one lady on this panel disagreed. We said that systematic racism exists. Not one lady on this panel justified excuses or meaning that we just acknowledged the simple fact that systematic racism exists. You come on this exact show and say the opposite of everything that we said and tell us to listen to you.
Yeah.
I don't understand this for the life of me. You asked me to listen to you, but then you come on this show and say, ladies, y'all don't understand. First of all, you don't have to interpret Anton's words for me. I get him, okay? I've been on this show long enough.
Kalisa, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Kalisa.
Come on now.
Yeah.
I just
Tawana.
I wasn't quite sure why
I'm not sure what he's listening to.
And we were downplaying our role, you know. But
I don't agree with him saying, well, he's talking directly to the men. No, a lot of those things that Anton said applies to women as well. And we also need to take advantage of resources, and we also need to better ourselves, and we also need to become better people. Who in the hell said that women should not work on themselves? They should just wait until the man gets into his position of power and just allow. No. Yeah. Who are you? This is 2021. Like, no. Women, I went to college. I got my degree. I kept pursuing after that. I've been in management roles. I did all of that. I had 2 kids and I've been married. So you sitting there saying that you cannot do it all when I do it all the time. And I do it very successfully. In fact, I'm getting married again. So don't sit here and tell me, oh, you can't do this. You can't do that. No. Chicago realist, he comes from this old misogynistic viewpoint. And I like him for the most part. I don't agree with everything that he said, but I do not think that he can get on this show and tell us, bow down. Don't say nothing. Let that man say whatever he needs to say, and y'all can't have a position. What? We got women that's listening to us. What kind of example are we to tell my daughter? Who am I to tell her that she can't go to school, she can't become somebody, that she cannot look up to people like Michelle Obama, like she can't look up to people who have education. Come on now.
All right, go ahead, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Al from North Carolina, man. So yeah, I just wanted to add to the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You want to add to who?
Yeah, so I just want to add to the commentary on the whole debate about racism and whatnot. But
All
yeah, so I mean, I understand we need to do the work, and that's really important. And I will be the first to say I've worked my ass off. I've competed with majority white counterparts in my profession as a developer, a computer developer. And that's in college, that's in the workforce. I mean, it doesn't matter. And I've been slighted a couple times, but I'm not going to focus on me. I'm just focused on the example of individuals that I've dealt with on friends. So I mean, it was a guy that I knew. He was one of the best at his job at a hardware company here in North Carolina. That will be unnamed. And did well, did his thing, and well, so he was tasked with training a young white individual, and as he trained this guy, he of course he did his best he can, that's his job, and well, lo and behold, he got let go, and the white individual got put in his place. He had been begging to get a promotion above not above the guy he was training, but a better promotion for years. But they decided to give the white guy the role he was asking for. I mean, if that's not wrong, I don't know what it is. I mean, it's not much work you can do when you deal with people like that. And then, I mean, when people do you that way, that's so. I mean, that's all I can add. I mean. And I'm the first to say there's no excuses. You got to work hard, because I've worked hard to get where I am, and a lot of other people that are black have as well.
Yeah.
So, that's all.
Congratulations to you. You're a computer programming.
Yeah. All right. We appreciate you calling in.
Love to be one.
All right.
All right.
I get tired of people. I swear I get tired of people. Not him, but people in general.
I just wanted to address, and this is not personal or anything, I just wanted to address that first conversation. Is there a caller?
Which conversation?
The first one about what can we do to make, is there, I just want to make sure there isn't a caller though.
Black men versus black women.
Yeah. Yeah, Anton, you were very clear that black women need to shut up. Y'all don't care what we have to say. You're alpha, you're successful, and our words are not relevant. That's what you led with, right? That's what you led with. That's what you came into the conversation with. Right off the bat. But that's what you said. That's what you said. Did you not say, y'all need to be quiet? It's time for you to just be quiet and listen.
No, I told her specifically that she needed to be quiet.
I thought you said to us, women.
He was talking to
we don't know. Are you living your life the way that you talk about? And it's like,
yeah, I was speaking to her specifically as an example as to what it is that's wrong with having this specific conversation. Go ahead. You can go ahead and do your thing.
Okay. Well, maybe I misunderstood you, but I heard pretty much that you were trying to tell us women's voices are not valuable in this conversation. And that's why I was saying
that's not what I'm
necessary. That was,
but when you told, because maybe you were directing that at her, but you got to play the video back or something, because I do remember you asking her a question, and then but before that, you had made statements about how men don't care what y'all got to say, and we don't have to be on Facebook, and you don't have to be on Facebook arguing. But if you're going to have a conversation about Black relationships, I don't see how you can discount what one half of the conversation has to say. Like that's where
what I was saying was that she specifically was saying that one of the reasons why she even posted or led with that conversation was because she was looking for a solution.
Yeah.
And so as a result of that, between a conversation that her and I was having, I was demonstrating through the fact that she was moving a specific type of way in the conversation that she didn't really want a solution. She just wanted to be heard. And it's a difference between actually making progress and actually getting something accomplished, which my idea of being solution based is to do the work and be responsible on a personal level and not try to be the tone police for everybody else. Because how can you dictate, how do you even know if you right or not if you haven't even fixed yourself? And so I was demonstrating through the conversation that her and I was having, not to speak for all women, but to use her own tone and the way in which she was operating in that conversation as an example as to why we don't listen to certain conversations, because it's a zero-sum game for the overwhelming majority of the guys that is moving a certain type of way, that is doing the work, that is in a position of power. We don't want to have conversations with women like that act like that and then feel as though we owe them an ear when we really don't.
Okay, I thought you were saying like you three women, y'all need to just shut up and listen because y'all ain't got it right.
No, it's just her
specifically.
You need to be quiet. That's what it
comes. It comes across that way. That's definitely what Chicago Rilla be trying to say. That's why
women are with him. I get it. Like y'all been hearing Black women for the longest. Like I get it, but I don't see, you can't come into the conversation assuming that a Black woman is a certain way, just like I can't assume that you're coming into the conversation like you're.
But here's the thing though, Ashley, and this is the problem that I usually have with you, right? You shouldn't even care, right? You should
about what?
You shouldn't even be caring about what Black men or what Black women think, or even having a conversation to the extent to where it's meaningful to you outside of gleaning from it what you can get, and then doing the work personally to become whatever it is that you need to become in order to get what you want. If you want this specific thing, you need to do the work and understanding what it is that if it's another person involved, okay, so what are they expecting of me as a result of it? And then you make the adjustments accordingly if that's still what you want once you get that new information. But it don't even matter about all of this extra conversation if you're not doing the work, is all I'm saying. We could talk, and I'm going to just tell you.
But that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, there's just this last part. The people that I hear talking the most on these forums and posing these questions and having the most conversation and the most combative, whether it be men or women, are the people that are not doing the work. So what difference do it make? They just talking.
So I agree, I see a lot of craziness. But like I like that social media has given us a chance to have these conversations outside of our immediate environment. Like, why are we here? But it's not important.
Is it hurting or is it helping us?
Social media is magnifying the loudest voices, not necessarily empowering people to become better versions of themselves.
I'm wondering if it's empowering people.
But what I'm saying is we have to have the dialogue. That's why we're here tonight. So you can't say, and you know what? I'm at the point now where I'm like ready to check out, and I'm like, look, because my life is great. Like it's getting better and better. I'm working toward becoming a better person and reaching my goals. And I have a lot of richness in my life. So I could literally log off and say, you know what? This is crazy. Please, I don't need this. I don't even have a dog in this fight. And a lot of these conversations, I don't have a dog in the fight. I really don't. And I've realized that. But I do care about the state of the Black community. Yeah, I do care. So I hear what you're saying. But it's like, these are important conversations to have. Like, if they weren't, like, we wouldn't be here. And if you aren't here to problem solve and make things better, then why are you here? Then why are you here?
This is the thing that's being missing from what he's saying. Because I heard that you said, well, he's just saying this about, us women. No. He's directing a conversation towards her that she was bringing to him. What Anton is saying is men of substance, men of character, we are so busy building that we don't have as much time for the conversation. We come back to the conversation, I mean, like very rarely, but from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., I'm grinding, both with my family, both with my own businesses, both
4
with my
a.m. for me, bro.
investments,
I don't go
both
to
with
sleep
my
till
real
4 a.m.
estate flips,
every day.
gap funding, stocks. There's so much that we're building that same thing with I don't know if y'all heard the earlier conversation with about systemic oppression or whatnot. In other words, why do I need to sit and find and invest time into finding reasons to validate why I'm in a position versus putting that same energy into productivity? Because that's the way we're wired. We are wired this way. And no fault to you because it's just that we're wired differently. But I really hear what he's saying. Because, hey, I'm not complaining about funds. But the thing is, the people in my circle, they're so busy that if they don't get back to me, I understand because they're busy on their grind. So if we do come to this conversation, we need it to be quick and productive. And the thing is, sometimes, not all women, but some women will just go off in a long diatribe, and we're just worried about, okay, how do I apply? What's the application? What, where, who, why, when? So you know how a woman comes in the house screaming. Okay, my first reaction is what, who, where, why, when? Because I'm about to put in some damage. But someone else may sit down and walk through the feelings aspect of it. We're just not wired that way. But
I just think that neither one of us listen to each other, because I absolutely feel like women said the exact same thing, and every last man, even the callers, reworded everything that we said and said that we wanted to put an emphasis on systematic racism when all we do is acknowledge that it exists. We are not saying that you should focus on that. You should use it as a barrier. You should make excuses as to why you can't succeed in life. What we said is exactly what you guys are saying in different words. And this is why I think that women and men, I don't know, like the caller said, I don't know if we'll ever see eye to eye because we're absolutely saying the same thing and you guys are hearing something totally different. And then even when y'all regurgitate it back and try to re-explain or mansplain something to me, it's exactly what I already meant or said. I don't really get why there's a miscommunication about that.
There's two different languages by class. I hear you. There's two different languages by class. One class, because me and my wife had a discussion last night. She said, some things some signals she got from men was confusing. And I said, yes, because I'm telling you to move in a different way. The class of men you dealt with before told you move in the opposite way. Oh, I need you to do this, get your own money. I'm not paying for this. I'm not wired that way. So you kind of have been misconstrued by a previous conversation. So now when you're hearing Anton's coming and saying, hey, this is where my focus is. I'm at this higher plane. I don't have time to get in the soap operas down here. So now here we are saying that, okay, we know it exists, but we're focused on how do I move to get the pearl out? How do I get the jewels out? I'm focused on how to navigate to get what I'm looking for and go about my business.
We are too.
Jared, do you really believe that every man, that enters this conversation comes with productive and progressive contribution? Do you really think that? Do you really think that most men are coming to this conversation in the way that you describe?
Right.
I don't think all men or women, period, are. Everyone isn't allowed to this forum. Select group. For instance, like in corporate America, there are certain people that get to speak in the C-suite because they built up. How can I say, their profile. So now in this discussion, I don't think everyone's going to think like me. I'm not that naive to think that, but I do feel that there are certain people that can sit across the table and say, I feel what you're saying. And that's all I'm saying here. The ones that are going to get the progress that you're looking for, that they think like this. Grassroots movements, they don't have the financial capital to move along their agendas. But the people with the financial capital are saying we need to focus here, here, and here. I tell people You need to go learn financial literacy, and you need to go find a business broker, either real estate broker, business broker. You need to get real estate. If you aren't going to deal with stocks, get something tangible. Get a business, because that's an asset. We're over here bragging about liabilities. So my conversation is trying to get people to shift. And then when you're, let's be straight up. Let's be straight up. Asian people have faced some discrimination, but you don't hear them as much. Why? Because they're too busy counting their dollars and running their businesses, running their dry cleaners, their restaurants. You don't hear them as much. They're quieter when they got that money. But when some of us don't have that, now we're louder on that aspect. But I'm just showing how other nationalities, Saudi Arabians, they don't get the best treatment over here, but they have those Lamborghinis, Lions, and Tigers, and oil fields over in Saudi Arabia, don't they? That's why you don't hear from them as much. But I'm just showing how this is a different conversation when you're talking of men of substance. This is sitting here saying negating everybody. I'm just saying that.
Right, so he's talking about men of substance. He's not talking about all men, and that's what I've been
But see,
hearing.
that's one of my, and I respect that. But one of my issues is like you all come with the assumption that
Who
it's
is
the
you all?
women
When you say
you're
you all,
talking
who are
to.
you
Just
speaking
in
about?
general, not you all. Just in general, I noticed about the conversations like that we have, it's always the assumption that you're not a woman of substance. You need to be told what to do. You need to be told to shut up. You need to be told to keep your legs closed. I'm just going by what I see. I see it all. You all don't pay attention to it because I don't know. I guess it's just not of relevance to you.
I think you
But
projecting.
I noticed it. No, but this is relevant.
I think you're projecting.
I'm not talking about you all. What I'm saying is that these are still relevant parts of the conversation. Just like I notice women do the same thing. I don't agree with a lot of what the women in the group say and on different mediums. If you really pay attention, you'll see I don't agree with a whole lot of stuff that women say. Women are coming to the conversation with this attitude based off of their poor choices, and so are men. And it's hard to have these conversations when your attitude is, oh, I'm a man, and because I'm this great, wonderful man, you need to shut up and listen to me because you ain't got it figured out. That's how you may not mean it that way, but that is what is happening. And that's why we're not getting anywhere. That's not the only reason we're not.
So if you feel like you got it all figured out, Ashley, because
I don't think I have it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out.
No, you're not going to change the narrative. If you feel as though you have it, if you feel like you got it all,
like, are you laughing at her or with her?
I'm laughing with Ashley. I think what she said was funny.
You feel like you got it all figured out, right? Because you the one that said, yo, I might need to get off because I'm moving in a specific direction, or, because I've never heard you say, honestly, and maybe I'm off. Maybe somebody can correct me. I've never heard you say, you know what, I was wrong about that, or I was off about this, or maybe I need some growth. Hold on. See that? Every time I start to talk and I start to dig in a little bit, you start to talk over me. I've never heard you say, you know what, I might need to move differently, or, how can I make adjustments, or what do you think about that? You speak as though you already have it figured out. But then when I say you do it, you'll say, no, I don't act like that. Yes, you do. And that's what I'm observing, right? So my point is that if you got it already figured out and you got the formula to everything, you got the formula to money, you got you've already solved for how men and women need to communicate, everything about what you need to do as far as what men need to be looking for in a woman and all of this other type of stuff. Why don't you just say that? Why don't you just speak and say, you know what, this is what we need to do, versus acting as though you don't already feel as though you got the solutions and you know what you know.
I don't believe that I have everything figured out. And if you were following some of the conversations that I have with people in this group, you would see I will say, oh, you know what, I misunderstood that, or you're right, or I was wrong. Like,
no, I'm talking about on this platform. I'm not looking in the group. I'm
in my own life,
face to face. I'm talking to you face to face.
Because because honestly, I think you got it all figured out. You want to tell me?
Look at you. You projecting again. You changing the narrative. You are, because we're not even talking about me. Listen. If you want to talk about me, I have no problem with you dissect. You can go through and hold on, wait. You can dissect my whole life. But right now we talking about Ashley Michelle.
Yes.
That's what it says on the screen.
Yes.
So stop projecting for me.
So
let's talk about you.
Can I finish so you can
go
hear
ahead.
my point?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that perhaps I come across that way to you, but I think I come across that way to you because I don't agree with everything you say. And I know for a fact everything you say is not true. But I think you have in your mind.
You know for a fact.
Right.
You do know. You act like you
How do you know
everything.
for a fact that anything or everything? How do you know? What are you talking about?
So I'll say how you come
What
across.
does this got to do with you and you're taking accountability for whether or not you're right or wrong?
But how do you know I don't take accountability? Because
the question that
because I don't agree with you.
Yeah,
I'm not taking accountability.
This ain't got nothing to agreeing or disagreeing. I asked you a
So
specific
what do you
question.
feel like I don't take accountability
My question to you was, if you already know all the things and every solution as it pertains to every conversation, because I'm gleaning that you do know, because you've never said that you was off or wrong or need to look at it differently.
That's not true.
Oh, you have said it on this platform.
Yes. Well, I haven't said it on this platform.
I thought I was done for the day.
I think that I have seen. I think what I have said is very relevant.
Yeah, so when you get finished, we got to call her. Go ahead.
You got to get tested, Ash.
What you gotta say?
But Anton, you want me to say, "Oh, you're wrong, Ashley," and that's because you think you're right.
How does she have to say that? I'm not following you.
I want you to move differently because I want the best for you. And
I have a wonderful life.
Fathers discipline and chastise their children when they want them to do better.
See?
You may not feel like it's good for you now, but long term, one day I might not be around to hear it.
What if she already got her daddy in her life?
You're going to thank me. You're going to thank me, and you're going to say, you know what? I'm glad that Anton said that to me, so
I need to bring my dad on the show to school you.
Ashley, do you have your dad in your life?
Yes, and he needs to come on the show.
I'm right here.
You can be her dad. She don't need you. She have a father already present.
I'm
Thank you, Clement. Appreciate it. Right here. All right, we got a caller. Go ahead, caller. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hi everyone. I'm calling from California.
Hi. Oh, I'm jealous. Okay.
And I kind of have to agree with Ashley tonight. I kind of have to agree with Ashley tonight. I enjoy the originals on the panel. I definitely stumbled over your page maybe a month ago and went back and watched some of your segments. And there's only, and I'm got to be honest, there's only one individual that I think that kind of dominates the whole this whole platform, which is the gentleman. But I think he has good intentions. And Ashley's right. As far as from the outside looking in, she is right. There is the one individual that kind of dominates the platform. I think Joanna has gotten accustomed since you guys have been spending much time together, but the one individual kind of, it's challenging as a female to kind of watch it without him understanding the female's perspective. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't even really mean that it doesn't even matter what the topics are. But as far as tonight's segment in regards to systemic racism, it definitely exists. It certainly exists. I am actually a professional in the real estate business over 20-something years, excellent expertise. Redlining is definitely something that exists in the real estate world, and that's my expertise. I have a daughter with a major and PhD.
Hey, tell her to talk into the phone.
In human resource. My best friend.
Hey, man, can you speak up a little bit?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I heard her.
I have a best friend that's attorney in HR. I have a
Ma'am, are you commenting about the show right now, or are you going about your personal life?
yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
All right. Did you?
Saying general, the systemic racism, it does exist.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. I appreciate you calling in.
Absolutely.
All right, and thanks for the support.
I think that was a great example of
Let
how
me-
different we think.
Go ahead.
For instance, that question/comment was a stream of consciousness. And we're like, we just need something short and direct so we can focus on how to respond, how to answer, keep it moving. We just think differently. So, yeah.
All right, somebody else wanted to call in. It's the last call, you guys.
And one more comment before you take this other caller. Of course, I'm the dominant one on a platform. Did you expect anything
Please
different?
leave your message.
Look at that. See, God working in mysterious ways.
There's nothing wrong with
listen.
dominant.
Somebody got to hold these people accountable.
Anti, have
And I
you
just
ever
so happen
held
to be the
yourself
one that has to
accountable
do
on
it.
the show? Anti, have you ever said, you know what, I was wrong?
You know what I do?
Have you ever not walked away when somebody said something?
I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what I do?
Do you hold yourself?
I rewatch the show. JR know and Tawana know that I rewatch the show. Like I go back and I do it with a fine tooth comb. And you know what? I come away with it and I'll be thinking to myself, would have been harder on them. I be thinking that to myself, like, I can't believe that I let them get away with what it is that they said for the sake of trying to be nice and cordial. And I not only should I have been more dominant, I probably should have had more talk time. But that's neither here nor there. That's the honest take that I get away from it, honestly. So I'm just being real.
Your talk time in with all the theatrics too, you know, with the cabs and the walk and the note cards. You get your time in, okay?
You know what's so funny, Ashley? I feel like honestly, you secretly love me. I think that's
everybody.
No. I think that you
He's
might
a narcissist.
be like
Everybody be thinking.
No.
Everybody
Listen. You might honestly, and I know you're not going to admit it on this platform because you got too much pride. But I feel like you might be like have like a little crush on me, and I'm not even. That's not even on no like.
You're crazy.
This is not entertainment right now.
I see you. I think you. Me and you. I think we could be like brothers.
No. Listen.
Brother and sister. I see you as a brother.
We can't be like brother and
sister. Did your friends on them?
You got it.
No, I respect. I see.
I'm the one that will.
Man, and you work hard. That's what I like about you.
I can't do anything with you because like. I'm like right here or whatever. I'm like all the way at the ceiling. But the thing about it is just that honestly, real talk. Like,
what are you saying?
I feel like if you remove, like, let's just act like JR and Jared and Tawana is not on the stage right now. I think you got like a slight crush on me, and I understand it. Like I get it for real talk. Not like
you're not my type, Anton.
So you ain't got no crush on me.
That's what they all say.
You are hilarious.
You ain't got no crush on me.
That's the problem with me. Y'all think everybody wants y'all.
Hold on, Tawana. Hold on.
No, ain't no hold on.
Let's
Y'all
get down to the bottom of this.
for 2 hours. Let's go.
Ashley, if you didn't know I was married and I hit you in,
you are not my type.
Stop.
You are my type.
And I ran into you when I was like, yo.
I would not talk to you.
She answered.
Listen. I see, and I said, this is my speech that I give to you. I see you doing the work, baby girl. You getting there. I might have a slot on my roster for you. You not rolling?
I'll be like, who is he?
You are rolling. You picking up your basketball and you coming to the gym with your shoes on. That's what you doing.
No, for real.
You could only be so lucky.
I won't tell you. No, you're not my type. You're not my type.
I will say this: most people.
That's cap. That is
cap. Let me say this:
most
people who come on to talk to the last caller. Most people who come on the show, they come on the show.
We're gonna put them all on at one time this time.
Direct. A lot of people come on the show to speak to Anton. They rarely come on the show and be like, "Oh, I want to speak to Joanna," or even when B Dix was on the show. So a lot of people, even the guests, y'all revolve y'all questions around whatever Anton say. I'm not trying to say nothing. I'm just saying that that's what y'all typically do. Y'all validate him.
I gotta respond to that.
No. You
Oh, really?
Y'all validate him and y'all give him the power. So that is why he is dominant on the show. I'm not saying, and I'm just saying what the trend is. And of course, he has a dominant personality. Obviously, we have a demographic that caters more toward that type of, conversation. They like to hear that alpha man mentality. They like to see a man kind of dominate and take over. They like to see.
But this is what's different, though.
And they like to see.
I'm everybody's type.
They like to see men devalue women. And a lot of the people they devalue.
Look, I'm Ashley. I'll make you smile. Look at you.
I'm always
No. You can't help but
that's just what it is. That's how it is.
But this is what the difference is.
And you know what's so
because
funny
I'm
about
coming from that demographic.
Yeah.
So being that I come from that demographic, I'm naturally going to align with some of these viewpoints. This isn't sitting here saying that I'm trying to circumnavigate another man. I just give props when I see, okay, I understand where you're coming from. Just like in many instances, when there's another female on the show, I see where there's a lot of validation between the other female and me between Tawana. I see it all the time. So just now,
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that you guys validate that conversation more. I'm just saying what I noticed. I'm just showing what I noticed. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask one question.
I had a lot of women on the show tonight.
And it's not about me needing validation from people because I don't care. I'm okay with my position. She kind of talked about it like, well, I wish Tawana would do it. But I'm just saying, I don't care. I'm just telling y'all what I observed and what's true.
Look at Ashley fixing herself up. I see you.
I don't care.
You fixing yourself up. Listen, you came to this show. You came to this show a little bit more prepared.
Even when I do speak out, they call me masculine. They call me. They criticize me. They say that I'm this, that, and the third. They are very negative about me.
I don't care. I will give you credit in one area, and a lot of people talk a lot of mess about my man Kevin Samuels. You actually went on the show. I'll give props on that because I've seen a lot of talk, but no one was really willing to take it to that next level. So even aside from the actual viewpoints, you actually went in the ring, and I give props for that. But
I was scared.
I gave her props too. The very next show that we did.
He said butt. He said a butt. He said a butt.
I was scared. Ashley, no, I called her. I called all my friends. I was very, very scared, and they know. And I was like, I had no idea. I had no idea what to expect on that show. I was like, what am I gonna do? Like, what is this show about? You gonna destroy me?
Jared said a butt.
You did it. You went on the show and you made your points. You stood tall. But when in regards to today's conversation, these doctrinal points are still valid between our vantage point. My vantage point is I've always had to build myself up and then decide who I want to come and compliment me in my life. Mm-hmm. So now, in going through that struggle, it's like, okay, I see what I do and what I do not like. And then I know a little bit more about myself. So now that I'm more into my purpose, it's a lot easier for me to bestow that knowledge upon my significant other. And that's what we're saying today is that there's challenges stopping us from that natural process.
Yeah.
And all we're doing is voicing that. But like I said, and from the very beginning, please go back, listen to what I said at the very beginning. This is a bellwether moment because we are about to be quiet pretty soon. It's just be about action. And then now it's going to be like, well, why don't you talk about it more? No, this is some expressiveness that's going on. How can I say? This has been once every 4 decades. So it's almost like the cicadas. It doesn't come out too often.
Jared, let me and I love that all the points that you brought out, and I actually agree with a lot of things that you said. But you got off the show, so I didn't get to tell you everything. But also let me address this because a lot of people say, oh, she went on Kevin Samuel's show, and I think they expected me to be rude and disrespectful to him. Like that's what people wanted me to talk shit to him, and that is not who I am. I don't know if people think that. That's not who I am. When you disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect you, and everybody knows that. It takes you to get out of line with me, and then there is no line. Like I don't care who you are. But if a man is respectful to me and he come at me right, I always respect a king. Like you, Jared, I would never disrespect you. You are so respectful. You deserve respect. You came on the show. You had nothing, even though I disagree with some of your topics, there was no reason for me to bash you or talk crazy to you or criticize you, right? And even Anton, his points, he can gaslight and he can do all that stuff, but I don't feel the need to disrespect him in any way. But when he get out of line, I put him back in his place. Right. No, don't cross that line with me. That's how I am. And so people expected that position with me, but that is not what I represent. And Kevin Samuels is my elder. And I've been taught my whole life to respect my elder. I would never disrespect anybody of his age in a public setting for any reason. So if that's what you thought, then you are the most ignorant people I could like. You have no idea what type of woman I am, and you don't really deserve to even be in the same room with me because I would never disrespect any man like that. Nobody else on this panel, Anton included, was not even confused of my approach to Kevin Samuels. They knew that I would never disrespect him like that.
I don't think there was an impetus or people really thought that you just went on to quote unquote disrespect. But it was just the fact that you actually put your, brawn where your mouth was. You actually showed up. That's right. A lot of people wouldn't even have showed up in the first place. So that's what all I'm saying, giving credit where credit's due. But now, like I said, reverting back to some of the points we've been making, I think this is a filtered conversation that needs to be had. That's why I love this platform, because there are certain voices you need to have. And if it's too filtered, we won't believe it. You need. I'm sorry, but you need to have an Anton on the discussion so that way it's not too filtered. It's too squeaky clean because we already get that on CNN and all these other channels. It's already too filtered. So we want something a little bit more realistic, and that's what we love it right now.
But is it real? But is all of it real though? That's what I'm saying. Like I love that men are being vocal. Like y'all should be that way, but y'all don't always tell the real. Y'all don't, and that's my thing. Like y'all don't tell the real about every single thing. According to y'all, it's all just Black women. Y'all single because y'all just so this, that, and other. And it's like it's not always 100% honest. It's just not.
I don't know why she acting like this, Jared. I see you, fam. I like that. You know why she acting like that, Jared? Why? You know why she acting like that? Because she haven't taken my course yet. I made my course free. I made my course free for her.
I don't need your course. I really don't.
Baby girl, you don't even know what you need.
Yeah, right.
This conversation that's coming forth that we've been bringing is very real.
Listen, men are not always honest, and neither are we. I don't care what y'all say. A lot of men, and the men that y'all talk to and the men that y'all speak to don't even have y'all same values and mindset. The men that y'all trying to empower are ignorant and rude. That's not true. And disrespectful.
I got plenty of guys that's doing a lot of
them. So we're talking about in general.
I'm talking about a lot of them. You better read these comments. The men that you try to empower, you also need to hold them accountable, and you need to tell them to stop talking to queens like that, and you need to tell them how to be respectful. But don't do that. No, we don't do that.
Watch this, Ashley, from the chat. When you asked, is there anything that I hold men accountable for? Did I give an answer or did I say no? There's nothing.
You did, and I respected that.
I gave one solid answer that I really think is the case.
And you didn't lead with that. You didn't lead with that.
Right. Well, I didn't lead with that. I think it's part of the conversation, but we have to start somewhere. And I do believe that if you're looking for someone, because I heard in the conversation, if you believe in the Bible, this, that, and the other, well, I always tell people, go read Exodus 22, verse 16, and it says, if you're going to go sleep with her, go make her your wife. But that's what I did with my situation. And I told her ahead of time, I said, if it ever gets to that point, I said, we's going to be married. Because I already was making a selection off of who could fit a wife, position or criteria.
Jared, so I love that.
Are keeping. This is the reason why I'm letting you know it is a very real conversation, because this very much conversation already happens in the locker room.
But why does Ashley care about you holding men accountable when she should be focused on being great herself?
Who says that I'm not? Who says that I'm not?
How can you be focused on being, you know what I'm saying, being great yourself if you so focused on what's wrong with everybody else and what other men is doing?
But I'm not.
You shouldn't even. That's my point. Is that you shouldn't even be having conversations about what men is doing.
We got a caller when y'all get finished.
We don't want to hear that.
Let me tell you, it is very relevant.
You got to stay out of men's business.
You know how, but no, listen, Anton, there are young men who are growing up now. I talk about this all the time.
You ain't got no kids.
We're not even growing out. Listen,
you ain't got no kids.
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
We don't want to hear from you about that because you ain't got no kids.
Anton, you don't even know where I'm going with this. Can I finish?
Do you want to?
There are men, like, let's say you guys were not married. There are, like JR. JR has I think he's a good man. He has to find, there has to be a pool of women out there.
You gotta mute yourself, JR.
There has to be a pool.
No, that's not me. That's a caller.
No, I'm saying you gotta. Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead, Ashley.
So we want you to call her.
Pool of women out there who are ready to be a wife to JR. I am a woman, and I know that I'm ready to be married. Y'all can say what y'all want to say about me. I know the type of woman that I am. I know how I interact with men, and I know who I am, and the proof is in the pudding.
Shoot your shot, then, girl.
I need to also. What you say?
You ain't even on the mark. You off.
I need to also have men like your daughter.
Shoot your shot, then. Shoot your shot, girl.
Oh,
I heard this. I seen the subliminal in there.
Jerry and Anton. I know Anton has a daughter.
It's okay, JR. I'm a better for you though, bro. The only reason she's not shooting her shot at me is because she.
All right, caller. Go ahead, caller.
We ain't trying to be hooked up.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to. My name is Jonathan. I'm from Los Angeles. But I just wanted to say that I think a lot of this stuff centers around like trust issues, and the fact that like maybe we were like mistreated or misused in like other relationships. We kind of carry that stuff along with us on our journey, and sometimes it falls off if you are really, really looking at yourself. I think that's what Anton's talking about when you really want to look at yourself and then really stand up and be that person. And I also believe that if you can just focus on yourself, then you won't really get into like these really heated conversations because you're always going to be focused on like being a peacemaker. And the peacemaker is there to like resolve an issue. Just kind of like the Jesus thing where you want to defeat evil with love. Are you practicing love? Are you practicing patience? Are you practicing kindness? Are you practicing joy? Are you giving your brother some charity? Are you giving your sister some charity? Like, are we really trying to see where this other person is coming from and then meet them where they're at and bring them to the next level? Leadership, just these different things. So while we're sitting right here like barking at each other, are we really like hearing out what's going on? Everybody's, using Anton as like the antagonist, but I mean, the brother's saying some real stuff, but then at the same time, Joanna, she just said some real stuff too. Jared, everybody had dropped the dime.
But you hear nobody reference.
If we sit back and just like have a conversation and try to understand each other, then
I actually think he just gave you some credit.
What I'm saying is when people come on the show.
But if we're just trying to fight to be heard, and just trying to have have our points validated, then that's where the challenge lies at.
Yeah.
But, if we don't do that, then we don't have a show. So you guys keep on doing what you're doing because I'm checking it out. I'm entertained. You have me here for about 2 hours, and that's what y'all want to do. But at the same time, though, the straightforward point is like love your brother, love your sister.
That's right.
And if you treat each other like that, you shouldn't have a problem with your spouse. Things don't work out.
I love that caller.
Right.
And I'm saying
definitely appreciate you, caller. Thanks for the support and thanks for calling in.
I'm saying he has some great points.
Thank you.
What I'm saying is people like the antagonistic stuff because they continue to engage in it. And when you say something positive, nobody else mirrors that. They don't talk about that. They don't say, this person made a positive point. All they do. And then when men come on the show, they don't hear anything that I say. They actually, when they repeat what I said, it's absolutely the opposite of what I actually say most of the time. And I don't really get that. I don't get why we have to demonize a person in order to make one other person look better. And again, a lot of people play into the antagonistic role. I'm just saying that's what they do. So don't blame everybody else. That's what you come on the show to do. You come on the show to debate with Mr. Anton because he is affluent and he loves a challenge. I mean, that's what it is.
I think in general, there's times when people are talking past one another. Like, for instance, when I watch the show, I hear a lot of times, and for the sisters specifically, I hear where they're speaking from their own personal reference point or their own life experiences, and that's it. Whereas men, we date, so we're speaking to multiple women pursuing who we want to be with.
It's still your personal experience, Jared.
Right. Well, that's our personal experience, but in that one instance. But that right there, as far as because a lot of these conversations about seeing eye to eye is about relationships. It's not about business or economics or it's about actual dating relationships. So it's just that men have run into more women trying to make something work or run into different obstacles that a lot of times women don't see. They may hear various little stories here and there. A lot of times it's secondhand, but we're experiencing this firsthand. So now instead of what you hear is people, how can I say? You're hearing the floodgates opening of men's opinions just coming out. So they feel emboldened to finally get a chance to speak. That's what it is. It's not that they're coming just to support a particular person. It's just that this person shares a viewpoint and they feel like, man, you're actually letting it come out. Then okay, I'm gonna go ahead and express my truth as well, based off of the experiences that I know of several people. But the thing is, I'm speaking for myself specifically. I'm coming in to have this conversation in good faith. Because I said I am rooting for Black women. And I think that they are the most beautiful women walking this planet. So being that I see such potential, then sometimes we're going to focus on where we see the problem area. Because if that's fixed, then guess what? We have nothing to complain about. But like I said, I'm not going to sit here and try to hit everyone with I'm not speaking in absolutes. And please don't take that, if I make that statement, everyone falls in that category. No, that's not the case. This is just, we're speaking in generalities.
Right.
But as far as doing the work, I'm off the market. I've got my wife. And guess what? She has a few things that we still work on. But the progress and the willingness to learn, to grow, to adapt, because sometimes it's adapting to my specific needs. We all go get degrees. I got an undergrad and a bachelor. And then turned around, and guess what? When you go on the job's kind of like, okay, you got that. Okay, that's cool. However, this is our company policy. These are our house rules. So that's just what she had to learn, a little bit of my quote-unquote house rules of how I operate, both socially, both economically, financially, as well as spiritually. So she was a great addition and great compliment to the mission that she saw I had in the first place. Because when she met me, I was on my mission. I knew I said, I'm trying to do this, and that. And she saw a group of men following me already. Right. So she was introduced to that environment. So it was easier for her to see, okay, I see where you need some help. And I said, thank you, I appreciate that. So now I'm just trying to say that being that I've won in that category, and I want to see other people win, that these are just some advice. We have to air some grievances that's inhibiting or prohibiting rather, this progress moving forward. So sometimes you're going to hear a stronger voice initially, but then it's like, okay, cool, you hear me. Then
I agree. I agree with you. 100%.
Ashley, I got this thing up right now. You want my course in audio or video?
That's how. I don't need your advice on how to get married. I gotta get a husband. I don't need.
What does it normally cost? That's what I want to know.
I'm all right.
So you wanted audio? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not spending no money on or time.
No. This is complimentary for you. I want you. This is complimentary. You wanted audio or video?
That's fine. I
don't care.
You have it, but I don't have a problem.
Joanna will talk.
I got you. Man,
but,
I don't have that problem.
think you when you get married, if you ever get married, right? Because I know in the last show you was like, you know what, I'll be okay with dying alone if that's what I'll be. That's what you said, right?
I don't have to die alone.
You don't have to. That's why I said if you ever get married, right? If you ever get married, do you really see yourself being a complimentary piece to your husband? Do you really?
Absolutely.
You are very, very much a combative person. Even when somebody want to give you the game for free, you are fighting your own growth. How are you supposed to be great and be a complimentary piece if you don't even want to do the work and become great?
Anton, I have been doing work. And I'm a catch. I don't care what y'all guys say. Oh, here, oh, she agrees. She's a 2.
Me and JR gonna talk after this show. I know you shot your shot. I know you shot your shot earlier. I'm gonna give him. He gonna call me.
Do not listen to these
He gonna say, Anton, what's your thoughts on Ashley? And I'm gonna say, she pretty combative. Like, she not really willing to do the work. Well, is that what you want me to tell you?
No, you're not. I'm not willing to be on Anton's program. Okay, so
she ain't marrying you, Anton.
That's the thing. I wouldn't marry. I'm not trying to marry you. Like, that's y'all get it twisted.
Who's gonna compliment something?
If I'm serious about a man, I'm submitting to him. There's not a man that I have dated or gone out with more than a few times that can say that I'm not a submissive woman and that I don't serve and that
See, that's
I'm
the
not
problem,
fine.
and that's why you need to go through my course, because you shouldn't be submitting to men that's not marrying you in the first place. See, you see where you backwards. This is where you backwards, because no. See, you so busy trying to compete.
You have to show
so busy
signs.
trying to reply that you're not really even
one at a
understanding
time.
how you moving.
I'm not submitting to any
not
man.
even focused.
I'm not submitting to any man that's not my husband. But
how would they know if you're a submissive woman?
You have to show certain qualities and do certain things and treat them a certain way to show.
So you're telling me that these qualities shone through in the 3 or 4 times that y'all went out. Is this what you're telling me?
No, well, I'm talking about guys that I've dated for a longer period of time. That's what I'm talking about. So, but I have to make the choice too. What you don't do is that women of substance have every right to vet you all as well. Okay.
Give me a second.
You want to
I gotta go to my father on your behalf.
And you can't say I'm combative just because I'm not on your program.
He praying for you, Ashley. You know, we all
you got some work to do.
Anton.
You got some work to do.
Right.
Because I'm not on your program.
Hey, Ashley, I'm gonna put you up on some free game. Real talk.
Go ahead, Jared.
One of the best things, one of your best allies or best weapons or resources is actually either your father, brother, older cousin. That man in your life is one of your best assets, and I shouldn't even be putting this out there because
I already know because I have them.
Well, I'm not saying that you. I'm not. Nor am I implying that you do not. But I'm saying that when I wasn't looking for commitment from a woman, there was one particular male I would want to avoid, and that's the father. But in many cases, now when women are out and dating, they are trying to make all the decisions on their own without any reference point or any grounding of that male figure that knows how men think. So now, in many cases, after being out the house, let's say since high school or even since college, you're out there floating on your own to get picked off for things other than commitment. So now when we come in, it's like a spidey sense that men have. When we understand that a woman doesn't have the best relationship with either her father or the male figures in her life, and we know how to exploit that. So this notion of, I'm okay by myself, no, you are always being hunted by someone for some reason, and it may not always be sexual. So, but I'm just showing from the standpoint, because I'm the covering for both my wife and my daughter. So I have to engage and I have to, give this insight to them on how to operate so they are protected. But I'm hearing a lot of conversation from our women saying that they aren't protected. And the reason why they are not is because they aren't getting this sit down conversation from men who mean them well.
So let me say something, Jared. That's very, very true.
Okay.
My father is in my life. I have two very dominant, very aggressive. Yeah, Anton, you say you alpha. You need to meet my brothers, okay? My dad is the epitome of alpha, okay? And they are very
I don't even think you know what an alpha is.
First off, I don't care to use the term. I like to use leaders. Smart. Y'all can call it whatever you want. But my dad is very smart. He is very like dominant. Like, so are my brothers. Like, and they know who I am. And because they know who I am, they can sit down and tell me, Ashley, my dad just told me this 2 days ago. I went on a date. He said, Ashley, you don't have to settle. Like, yeah, you're getting older, your pool is getting smaller, but you don't have to just accept anything. And I would hope, Jared, that you would tell your daughter the same thing. And I know that you will. So don't sit here and act like, oh, Ashley needs all this intervention from you. Like, that's not the case. And Anton, you can say I'm combative.
Jared, would you tell your daughters not to settle?
Well, number one, my daughter will have full understanding of what that concept of settling actually means. Because in many cases, just because she has a degree doesn't mean she's settling, because she, pursues a plumber who does not have a degree, but he's running his own business. Or
I didn't say anything about degrees.
Well, I'm bringing this conversation as to what I would bring to my daughter, specifically.
Right.
And I'm in no way, shape, or form projecting upon you this vantage point. So now with my own daughter, she is going to understand the concept of, if she's going to school, that yes, you can go pursue your degree to be self-sufficient. However, do not take advantage of this time in which you may meet a suitable mate. Of course, I'm going to vet them, but I'm going to make sure that she has that in the back of her mind that, you know what, I may actually meet my spouse here. Yeah. Because guess what? I'm going to check him out, and then I'll sign off if I think he's going in the right direction. But in many cases, even from my college experience, I'm originally from Michigan, but I live on the East Coast now. I saw where you had plenty of women who were going in the opposite direction of the men who were getting the degrees. So we're getting the degrees, we're checking the boxes, we're getting the career, we're jumping through all these hoops. But now you're going in the opposite direction towards a club life. But meanwhile, our European counterparts, they're planning marriages every summer. They're either bridesmaids or best mans in weddings. They're building, because guess what? They're consolidating resources and finances. We have to learn how to consolidate resources and finances. Guess what the Jewish community does? They have a firm understanding and belief in death that is going to occur. So even their babies, they have insurance policies on. But we haven't been taught that concept from a financial stability or diversifying our portfolio, because guess what? That is a constant. But if you turn around and put, let's say, an IUL together for something like for some of them, a lot of times they'll be able to grow that and get some residual income as time goes on. But we aren't trying to build based off resources right now, so it's being reflected in our relationships not being solidified. I could go longer, but
hey, we got a caller real quick. Go ahead, caller.
Hey, you know what I bought my wife as a gift today?
Hold on, caller, 1 second. Hold on.
What's that, Anton? A rollie?
Nah, I bought her. Because I had bought her the Tesla a little while back. I said, let me go ahead and get some structure back in this house. I bought her this new Dyson vacuum. You know what I'm saying? And so I put it on my story today. You know what she said? She said, "Thank you, Daddy." You know what I'm saying? Like,
I like shocks.
Listen, I bought her the best tools to be able to do what she needs to do in order to be successful. You know what I'm saying? New vacuum, the best of the best, the Dyson, baby.
All right, caller, you there?
That's great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, what's your name? Where you calling from?
This is your target bar from Detroit again.
Oh, okay. You calling back? Can you speak up a little bit so we can hear you? I don't know if you got on speakerphone.
Bluetooth, I'll talk straight to the headset.
All right. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you much better. Go ahead.
Is that a little bit better?
Much better.
All right, now.
on the accountability piece that I hear a lot of women say, and I brought this out to one of my homies the other day. He was talking about, fairness and stuff like that. And the problem what I have with accountability is no one holds women accountable. No one across the board. And the scenario I'm about to use, everybody can understand it. Right now, in the city of Detroit, I don't know about nowhere else, but in Michigan, a woman can get pregnant, had a baby, take it to any local station, fire department, hospital, drop it off, no responsibility after that point. But you have the audacity to call me a deadbeat father when I don't want the kid, and you make me be a father when you can choose to be a mother in any instant and get away scot-free with no attachment, no accountability, no consequences. That is not fair. It is not right, and a lot of women do not be held accountable. A young lady killed her son, chasing her baby daddy around town. Killed her son. She only got 3 years. No accountability. Another lady left her babies in an abandoned house where they were staying. It wasn't an abandoned house. The house was just rent down. The baby falls through the floor because she's not paying attention, and it's a big hole in the floor. They gave her a year. If that was a man, he got way more. Women are not held accountable. And it's unfair to put me on child support and anything else when I don't want to be a father. But for the men that do want to be a father, they don't have that. They don't have these options that women have when it comes to bearing children. And I'm sick of hearing women saying that, they have it harder than men and all this. No, men have it way more harder. The fair and accountability issues are deplorable when it comes to holding us accountable when it comes to children or anything else. Women don't want to hear nothing wrong. Everything they do is right. My whole family. I'm living with I'm not living with, but I grew up around a bunch of women who I've seen throughout my years, and they're going to die alone because they don't want to change. They don't have responsibility or accountability for their actions. Everything is a man's fault. Oh, it's bad men out here that do this, that. And then when I give the numbers and the statistics, they still don't believe it. It's still overwhelmingly, it's just the men while they're in their place, while they're in the situation that they're in. That is horrible and deplorable.
Joanna had a question. She wanted to know if you are married.
Yes, I am.
I have a question too.
Just recently had twins.
Congrats.
That's what's up.
I'm a twin.
Congratulations.
So you take accountability for your kids.
I can't hear her.
Oh,
who a twin?
I don't have time to.
I am.
Ashley says she's
you a twin?
Yes. Double
You mean it's two of you? It's two of you.
Somebody was blessed. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
That's I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
That's like really, really low.
Yeah, I don't. He can't hear us, so I mean.
Yeah, caller. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is as far as the rest of the panel hearing, but she is going to address it. So you're going to probably catch it in the delay, or just go back on the show and hear what her response is. Sorry about that.
Hey, can I get one more? Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Going back to the other topic, I called in the first time about racism and being about the racism piece.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that I'm saying we don't have to overcome these things. And even being in power and in stature, we know too many rich people that have gone through a bunch of different obstacles and barriers and hold back. We in the 2020, we in 2021. LeBron James is getting niggas spray painted on his house. These things happen. I don't want that to get lost in the conversation. That yes, you're supposed to be the best you're supposed to be. Yes, you're supposed to strive through a lot of things. Yes, and a lot of resources are depending on that. I'm in a group. I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite, so I'm in a group. We're in the streets every day of the week. Teach our people to be the best versions of themselves.
One of them type of dudes?
I get more pushback from them.
Hold on 1 second.
To try to get them to change to come to a better existence of them but it's still things that's happening as barriers in the way, and it's holding a lot of people down.
And I already
and
tell
just
you,
because you're in a
black people
well-off department now does not mean these things has changed. You still have to fight through it. We're still dealing with Bill Cosby. He's been went through the mud.
Joanna, what you think about this beast right
Every time
here?
he buys a channel,
You need to talk
every
to
time he
Chris.
buys a channel, he gets a bunch of women saying this and they're killing his son and like these things happen, brother. So don't just throw it out like, oh, it's just we just men and we got to do this because we men and we got to be better. Yeah, we got to be better and we got to do better and we got to keep going. But these things happen to us. We just watched George Floyd get choked out with a knee on his neck. If you just say there's no racism or we can't talk about it, if we do, we're weak or we're not alphas and all this stuff, that's crazy. I agree with my brother 99% of the time on all the topics, but on this one, I just kind of
need him to get his family together, get his life together.
Just a little bit, because you do have to be accountable. You do have to keep pushing. You do got to keep being inspired.
You don't have to get one of my courses
to be better than and keep it and take your family out the gutter. All those things are given. And you got to do that as a man. But you do have to acknowledge that we have been on an attack, especially black men in this society. And that does not excuse.
I agree with that.
What's going on?
Don't agree with him. Don't validate that, baby.
You can't say it doesn't exist, especially as a black person, especially growing up in Detroit. You know it. He know right now. If I go across 8 Mile, what's happening?
No, I don't know anything.
He know what I'm talking about because he's from Detroit. You go across 8 Mile, that's where the white folks at. It's a whole different ball game.
He said he don't.
Different ball game.
Fam, I was born.
Said he don't know.
I lived on Green Lawn. Like
he know
my
about
whole
going
life
across
is
8 Mile.
documented, bro.
He said that he lived on Green
If any
Lawn.
niggas, and Green Lawn is between 7 and 6 and 8. What you talking about? He knows about going across 8 Mile, or he knows stories about people that went across 8 Mile. If he said he don't know it, that brother's lying. You see it every day in Detroit. Every day.
You want to come on the show? You want to come on the show right now?
Yeah, because how is he a husband? I need to hear
Go ahead, bring him on.
How is he a husband talking about women are not accountable the way he even thinks about the world?
This is exactly what I was looking for.
And he doesn't mean that
I'm
we
glad
have
that you're initializing this, that you're initiating this whole
leaders don't even
Hold on.
So
give me one second.
husbands don't even think like that.
Hey, hold real tight, Jared. Hold on, Jared. I'm about to try to get him
You
on.
got smoke for time, dog. I'm down here trying to put together this vacuum so my wife can do her job.
Let me talk to you.
I
don't want to talk to JR. I just
Right.
want to speak directly to this man right now.
Let me get him on.
Right.
Get him on.
But let me say something too.
Just give me your email, caller.
First.
Just give me your email or either give me your phone.
I said,
phone number so I can
hey, JR,
send you the link.
A husband doesn't think that way about women.
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
The phone number.
Hold on.
He's in control. He doesn't look at it in those ways. He speaks like a man who's been hurt and not in a successful relationship.
313.
First of all, he a black Israelite, so he don't address this.
Well, hold on.
675.
I've been trying to get this out. Why are you setting him up? I too am an Israelite. However,
you a black Israelite?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny? Before you even go into it, I was thinking to myself, this is the first guy that I've ever seen on this platform that I have not had to dig into. I have so much respect for, and this is just going all the way south. I can't believe that we about to do this. Okay, I'm ready. You know what? I knew I put this black hoodie on for a reason, and I am very much
You are so
ready to have this conversation.
I cannot stand.
Let's get it then.
I was thinking that too, Anton. I was like, "Ooh, this is the first time." I was going to say
I'm
something.
not gonna dig into people for no reason, but you know, when we get into it, we get into it. But we can do that.
So
I'm with that smoke.
Peep this. So the reason why I make that statement is because all I'm saying is I'm just a first century Christian. That's all that's being said.
Right.
You're a who? You said you're a who?
A first century Christian, he said. I think his device broke.
First century. We just do what they. But in regards to I just heard him say he was venting. That was a whole lot of venting, which was completely separate from what you see those dudes on the corners yelling at people like that. That's not over here.
But let me ask you a question
really
quickly before. let me ask you a question. Why did he mention that? Why did he have to lead with that in order to continue to validate who he is?
I do not know because it's unnecessary to lead with that. No problem in conversation and conversing about that. But as you see, I'm not saying everything in my experience is based off that. It's just saying, hey, when I crack open the Bible, I just say, oh, I'm reading about my ancestors. That's all I'm saying. But
here's the key though.
I mean, you never led with it. We didn't know until you just.
Here's the key though.
In relation
so
to
when he used that as the basis to continue to paint a picture of who he was in order to continue his point,
right?
That set off my ears perked up, my spidey senses went in.
Right. Chain reaction. So,
yeah, me too.
So
for him to say women are not accountable. Like, you need to come on this show, sir.
Make sure he turn his camera on.
Exactly.
Right. Well, that's why I'm glad that at least the little time that I've been on, at least y'all can see what the difference is. That hey, we're actually there's those of us that are beyond middle school and in college level, which means we are part of society. So guess what? I have a normal name, and everything's normal. It's
is your wife also a part of that community?
Yes. My wife's.
Yes, she is.
Not you, yes, sir. I'm talking to Jared.
Yeah. So she's from
Welcome
Detroit.
to the show. I'm so happy you came on the show.
Oh man, you're gonna have to wipe off your camera phone. And
why you got a smoky screen? What's going on with that? You coming for the smoke or what's?
No, I come peacefully for all my people. My phone is just cracked. I just picking up my baby. My phone dropped. I cracked my phone. So.
Oh man. All right.
It just happened today. So tomorrow I'll have a fresh new one. So.
Oh no, this is gonna be funny. Ashley, you see what's about to happen here, right?
You said women are not accountable. And the reason why you said women are not accountable, you use women who don't accept their responsibilities or who put their responsibilities up on others as your example. But you failed to mention all the women who take on the responsibility of raising their children and continuing to be mothers in their home. So why exactly do you think that mentioning the absentee women and not the absentee men who are in those lives, and also the decisions that men make to sleep with women and have children and procreate, you fail to mention any responsibility in that when you called women irresponsible and unaccountable, as if we lay down and get ourselves pregnant.
Okay. For one,
you gotta let me handle the rest of it, Joanna.
For one, you have to put the onus on a woman when it comes to sex because she gives us access to her body. That's first. I don't gain access to a woman's body unless she has sex with me or she give me that permission. That's first.
Hold on, Ashley.
Hold on, let me finish. First, she gives me access, so it's not my fault that she chose poorly. That's a part of being accountable. Being accountable who you have sex with, who you congregate with, who you spend your time with. That's first. Second, it wasn't just the fact that I'm not acknowledging the men. I'm telling you about the disparities that is going on that's pushing the narrative that women don't have to be responsible. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought right quick, please.
Hold on, because I don't want you to skip over it. Because you know what a lot of people do? What they do is they hit on like 4, 5, 6, 7 different points, and then I lose my train of thought as it relates. So you set a foundation by saying that it's her fault because she chose who to let into her body. And so now you're telling me in that same sentence that you bear no responsibility for entering into her body, right?
No, sir, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just commenting on the point
why didn't you lead with that?
Because
why didn't you lead with that? Why are you leading with the idea that Why are you leading with the idea that you don't bear responsibility as a man as to who you put your dick in?
I didn't say that. But first and foremost,
you said it.
Let me finish. No, what I'm saying to you is, can I finish? Don't ask me a question and don't let me answer.
All right, go ahead.
Now, yes, the man has a responsibility for laying down with that woman, But from my premise of what I called on was about the pushing and the narrative of women not being held accountable, and that was just one instance of women not being accountable, and the system is helping them to be not to be accountable. Now, if it was, hold on, let me finish, please. Can I please finish my narrative? Can I please finish?
Go ahead. Do your thing.
Let him finish.
Now what you have is a failure to hold women accountable. Now, if we flip that, men's lives have been torn upside down. I'm talking about good niggas. I don't know who are good brothers. I don't know who y'all talk to. I don't know who y'all talk to and where they get and half the people that be having sex shouldn't even be having sex, but that's neither the less. But when you switch that is not fair to the man. What would be right is if they did give their kids up, that they pay that person that's taking a kid child support like they'll do to me. They'll force me to be a father when I don't want to be and pay child support. Is that not fair?
Okay, so let me answer you.
I don't want no kids. Hold on. I don't want no kids though. I don't want no kids.
But
so
you,
if I don't want no kids,
but you had sex though. So, but you don't want no kids, but you took pride in making sure that you did all of the things to create a kid. You acting as though the kid. Wait. You acting as though the kid asked to be here, like somebody forced you to make sure that you skeeted off in a chick that you skeeted off in, and now you don't want no responsibility to bear as the man, but then at the same time you want the respect as a man. But you're not the man that you're supposed to be. You don't even deserve sex, fam. You don't deserve.
No. I'm just talking about a different guy, not me myself. It's not me myself. No, it's not me myself. It's not me myself that's doing these actions. That's what I'm saying.
Let me tell you something. I don't care
what I'm saying.
Who you refer to. It lays on everybody, and so this is what it comes down to. First and foremost, the system was created at a time where women didn't have the power to go out and earn and go out and do things for themselves. And so as a result, what you see
was the first wave of feminism.
Guys that left women with the system was set up. I'm talking way before the feminist movement. The problem that guys have is that they don't have any understanding. And so you talking about a system that was set up to empower, not necessarily to empower women, but to save them from being desolate in a space where they could not work, they could not vote, they could not move a specific type of way in society. Now the system should be changed according to how women are empowered, because these same laws are archaic and they're still referred to from a space where they was created when women didn't have the capabilities to do the things that they do today. However, that does not absolve you from the responsibility of being a father that you're supposed to be, or whoever it is that you're referring to. You are absolving yourself of responsibility, and you, my friend, is what's wrong with the Black community. You are what's wrong with men. You are the person that gives us a bad picture and a bad bad perspective, and you are not the representation of the great men that we see on a daily basis that I align myself with. You need to do the work. You need to stop whining and complaining.
I don't get whine and complain.
But
and you married. You should have.
And what does that mean?
What do you mean?
What does that mean? Because I'm married.
This is what you're pouring into men. You're not even using
what I'm pouring into men. I was pointing out that I was pointing. So hold on.
Y'all, one at a time.
Let me say this.
Okay.
Let me say this first. Is it not fair? Is it not fair?
We don't
to
care
a man.
About fair, bro.
Hold on. You can't hold all the onus all on me and expect. And understand, this is talking about women not. This is talking about women not being accountable for their actions. And that was just one part. For you to tell me, for you to hold on, listen. For you,
your person, your mentality.
This is a misrepresentation.
I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the world that I see and the world that I'm living in.
Hey, dude, this is a misrepresentation of who we are. Because men of substance don't have a problem taking care of their legacy. If you say that you don't want to have a legacy,
you're missing the point.
The women that shoot the club up.
You're missing the point.
Can I ask
But
something real fast?
But you're missing the point. I'm not absolving men of doing anything or not doing anything. What I'm saying is there's a discrepancy that I see about how women are not being held accountable, and that was just one facet of it. That was just one facet. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. But I didn't say it was right for a man to leave his children though.
My man's in real life. How do we pivot and apply a solution? What do you say? Because I'm hearing a lot of, I hear a rant, but what are you saying is a solution?
The solution is for everybody to take. The solution is for everybody to take accountability for their actions.
So
and I was just pointing. And hold on. And I'm just pointing out.
Or from a moral, cultural level. Are you talking about from what the federal or the state or the local municipalities hold you accountable?
I'm talking about us as a people.
Or in the community.
I'm talking about the community, us as a people.
Okay.
We have to hold everybody accountable for their actions and letting women give a woman license to go out here and kill their baby if not be, and that's horrible. I'm against abortion.
Because I was going to talk about this a little bit earlier. That right there is not a communal thing. That is what the government has allowed. Go look up Margaret Sanger and the Eugenics Society.
I know all about Margaret Sanger and the eugenics program.
Hold on.
You're talking to a learned person.
My man, if you understand, then you know that they are the ones that put that in place. Now, if you said, well, why are these strategically located in our communities? I'm with you with that conversation. But in regards to who's how can I say not or is accountable, that right there was given by the state.
So is it not the woman's responsibility or accountability to know where her child is and take care of her child? Have the system allowed her to not be accountable? Yes, but as a person, you don't have to feed into. I don't have to get in the dirt with you. You want to get dirty, then go get dirty. I don't have to get dirty with you.
Real with you, but no, hold on, Jared, because I'm not going to debate with you. You are one of the most toxic type of people that I've ever seen in my life, and I have no problem. I have no problem.
So that's right.
And I do it all.
Yes, you
So
are.
that's right.
No, hold
so
on.
that's
Let me finish.
So is it right? And what I taught on, is it right?
Nothing you said.
Is it right? Was it right?
Hold on, Tawana.
Am I lying about it? But am I lying about
it?
Yes.
Hold on, Tawana. You know why you overtalk me? Because you're emotional. No. And usually when people get emotional, they wrong. They know that they can't articulate their argument more effectively. And so what you need to do is lower your voice and strengthen your argument, because you are one of the most toxic type of people that I see on a regular basis.
That's crazy.
You are not a representation of who we are as Black men. We are great. We are phenomenal. We align ourselves. We take care of our children. We don't push blame. We don't say that women need to take care of a kid because we too busy being great fathers and empowering them to be great as they grow up. So I don't really subject myself to the idea.
I think something got lost in translation. I really do.
With you because you absolutely hold on, fam. Because you absolutely trash, man. Your mentality is trash, and I hope that people don't.
I take care of my kids. How am I trash?
Because you are toxic, bro.
If you take care of your kids, why are you so busy focused
on pushing the blame instead of figuring out how either A, you could have prevented yourself from being in this situation, or B, how you can take responsibility and empower your community by doing what you're supposed to do. You so busy
but again,
focusing on what's
this is not me though. I'm talking about a situation. It's not me.
Instead of being focused on what's wrong with you. It is something.
Who you talking about then?
But what I'm saying, this is a general statement. This is a general
so if you're not speaking
thing
about
that I'm
yourself,
saying. I'm not talking about myself. This is not my issue.
This is not my issue. About it like it is your issue.
The issue, right? No, because the issue that I'm having is
even before you came on the lab, you was talking real passionate. Like this has to be about you.
No, this is not about me. I take care of my kids. I don't. None of
You
my
want
none of
women to take accountability.
Yeah, we don't want to take accountability.
all
That's
I'm
exactly what
saying,
it is.
all I'm saying is that is one part of women being allowed not to have responsibility for the actions that they do. I'm not absolving a man. I'm not saying a man don't have to take care of his kids. I'm not saying none of that stuff. For you to say this is a bad representation, this is not my representation.
Okay,
I'm just
if you're
giving you
not
something
speaking,
that's hold on. Let me finish. I'm just giving
if
you
it's
something that
not
society
about
has
you, why you
done.
speaking so passionate about it?
Right.
Because I'm passionate about my people. And this is one thing that plagues my
About your
people.
people. Well, you
No,
passionate about
you
the
know what
wrong
plagues
thing.
With
Then.
black
us?
women.
You know what
I
plagues
don't have a problem with
us?
black women. I
Because
love black
I
women.
don't never have
I
to
don't date
worry
outside my
about my
race. I love
wife.
black
I'm gonna
women.
be
What
honest
you
with
talking
you.
about?
They
Hold
don't
on,
take
hold on.
accountability.
No, you don't. No, you don't, bro. You don't love black women. And you know how
I
I know
love
you
black
don't love
women.
black women? Because
Why?
I have never
He just love to
brought
stick
up
his
on
dick
this
in it.
show
That's what
not
he
one
do.
time.
No.
We've done over 100 shows, bro. You have never seen at any point in time, and Tawana or JR, tell me if I'm wrong, you have never seen me at any point in time say it's my wife's fault or it's the woman's fault as to why we are or why my daughter or why the situation or whatever.
That's right.
She follows as I lead. And because I'm the man that I'm supposed to be, she ain't
So did
never
my
gonna
wife.
have to take
There you
responsibility
go.
for a certain type of narrative or situation. So
There you
the
go.
problem with the community is that men are not men anymore. They're so busy focusing on what women are doing. In the same way that I told Jessica and Ashley, stay out of men's business, you stay out of women's business and you start being a man that you're supposed to be and not worrying about what she's doing.
But
Because
I am the man I'm
if you
supposed to
get
be. I
yourself
do take care of
together,
my
then
kids.
they'll
I'm very
follow you. They'll
successful.
follow you.
I'm
They'll
very
follow
successful
you.
at what I do.
They'll
What I'm
follow you,
saying
bro.
is, what I'm saying is, I think, like I
I
said,
ain't
I
got
think
nothing
I'm
else
getting
to
lost
say.
in
Derek, you can
translation,
talk
bro.
about
Well,
it.
some
No,
ain't
But
right
see,
then. I mean, some
Hold
ain't
on, let
right.
me
Like
finish.
if you
No,
doing
Let me.
if you doing the opposite of what you saying, some ain't right then.
right.
There's a problem that
we need to. This needs to be a filtered conversation. Everybody is not worthy to come to this table and have this conversation. This is proof why. This is why we're getting so much backlash from people from different people because we're coming. This is a conversation that wasn't even brought forth in good faith.
So hold on. So what I'm saying is it right or wrong for a woman to take her child to a station, drop them off because she don't want them no more? Is that right or wrong? And have no accountability for it. But on the flip side, But on the flip side, you charge a man harshly for not having for that same choice though. He has that same but he chooses to do the same. He chooses to do the same thing the woman did, and yet you devalue him more than you do the woman and don't hold her accountable for that. That's
So
all
we
I'm
just
saying.
mad because their consequences are a little different, as opposed to just
You have no consequences in this.
Ashley.
But you have no
my
consequences in this. That's what I'm saying.
We gonna
You don't have any
argue.
consequences.
We gonna argue the biography.
But you don't have any consequences. That's the whole thing I'm saying. They don't hold you accountable for that action. And I'm not wrong or negative or being masculine or over toxic masculinity for saying it is wrong for a woman to take her child to any institution and drop them off. But then hold on, let me finish. And then is that not wrong though? Is that not wrong?
Is it wrong because
Is that not wrong? Yes or no?
like
This
we
ain't
hear
got
what
nothing
you
to do
saying,
with.
but you're not trying to listen to us at all.
Right.
I'm not absolving men though. That's I said that
I'm gonna
a
come
million
back when
times.
you're ready, JR. When this is over.
But I said I'm not absolving men though. That's what I'm saying. I think you're getting it
All right,
wrong.
so it's like we dance around in circles right now. Like we just trying to see if we can help you, and if we can't help you, then we're gonna have to.
But
we
this
have to
wasn't a
conclude
call
this
for me for you. This wasn't a call for me for you to help me. I was calling in with an issue that I seen and that I keep seeing playing out. And I'm coming to y'all and I'm asking y'all and I'm telling y'all this is what's going on. And if women are not being held accountable on this level, imagine all the other stuff they're not being held accountable. And I'm not excluding what men do.
But if a woman's
I'm not
not being held
excluding what men do
accountable,
though.
like men still need to take care of their responsibilities, like regardless of what's going on with these women out here in the system. Like men
Say that
always
again.
got to take. I said that men always
What
got
you
to
say,
take
Tawana?
care.
I said, how many women do you know giving away their children? You make it seem like it's a common thing that's happening in your life.
It's common enough where they had to change the law for a woman to do it. I know that.
That's a really specific circumstance. That is a
It's
really
not but it's not though. A lot of kids have been, especially in Detroit when I was growing up. A lot of kids were being put in the garbage. So that was their way of stopping women from putting their kids in garbage. And to absolve them of responsibility, and we'll take care of the kid. Don't even worry about it. No questions asked. Drop your kid off, no questions asked.
Hey, what we
And
doing,
for y'all to say
Jared?
I'm wrong for thinking that way, that's crazy. I don't. That's
So,
accountability 101 right there.
I'm gonna leave you with this
All
conversation.
right. Final thought, call, and then we're gonna get off.
I'm gonna leave you with this conversation, and that is, you came in this conversation, I believe, very disingenuous and not in good faith, and then you came and tried to lead and say, "And I'm a Hebrew Israelite." Well, this is the thing. Israelites are supposed to have a different understanding as far as why certain things occur. So you should know what it says in Deuteronomy 28. So being that you should already know that, then now you're going on and having a diatribe, a long conversation on something completely separate that is not, you aren't connecting the two. So now you're going on a rant here when you know once you get off this call, you know where to go look up and research. Why do I know? Because I know what it says too. So you are not coming in good faith and proper representation. And I'm saying that, put it on my Israel hat also. Because I hold, and see, this conversation, yes, I hold women accountable in certain instances, but I also hold the men. This is one of those instances. This was not a good representation of us in any way, shape, or form. And I'm saying
hold on,
that
before anybody,
professional.
before anybody start talking, I think I got another caller, and I'm looking in the comments. There are some people saying that the panel is 100% wrong, and that we're not trying to hear. I don't know if you guys looking at these comments right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at. The problem is, I'm
Can
just
I say
waiting
one
on
more
this to
thing
get
before?
off.
Can I say one more thing before I go?
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, I got a caller. Go ahead, caller.
I really like to appreciate all of you guys. I do like your platform. I've been watching it for a minute.
Yasher is talking about. I mean, he's not wrong.
You got to turn his stuff down, bro.
But at the same time, though, Anton.
Hey, caller, can you turn down the YouTube in the background?
Oh, I don't have it on at all.
Okay, well, are you talking on the Bluetooth or headphones?
No, can you hear me now?
I hear you a little bit
No,
better.
we can rock it. We can hear him.
Okay, I had to turn the volume down on my phone. But back to what I was saying, like what Yasher's saying, it's like it's right. He's spot on as far as, you know, in those scenarios where women, you know, they say, hey, you know what, I don't want the responsibility of raising this kid. So they have an alternate route to just like dump the kid off, whether it's adoption and stuff like that. But then on the flip side of that, you know, if a man says that he doesn't want the responsibility to raise the kid, it has to go to committee, where he has to consult with the woman, and she has to be in agreement with that. And then, whether she's going to take care of the kid herself, you got to go to court, you got to sign over rights and all that stuff, or whether she says, hey, I don't want to take care of the kid either. And then, they say, well, let's put the kid up for adoption. But in both of those scenarios, the woman, you know, her accountability is much more less than the man's accountability. What my man Anton is saying, which I get it, bro. Anton saying, hey, I'm stand-up dad. I'm stand-up man. I'm taking care of responsibility. I'm making sure I'm nurturing my household. I'm making sure that I'm leading my family spiritually. I'm making sure that I'm checking off all the boxes to make my woman feel supported, so that, you know, she can be a woman and she can feel secure that, you know, there's a trusting place where she can grow. We're going to have stability here and things like that. So, but like to say though, man, there's a couple different scenarios in that situation. And it's, you know, I mean, just to be real though, the brother Yasher, even though he does get a little toxic, you know, kind of emotional, I mean, sometimes, you know, it's not that he's 100% wrong. You know what I mean? He's just a little emotional.
You got to talking like you know him.
And this is ridiculous.
No, I mean,
this is ridiculous.
I'm talking like I know Anton as well, though. I mean,
I'm just gonna tell y'all why this is ridiculous.
I get to hear y'all what y'all putting out there. I mean, and I'm looking at this with like a third lens, so to speak, because I can kind of see where you know, you have to use some force to get some points across, but then again, you kind of use some wisdom and let the point kind of prove itself. And,
I hate that the callers can't hear us.
I might be on a different level, but I'm sitting back and let's see what y'all think about this.
All
Let
right,
me just say this real quick.
Just keep. I was gonna say, just go ahead and keep listening because the panel do want to respond to you. So you should be hearing it shortly.
Sure.
All right, I appreciate you calling.
So let me just say this real quick. We're not having a conversation based off of the court system, right? I'm in agreement that the court system is archaic and guys that do want to participate in their kids' lives, right? So, for example, if a guy is actively trying to be a father and for whatever reason him and the mother separated, and the guy wants to be a participant in his kid's life, I think that it's unfair that the court system is slanted towards women and that they, by default, in a lot of ways, get all of the benefits that's aligned with, considering that they may not necessarily be the best parent or whatever. That's not the conversation that we're having right now. We're having a conversation with men and saying, yo, what responsibility or, how can you prevent this from happening? Why did you lay down with her in the first place? Why are you having kids out of wedlock? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like doctors, like you treating the symptoms instead of actually getting to the root cause of the problem. And the root cause of the problem is that you wanted to take all of the ownership and responsibility of being able to lay with this woman, but then you don't want to take the responsibility that comes along with raising a child. And I don't subject myself to any narrative that treats the symptoms and does not treat the problem. And the problem is you got a lot of these guys acting like little boys. They want to be men in bed, but then they don't want to be men when it comes to the responsibilities that come along with it. So, yeah, they're right as it relates to the double standard when it comes to the court system and stuff like that. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about men being men and taking responsibility. And how do you solve for a lot of these problems that's happening in the Black community? And they're not taking ownership of their own lives and their own decision-making process, because you don't have to sleep with her just because she opened her legs to you. You don't have to not wear a condom. You don't have to not raise your kids. It don't really matter whatever the results are after you already made your decision. And this ain't simp behavior. This is real men talking. Real men raise their kids. Real men don't allow our kids to be raised in a certain type of way, because now your kid's going to be trying to steal the rims off of my kids. And then you're going to be coming back saying, what's wrong with the Black community because it's systematic racism. I don't want to hear that, bro. Raise your kids, do what you're supposed to do. And if you don't want to be put in that position, then stop having sex with these chicks unprotected and then skeeting off in them and then want to have a conversation after the fact. You should have talked to her, or you should have figured out what you was going to do before you even laid down with her. I'm tired of these dudes acting like suckers and then want to label it simp behavior because you ain't the man that you're supposed to be. I don't rock with dudes like that. And Ashley, if you say that I don't hold men accountable in the same way that I hold women accountable, you dead wrong, because I do this all day. You just don't see it on this specific platform.
Okay, I like
and
that.
you are now hearing when men actually speak. I'm sorry, men of substance actually speaking in regards to the accountability that we have with ourselves, because we believe that, hey, you should be looking out for what you create the life. Look out for it. I didn't meet my father until I was 10 years old. I only knew him for 14 years before he died, but I'm glad that at least I got that little bit of time. But the thing is, when men create a life, then go ahead and look out for it. Because guess what? They're going to look like you anyways. So if that's the case, why not make yourself look good by instilling some knowledge into them? But this is something that burns me up when I see this, when people go into a relationship or a situationship being disingenuous in the first place. And this is what I'm saying, that in many cases, a lot of other men can sniff this out. I'm sorry, men of substance and responsibility will sniff this out.
Hello, is it possible I can say one more thing, please?
Go ahead.
I just want to thank all you guys for being on here. I really appreciate your show. I really get down with you guys. I watch your show every day, if not live, but when I the rebroadcast stuff. This was not an issue about me not taking care of my children or not. I'm a very good father. I'm very active in my child's life. This is just a problem that I've seen going on in my neighborhood. This does not speak to me. This is not the actions of Yashar that is doing these things. I'm just saying what I see and what I've seen through my tenure of being an adult. This is a problem. And it's not negating the fact of it's not negating the fact of the man, his responsibility. Yes, he has a responsibility. No, you don't have to sleep with her. No, you should choose your battles carefully. Yes, I'm totally in agreement with all of that. But we can't, just like we can't sit up here and say racism didn't play a part in our success. The same way you can't say this here is not a problem, because it is to say men. As a man, you have this responsibility. You got to do it no matter what. And then you tell a woman, you ain't got to follow this. That is not cool. That's all I'm saying. And the accountability that comes with that decision. Just like you said, put a rubber on. She could have brought a rubber. And we can do this back and forth all day. We can keep switching and all the day. What it comes down to is adults being responsible for their actions. This was a conversation that I was having with my cousin earlier. You have to be responsible for your actions. And to say that women are not responsible for that action when it takes two to make a child, but she's only one can get away scot-free and do what she wants to do.
Free.
That's not. You're free because you don't have to pay no child support. You don't have to face any charges or anything for for dropping that baby off. But a man do. That was my whole purpose and my whole point of this whole conversation. That was it.
Let me tell you where you're off. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that the woman can decide, I want an abortion, or the woman can decide, I want to give this child away, and the man, he doesn't have a say if he doesn't want the child. That's your point, correct? Because I think everybody thinks that we don't understand his point, because I clearly get him. He's saying that if a woman has a child, she can make that decision because the law allow her to say, I want an abortion. I don't want this child. Or I can give this child away, and there is essentially no consequences to her in his mind, right? She can just decide that she doesn't want to be a mother. Whereas a man, if the woman wants the child, he has no choice. He's going to be held accountable in some way. So therefore, we're going to enforce child support. We're going to enforce something, and therefore, you feel like the accountability is not equal. You feel that because a woman can make that decision. So am I right, Yasar? Because I feel like that's what you're saying.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. The accountability that they're lacking on the woman's part in this scenario, not in life, but in this scenario.
And in this scenario, this is the accountability for men. I get what you're saying. You're talking about after the fact or post. But we understand the accountability for men is in the beginning or the pre.
In the beginning.
Before we
I totally agree.
Number one, before we lay down and before we go without any protection,
right,
and we just shoot the club up. At that time, everyone's looking at the man as to why he is not operating with some cognizance of self-control. The woman, on the other aspect, on the back end or post, on after copulation has occurred. Now is according to the state, it's her decision what she wants to do, go left or right.
So Jared, and that was going to be my point, is that you're on this call as a man who's been in this world, who has wisdom. You know that the woman is the one who carries the child. So therefore, that is her decision, right? It's the law. So when you operate as a man and you know that, and you sleep with a woman and you know the consequences of those actions, you know that the woman ultimately will have the decision. So if it's a woman that you chose not to partner with, that you chose not to engage with outside of this sexual encounter, and then you're confused about the decision that she made when you all don't even know what y'all got going on, because clearly this don't sound like a relationship or somebody who's trying to build together. This is like a hit it and quit it, and you got pregnant by mistake. And so now I'm trying to hold you accountable and make you a mother, even though I don't want to be your man or your husband or your side. Like, I don't get what you're saying. You understand biology. So you're sitting here pretty much criticizing the very thing that no one can change. No one can change the fact that women carry these babies. You cannot carry the baby for me. If that's what you're asking, you want to switch roles, fine. So y'all can make the decision. But it's not up to us. This is up to God. We can't control that. So ultimately, what are you doing? You are telling men who can very well make a capable decision, which Anton and Jared are telling them they can make a capable decision to not lay down with a woman who you know you don't want to be with and have a child, because that is an intentional thing. And whether you say it or not, when you do something like that, you intentionally are giving this woman your sperm, and you know what could happen as a result of that. So don't sit here on this phone call and say that women are not accountable without even understanding the entire biology of that decision. That's what we're not. I'm missing that from you, because you should be a man of wisdom and substance. You should understand, as everyone on the panel do.
Tawana, you get finished. I got a call. Go ahead.
That's all I'm saying. And
Can
that's
I
what
answer?
we're missing.
Hold on 1 second before you spit. Let me get this call in. Go ahead, caller.
Lapeef, you guys there? Can you hear me?
Give me 1 second. Hold on. I can hear you on. All right, caller, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you guys for a wonderful show. Tawana, Lapeef, Ashley, Jared, and Antoine. Appreciate. I've been watching the show for about a month now.
Oh, great.
And so one of the things I want to say is, so I have two daughters, right? And I'm raising them to understand what a man is supposed to be, handle his business, no excuses. And they understand that in this house, we don't make excuses, make things happen. We must find ways. And so now, I can't assume that every man is doing that with regards to teaching their boys, or the men being an example at home for their boys to emulate. So now I have to tell them certain things like, no matter what guy you meet, your body is your body. You get to control access, right? Because some of these males are very slick. You know, they know how to maneuver into these young ladies' lives and ruin them. And so I have to protect that, and I have to give them the game and say, this is what you look for. You know, hopefully me being the example. Man is leader, he handles business, is ambitious, makes no excuses, right? So I have to put that into her so she knows, right? Because I don't have a son yet, right? And so just because we're doing the work at home, that doesn't mean that every man is supposed to handle his business. So what I'm trying to say is that is different what you are raising. If you're raising a boy, you a man, you instill that value, right? But what you're raising a girl, she must also know that at the end of the day, she gets to determine that, because sometimes, you know, this situations happens, the man might leave. And that having a child at the wrong time can just maybe alter her life totally.
Right.
So I'm raising her to know that she gets to choose. You know, if she's get a good
I
man,
know one
great.
thing,
But
my
if a
vacuum
knucklehead
looking
comes,
beautiful.
she can see like right away, and not even give it access. So I think we have to look at that access as well too.
It's gold.
So that is the only comment I want to put out there. But I appreciate all you guys.
Absolutely.
You guys doing a good job.
All right.
I watched the show. I've been up watching the last 4 hours. Awesome. Antoine, everybody, Jared, Ashley, Tawana, and Lapeef. Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you for tuning in. Thanks for calling
Hey
in.
fam, I gotta jump off. Shout out
Okay.
to JR, shout out to Tawana, Anton, Sister Ashley. I appreciate y'all having me
Thank
on.
you, Jared,
But
for
I gotta take
gracing us
off.
with your presence. We
No
appreciate
problem. It was
it.
a good conversation. It was a family conversation.
Put your crown on. Put your crown on as you leave out. There you go. Okay, good. You know, put your crown on as you leave out.
Close. Indeed. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. I love y'all. Peace.
All right. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. This has been a long but great show. Definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in tonight. Thanks, Ashley, Anton, Tawana. Please make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe on YouTube channel Lapeef Let's Talk. Next time, we out, y'all. Still got people calling in. Go ahead, caller. Caller, you there? It's not. I want to give a shout out to Kalisa. It's her right here. She always supports the channel, and she always says that I don't shout her out, I don't support her. So I want to just make this moment about you right now. We love you, and we definitely see you. Your actions on the show do not go unnoticed. Go ahead, caller.
Hey, what's going on? This is Aaron.
Hey, what's going on? The show.
Just calling in.
Go ahead.
Huh?
I was saying the show is over, but go ahead.
Oh, okay, never mind. You know, I was just calling to say, you know, y'all are doing a great job out here.
Appreciate it.
I think the last caller, that conversation, I think you guys are kind of arguing two different points. So I agree with y'all about the moral aspect of it. I think he's kind of like talking about the more so the legal aspect of the conversation. I mean, and I think it kind of extends beyond just parenting, but like if you just in general laws and rules in general. Like for example, like if like you could look at the jail rates, for example, right, from any crime. If a man might get a different sentence than a woman for the same exact crime, and I think that's a form of like talking about like the accountability aspect, and I think that's kind of what he's talking about. So if you take it outside of the moral responsibility of raising a child, which I totally agree with y'all on that, I think he's talking about what are the consequences for you for breaking your responsibilities and being held accountable for that by society.
Yeah, like I totally get what he was saying, but I just think it was just how he was saying it. I mean, if he just would have just made that point, then I think that it just would have been understood. But when he started adding the extra stuff about, you know, like what if he wants to walk away from that child? I think that was the part that kind of rubbed everybody wrong. And I do think that people started listening more to that, which is because it was the bad thing. That's just how we do. But we did go back to his point and we addressed it. But I just didn't understand, you know, why was it necessary for him to even bring that up? You know, as a father myself, and I always try to encourage like all of the men out there to always take care of their seed no matter what, whether you want to be there or not, you lay down. So I just think it was the energy that he was putting out there. It shouldn't be out there. You know, the people that's listening, we don't want them hearing that because it's just bad energy overall. You know, as a community, as a world, I mean, however you want to look at it, it was just bad energy. But we did understand his point, and I think everybody addressed that. So, yeah, he made that point, but I think it was still bad on the aspect of him just mentioning that. You feel me?
Right. Certainly. As a man, we have duties, man. We have duties. We got to take care of our duties. It's a responsibility. Like, about accountability, we were talking about, like, you know, earlier you were talking about victim blaming and everything, and, like, being a victim. As a man, you can't be a victim. Like, you know what, end of the day, whatever your lot in life is, whatever situation you're in, you got to be accountable for that situation. You got to handle that situation no matter what you do. Right. You know, it's your job, whether you find yourself in the bottom rings of life or on the top of life. You have to handle that situation in order to get to the goal and the purpose of your life and the purpose of how you can serve the rest of the community in the world.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, and that includes your children.
Yeah,
that's definitely your children because they're looking at you as the example for how they need to be. I have a son. He's 1 year old. He does everything he sees me doing. He tries to do. He says a word. I want to. He sees me say some word. I say, he'll say it right back. You know. So our youth is looking at us as an example. So I agree with you on that point.
Yeah, most definitely. All right.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add one more thing, man. I think you guys talk about lessons learned from like 2020. I think one of the biggest things out here, and maybe I don't know if you guys talked about this on an earlier show last year, but like it as a Black community, this kind of goes back to being victims, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a Black community, a lot of times we're puppets. We got played in last year's election. We really got played on both sides about last year's election. And like we had somebody who was trying to advocate for us, who had like a platform to advocate for it, and then we let both sides turn us against that person. Ice Cube, for example, right? This man's trying to like he's trying to get a deal for us out of the election, and instead of us going behind him and supporting him, we say no, we're gonna support one of the racist candidates that are out there, both of them, you know. So like I think one of the things we gotta do is be smarter as Black people and think about who's on our side, and not even who's on our side, how we're gonna advocate for ourselves. And I think Ice Cube was a perfect example of how he advocated for it. He's advocating how we should advocate for ourselves. Both sides are against us. How are we gonna play both sides to get the best deal for ourselves?
Right. Yeah, like I totally agree. I mean, I'm not a fan of Trump, but and I'm not going to even sit here and say that I know everything. These are conversations that I had with Anton, and Anton did point out like some positive things of how, even though he wasn't intentionally trying to help the Black community per se, he was, pushing like money, and so if you was one of those Black folks that was in a position to be able to receive it, then you received it. I mean, I don't think Trump was pushing anything to try to benefit the Blacks or the whites. It was just like if you was rich, then you would just benefit from it. So it's kind of really hard to tell, like when somebody gets in position, everything that they're going to do. I don't think that any president has done 100% everything that they said they was going to do because they are restricted. Everybody talks that good game until they get nominated, but I do believe that certain people have, and if you're one of those people that cared about how the system was going to run from like a financial aspect, then the people voted for Trump. But if you was more concerned about everything else that was going on, then you will vote for the other. So it's just kind of really hard to tell. It's just kind of like a toss up. You vote for this person, you might get what you like, and then again you might have thought you was gonna get something, and then come to find out they didn't do it. So
right, but it's not even about that. It's about making them make a promise to you. If, you know what I'm saying, getting something for your vote, right?
It's politics.
So it's not even about
you can't believe what they're gonna say. I mean, they can say it.
Oh, even it's not even about agreeing. It's not even about believing what they say. Because I don't like, for example, and I'm gonna go back to Ice Cube. I don't think he believed that they were gonna do what they said, but it's about getting them to say something, so you can at least hold them accountable for what they said, right? Even if they don't do it, you can at least say, you said you were gonna do this, versus just saying, oh, well, we're just gonna vote for you, and there's no promises made on either side,
Okay, but you mentioned about understanding. So you got to understand way before that and understand that it's politics. And when it comes to politics, like they lie. So if you understand that going in, then already it's a possibility that this person may be lying. So holding them accountable doesn't mean anything. They don't care about if you hold them accountable. They just trying to get in. And people that's in politics usually have a hidden agenda. And that's just real.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my opinion.
Yeah,
like I said,
right.
I'm not really heavy into politics, and it's just me. I'm still learning. But I have learned a lot more about politics, as I mentioned earlier within the show in 2020. And I was one of those people that didn't know. So I think people need to become more knowledgeable about how this world works. I think people need to become more knowledgeable about how money flows. So there's a lot of things that I'm learning, and I try to educate as many people as I can with the things that I don't know everything, but the things that I am learning, I do know. Everybody I speak to, and they can vouch for it. I'm either trying to push them in the right direction. I'm trying to get them the gems that I've learned. I've learned a lot just even on this show. As I watch, I'm hearing things. I may not say too much, and it's probably the most that you guys have ever heard me speak because I'm running a lot of stuff in the background. But like I do have some opinions, and I do have some things that I want to say. So, here it is right now. You guys hear me, and when it comes to the politics, I'm still learning. But I do think that we all need to do some research, do some reading, speak. We do got to get out there. We got to know who our locals are when it comes to the politics. I mean, some people don't even understand that that the people who we don't even know about that's in the state, that they have a lot of control on what goes on within our state, but they don't know about that. And I'm including myself. Like when I go to the ballot, I don't know who these people are. That's a problem, because you should know who those people are, especially if you're talking about you want some change. It's easy for us to complain on the back end, and we're not doing the work. The work is researching, seeing who we are. Them judges, I didn't know any of them judges. But then after I voted, when I look back, it was a list that came out that said these were the judges that didn't support this. I had no idea. So that's where it starts at. That's why we got to make sure that that we doing things for our kids, that we educate them, making sure that they don't make the same mistakes. And if you are in a position, we all are in a position to be able to help somebody. So even if you help one person, or even if you change the mindset of 2 or 3 people in a month, that's still, better than nothing.
Yep. I was in. Listen, I do. I used to volunteer for elections and get volunteer to get people registered to vote. I registered over 3,000 people in a year before, so I understand that. And I'm actually an active participant. Like I vote in every election, special election, every year. I vote on every election. I'm a super voter. I think they call it super voter, but I'm a super voter. So I understand about that. But I just think that the main thing is also about once you have that knowledge, how do you leverage it? And I don't think we have. I think there's a point in which when you have a little bit of knowledge, you think you know everything, right? And so we just listen to whatever, like for example, CNN or television, MSNBC, or some places. If you're a Republican, Fox News, you listen to all these channels, and when you let them tell us the narrative, versus, okay, what do I need for myself? What does my community actually need for myself, right? And we got to think about it and say, okay, this is what we need. Are these candidates going by that? No. Okay. Or do what Dr. Claude Anderson was saying. He's talking about, if you got to buy these politicians or rent them if you can't afford them. We got to do this with our community. We got to put our money together and either buy or rent these politicians, because that's what they do. That's what everybody else is doing. Everybody else has. It's about money. It's about leveraging your vote, saying, you know what, hey, you want our vote? Say you're going to do this. We know you might be lying, but we're going to be able to hold you to something. If you don't say anything, if you just give them your vote, they don't have to lie, because they didn't even promise you anything in the first place, and you're not even anything to be reckoned with.
Yeah, exactly. All right, caller. I appreciate you calling. I appreciate the support. We all appreciate it. I mean, even people that still tuned in right now. So just
thank you, man.
Just continue to support and make sure you subscribe to the channel.
Oh yeah, already been. Okay. Yeah, you guys are good.
Love. All right,
peace.
Let's vibe out for a little bit, y'all. Hey, I don't know if you guys on Facebook, but we do got a Facebook group called Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys definitely tune into that. It goes down. It's not for everybody, so if you get emotional, you might not want to go to the Facebook group, but it definitely goes down. A lot of good conversations within there. Our first topic actually came from there. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Who's this calling in? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is J.I. I was calling. I wanted to talk about the financial abortion thing. I didn't know if you were still taking calls about it.
Yeah, it's just me, but we could talk about it. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. You can hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So I actually have a petition that I made for financial abortion for men. Could I read it to you real quick, and you tell me if you agree with it? It's short. It's only 2 paragraphs.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. So a man and a woman have sex, both giving their consent to the act. The woman gets pregnant. She has a choice if she wants to have an abortion or not. She deserves this choice. Yet the man has no more choices after they both consent to sex. Men deserve financial abortion. Men may not carry the child physically, but it impacts their life just as much, and they deserve a say in when they become parents. This is not about the man wearing protection or not having sex. This is not about men forcing women to do anything with their bodies. This is about men having no rights after sex is had, which is unfair to men. Men deserve the right to financial abortion and to choose when they become parents after sex, just like women have. That's it. Now, based off that, you agree with that or disagree?
I would probably say that when it comes to, I'm gonna answer, I can't really say yes or no. And I know that's a problem because we always get on everybody else about saying yes or no. Based off what you said,
Go ahead, I'm respond when you're done.
I say that it's fair. Based off what you said, I don't like abortion. I think that it's not holding like both parties accountable. The only time that I would even consider abortion is if somebody was raped. I think that they're being forced into that situation, and I can understand. But like that whole just killing the baby is just kind of touchy with me. So stop it from. If it was me, I'd just say it shouldn't even get to that point where you have to consider abortion, and that's both with the man and the woman. Somebody has to be responsible. Whether it's the man or the woman or both. I prefer both. When you guys lay in the bed, both people should be speaking up about it. And if one person doesn't do it, then the other person should be speaking up. So I understand how the system is when it comes to abortion. I understand why it's there. Do I agree with it? No, I don't agree with it. I just think that it just gives them a pass for not holding themselves accountable. And as long as you got abortion, you're going to have people out. And I understand what it does for the system. It's all about the money. If you got like a lot of babies running around here, let's just say that they got rid of abortions, you would have a lot of kids running around. And then like, what is that going to do to the world? I don't know. Like, I'm not really into breaking it down as far as like how it affects the world. If you got too many people, I guess the whole world would just be overpopulated. But it starts at the house. It starts at the home in the moment. Wrap it up. Be responsible.
Let me respond.
Go ahead.
All right, so here's the thing. All right, this is not about sexual responsibility. This is not what this is about. And that's the thing that the panelists tried to make it about, this being responsible. This is not about that. This is not about any moral high ground, that perceived morality. That's all subjective. Right and wrong is subjective. That has nothing to do with the law. People think the law is about right and wrong. It's not. It's about what's punishable by the government of a society, period. So it's not about any of these imagined moral rights or wrongs. The reality is that after sex is had, women have the right to abortion. Now, they didn't always have this right. They got it in Roe v. Wade. Okay, so that tells us what? That tells us that there was a time when women did not have the right to abortion, but now they do. Women, when the debate is had, they will speak as if it is just their God-given right because it's their body. That was not always the case. They had to legally fight to obtain this right, which they did, and I respect that. Men, which is why I have this, I posted in the chat a couple of times, but I'm not a mod, so you can't click the link to go to my petition. Men are going to have to legally fight, and that's what I push, for men to be able to have the same rights. What abortion is, no matter how you want to look at it, it's a woman opting out of responsibility after the fact. Can you agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. Men, by virtue of the law, by virtue of equality under the law, deserve that same right. Now, when we say that life is not fair, that's true, but we can make things more fair than they are. We do this by fighting, by voting. I mean, if men tomorrow stood up and decided this was something they were willing to go to war over, it would get changed tomorrow. The point is, just because something is not legal now or does not exist now, it does not mean that it cannot exist. And if men, like when I always ask men this question, I hate when they give the answer that you gave that I don't know, because I wish men would sign this. Because when I have these, I've had several of these debates on another YouTuber's channel, Prophet of Thought. And the women always understand, look, even if I don't agree with abortion, I don't want women to lose the right to it. Women always do what's in the best interest of women, period. They understand that. What's good for one is good for all of them. Even if they say they personally wouldn't have one, very few of them ever say they would want abortion taken away because they want women to have the right. But when I say, okay, men deserve a same right of equal authority, which would be fair because you understand, you agree that a woman can get a sperm donor, right? And have a child if she wants, just via sperm donor. You agree that's true?
Yeah, that's true.
So if a woman can already get a sperm donor and have a child without a man, then a man having financial abortion would just be, okay, the woman still has a choice. Is she going to keep this child or not? And if she does, it would just be treated as if she got a random sperm donor and decided to become a single parent. And then it would be equal on both sides. Can we agree on that?
I hear you, but I have to say that I do agree with you because you're supporting what you're saying. So it's kind of hard for me to really go against it because the point that you're making is that women have the power to choose whether they want to have a baby or not. And to make it to be equal,
they do.
Men should have that same right as well. So that's the point that you're making. I agree. Yes. If people are pushing equality amongst men and women, then yeah, that will be the way to do it.
Thank you. So you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that, but it'd be hard for me to support abortion, period, because I just don't believe it. So it would just kind of just stop at that point. Like I don't think that people should be having abortion. I think it's almost like the gun laws, right? So it's the gun laws I want to use as an example. Yeah, like gun laws. So in other countries, it could be other cities, I think they hold people with a lot more. If you get caught with a gun in another country, and I can't think of the country, but I was having this conversation with somebody that the consequences are rough. So that's why crime is down when it comes to guns. But here, because our gun laws are not as strict, you have a lot of people just being reckless with guns. So if you give people the power, then they're going to just keep continuing doing it. So if you eliminate abortion, then it's going to force a lot more people to be more responsible. And let's just say that you have stricter laws when it comes to people not taking care of their kids. It's going to make people a lot more responsible. So I would be pushing more towards that. I do understand the point that you're making, and I agree if somebody wants to have equality amongst men and women, that would be the goal with that particular situation. But again, I don't agree with abortion.
Okay, so we can agree on that. So you wouldn't, if this was proposed to you, you would vote against this instead of voting for it.
I'll vote against what?
If my financial abortion was a bill, say, hey, financial abortion is up. Are you for it? Yes. Are you against it? No.
Yeah,
you would vote against it?
No, I wouldn't vote against it if it had to be there. If it came on there and as a choice, and abortion
Would you vote
going
for
away, I will vote for it, for men to have the equal right to be able to say
Okay,
that
that's good.
I think you gotta let me sleep on it a little bit.
You what's the sleep on? Listen. If say you personally,
Because a part of me
you say,
is
you're
saying
an
that
honorable man.
because a part of me is saying that it's a woman's body, so that'll just almost be like if a man was out there just running around just skeeting women, should the woman have the choice to say, should cut his sperm, so he can't, I forget what the procedure is
No.
called.
Let me clarify how it's different. What we're talking about is the ability of choice of becoming a parent, parental responsibility after sex is had. So the person, let's say that
Okay, you're
this
saying
task
after
on the
sex is
docket,
had.
it came up.
Right, but the reason why I brought that up is because it's
No, it's not
equal, but
equivalent.
you're also giving somebody the power to do something to somebody else's body. So I had to use that as an example of hypothetically, if you got men that don't know how to wrap it up, should the woman have a choice to be like, okay, this man right here is just wild with it. He's just skeeting everybody. I want to make sure that he's not able to do that. Should a woman be able to make that decision?
No, whoa. No. That's a false equivalency, because what I'm proposing, it wouldn't give a man any rights over a woman's body. She wouldn't have any. A man couldn't make a woman do anything with her body. It is solely for him. In your example, you're saying that the woman would be able to affect the man biologically. That'd be like a man being able to force a woman to have an abortion. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that a man should just be able to legally remove himself from all responsibility via financial abortion. So that's not
Okay.
him. He doesn't have
I see
any
what you're
say
saying.
over her body.
I see what you're saying. So
Yeah,
you're talking about
he
just
doesn't have
the
any
financial
say over her body.
responsibility. Okay.
Just period. Yeah, that's it. Just the financial responsibility.
Yeah.
I'm not for it. Listen, and that's another mistake, because I've debated this several times, at length. They're on YouTube if people want to go look for them. Anyway,
Dragon, I appreciate
mistake.
that. I totally missed it. It's late. I've been on here for 5 hours, going on 5 hours right now. So you got to excuse me. And the laugh.
Oh no, it's all good. But that I don't want men to have any rights over a woman's body. That's not what this is about. Which is why I said the sperm donor thing. Listen, if they have sex, because people try to make it wrap it up or be responsible. No. It's not about that. It's about after.
Well,
the
I got
fact
you.
men
I got
don't
you.
have any rights.
Hold on real quick.
Right.
Is it Antoine or Antonio, Christopher? I put the number right in the chat so many times, and I don't know why you're not getting it. Here it is again. I put a number right in here for you to be able to call in. Call 219-595-9294. I kept putting it in there. So you're saying that you've been asking. I've been giving it to you. I don't know what else to tell you. It's there. Everybody else seen it but you. Go ahead, call. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. But yeah, I don't want men to have any rights over the woman's body. It's about having the equal choice of when you become a parent that women have already via abortion that they fought for. Men get caught up in we just need to man up and suffer. No, we need to fight legally to gain these same rights, just like women fought legally to gain these rights, and then we can have financial abortion. And just because it may be difficult or it may be an uphill battle, that is not for men to shy away from just because it's hard. That's why I started a petition to try to get traction and attention for this, to be able to fight it legally. I don't go to the women need to be more responsible. I don't care what women do.
Right.
I just want men to have rights legally, because there are men wasting away, languishing, as you know, under these things. And the answer is always, well, just, man up. When what the caller before, the Yashar guy, he was right. Women have multiple ways to opt out of responsibility.
Yeah, like I
that
don't know.
Men just do not have.
Like, yeah, I don't know if I would vote for that. I mean, I still feel like if the man need to have more control. If he laid down, I get it. Women have the rights, but he needs to make sure he take care of seed. I mean, if I lay down, like whether I want to be there or not, it's been times it's been challenging. And I actually have full custody of my son, my oldest. I actually have full custody of him for like the past 15 years. So it's been times that it was hard where I missed out on a lot of stuff, but I still stepped up. I knew I laid down and I conceived him. So I took care of what I had to do. Man, I don't feel like a guy should have an out from that. Period. So it'd be hard for me to actually write. I understand what you're saying as far as becoming equality, but it's just something I'm just not really to sign over. I feel like the guy needs to be responsible. If he lay down and make it, then take care. Or if they're not really too fond of how the laws is, then figure out how to change the laws. Where
That's what this is. That's what this petition is. To
right,
change the law.
right, it's changing the law, but you're telling them to just not have any responsibility for their child, like just to walk away. And then what is that going to do?
To legal, yeah.
Right. So then it's like,
I'll tell you what it's going to do.
Right. So he walks away, and then who's going to father that child?
Well, I'll answer. That's a great question. So here's what would happen. Here's how I perceive it. Okay. First off, if women understood, because all behavior is a product of the consequences. So women understood that they stood to gain nothing financially from a man, and that they would be on their own. There's a very real possibility that a man could just walk away legally and have no financial obligation, no child support. Okay. It would influence women's actions. More women would wait to become wives before they got pregnant. More women will be more cautious before they allow themselves to just get pregnant, because they would understand, hey, I can't just put this man on papers by going down to the court. I'm really going to be in this all by myself. So since I know we're not in any real relationship and he doesn't want a family with me, maybe I should not be getting pregnant with him. That would be one. Number two, I'm just not the morality guy that believes that, if you walk away, you this, blah, blah, blah. No, we used to have a name for this. Okay, the children, they were called bastards. If you had a child outside of wedlock, then you had a bastard. That's what it was. I don't believe in this. The man shouldn't walk away. I don't count it as a man walking away from his family. That's not a family. Essentially, she was a whore that he was just sleeping with. He had really no obligation to her. So he's walking away. People try to make it seem like he's 5 years into a family and he just walked away. That's different. This is a woman that he does not even know. She's just getting pregnant because she can. All these things did not used to happen at the rate that they do because there were consequences in place before. What we've done is remove the consequences from one side, from the women, but we've kept consequences for men, which my argument is legality. So the right and wrong that people try to impart onto it, that's subjective. Everybody has their own opinion on that. But from a legality standpoint, you cannot say that this is fair, because it's not, because one side has more rights and powers than the other. And this is the most fair way that I see that the issue can be corrected, is by giving men financial abortion. And this is just one thing of many that I think men need to do, but men need to focus on changing it legally. And it starts with conversations like this, and raising awareness. And eventually men can get there, just like women have been able to push and advance their agendas, just like any law is changed. It's introduced, the idea starts, conversation is had, and then eventually legal action is taken. But this is something.
And it's kind of hard, man, because it's like I'm listening to you, and it's like I agree, and then I just go back to be like, I disagree. I understand what you're saying. I mean, maybe more women would be careful who they lay down with if they knew that the law didn't support them. So as I keep thinking about this, it's a possibility you might be on to something, but I just really don't want to answer that question and be like, is it right? Is it wrong? Shit, I don't fucking know. I mean, try it and see how it works. If it worked, then okay. If it don't, then okay. It's just like whatever's better, for the system. I just think that if you're speaking from just like a legal aspect, and you're just trying to push
fairness, legality, and fairness,
you're just trying to push the law. I mean, I get it.
Equality.
I get it, but it's just like it's just still hard for me to look past, and I'm looking past. I look past it, so that's why I can see where you're going with it. But oh yeah, somebody want me to ask you. Jason Wesley want me to ask you if you have kids.
No, I don't.
Okay. How old are you?
I don't have kids.
How old are you? Are you married? How old are you? Are you married?
No, I'm not married. I'm 28.
28. Okay. Sound kind of hesitant. What's wrong? You had some?
No.
Okay.
It's not. This is anonymous. But no.
Okay.
This is just, and if it was some type of hesitation, it might have been a delay in the thing. I also mentioned the comments with the call-in thing. Sometimes it's a delay between hearing people and stuff.
I mean, no, we was having.
I think a couple people on the show mentioned it.
We was having a little decent conversation. It just sounded like you just kind of somebody. Jason Wesley said you must be an attorney.
No.
Okay.
But this is a serious issue, and when you look at it at the point of it, when you get past all the insults and you must be a deadbeat or the real men don't talk like this. When you get past all the noise, I don't care about any of that. What it comes down to is legality. Okay, and that's why I started this petition, because I want men to start getting that idea that we need to push for this legally. Forget what everybody's talking about. Men need to fight for their agenda legally. And the reason so many men don't is because men are shamed and said, oh, you just need to man up. Real men don't do the vote. Well, just all manner of madness. But every other group has no problem pushing their political agendas and doing what's best for them. You will not catch women hesitant on whether or not women should have abortion rights. Most women, even if they personally wouldn't have an abortion, and I've had this debate with several women, they still code up and say, you know what, no, we still need those rights. We still like having that leverage. But men are always it always amazes me that men are hesitant when it comes to even saying, even if I wouldn't personally use it, yes, I want men to be able to have it. And that always baffles me. But
I
great
get it.
show, man.
Man, I appreciate it.
I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling.
Yeah, man, great
definitely
show.
Appreciate the support.
Oh, most definitely, man. Keep the show going. You'll see me in the comments, J.I.
Okay.
And thanks for having a conversation, man. Take care.
No problem. You take care too.
All right. Bye-bye.
I think I might have to take one more call. I think that might be the other person. What's his name? Anton Christopher. You want to call in? If you're listening, go ahead and call in. I'm gonna take this last call, and that's gonna be it. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Who this calling?
Hey, this is C.
Who?
I was listening to the last caller, and I just want to, I know it's late for you. I want to make a few points on that.
Okay, go ahead real quick. I was trying to get this one person, but go ahead real quick.
Okay, so number one is when a man makes his decision to lay down with that lady, that's when he forfeits all his rights.
Oh.
Number two is
why is that?
He mentioned something about
why does he forfeit his rights when he lay down?
Because he made the decision that can go any way. You know what I'm saying?
But she made the decision as well.
Exactly.
Right. So,
but
why is it that he's forfeiting his rights?
Okay, let me finish. When she becomes pregnant, she's the one who has to carry that baby for 9 months. So that is her body. How's the man going to dictate to her?
Right. If it's her body, then why did she allow that digging stick to get up in her?
I'm sorry?
If it's her body, why did she allow that digging stick, the penis, to penetrate her? If it's her body,
I understand that.
Right.
I understand that. But he said something about I can't remember what it was, but it was
I think he made a. I think he was speaking like about the legal aspect of it, about it being fair. You know, like the woman can just, put somebody on child support and have the baby and so forth. So he was just speaking to be able to make it fair for the men, that men should be able to have the right to opt out of that financial responsibility. So that's all he was saying.
That's the third thing I was going to mention is was his concern paying child support, or was his concern that he wants to keep his child?
Meaning that
Meaning, if she decides to have if she well, if she decided to abort the baby, and it's not even a baby
no,
because
it's like the man doesn't have a choice. If the woman wants to have the baby, she has the baby, and then a guy has to be responsible for it. So like the woman has total control whether she wants to have an abortion or not, and the man has no control over it whatsoever. So it's just being fair. It's just being fair. I get that part. My whole point was that from the start, everybody needs to be responsible. Then that way it won't be that situation. We wouldn't be sitting and having this conversation. But since that doesn't happen like that, the way the law is set up to benefit the woman. I don't know.
And I don't know why.
I don't know the history about it. All I know is that he just was speaking about it just being fair.
But see, just your statement saying that it's a benefit to the woman. The women, we don't look at it like at that.
It's not about how the women are looking at it. We just talking about it being fair. Like he supported what he was saying, and that's what I agree with. I don't even want to have a conversation about it. But when somebody brings something up, even during the show, if you can support what you're saying and it makes sense, then I'm gonna agree with it. I may not like it, but if you had a support, and that's what he did, it's not fair when it comes to the system, when it comes to men and women.
Yeah. Well.
So yeah, I mean it's tough.
Okay, but I just had those 3 questions for him. But
yeah. I mean he's not on here right
now. Nobody
but,
wins.
Yeah.
No, the bottom line is that nobody wins.
No, clearly like the women are winning. I mean that's how it always been.
Yeah, well, see that.
But I'm not making no excuses. I'm not making no excuses as a man. I'm going to make sure that I'm responsible. And if I do lay down with a woman, I have a child, I'm going to take care of my responsibility. I mean, that's how I'm going to do my good when it comes to the world. I can't control everybody else.
Right. Now you're an individual as far as a man, but because obviously we have a huge issue because a lot of times it doesn't work out that way, and that's why we have this whole issue.
Right.
And we're a race,
but please don't put that.
It's more common in our race, but other than others, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, but you have a good night. I know it's been a long one.
Can I ask your age? How old are you?
I'm a mature woman.
A mature woman. Okay. I kind of figured that you had some old values about you. Like, nah, I can't.
As far as which one?
Well, you said that a man should when a man lays down, that he forfeits all his rights. I mean, I didn't. That's just.
Well, no. I'm saying he forfeits because he knows anytime you have a situation where you're putting a responsibility in somebody else's hands, and it's not even whether it's a man or a woman, then you're pretty much giving up you're forfeiting.
But you said a man. That's
because
the thing.
Now somebody else has.
You said a man forfeits his rights when he lays down.
Well, because no, I meant like okay, maybe I didn't state that right. Because it's a female, just like you're saying, the female has the option to do either or, but he doesn't. That's what I meant by that. Maybe it was the wording.
So then can he forfeit his rights for that financial responsibility as well?
See, that's a whole different variable.
That's
a whole different variable.
So you want to forfeit all the rest of the rights, but then when it comes to the money, pay up. Okay.
Wait, say that again? I
said you want to forfeit everything else, all the rest of his rights, but you still want him to pay.
No. You're saying me personally?
I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about, we just talking about in general. We're not talking about you.
Well, yeah, in terms of the
right, and I don't agree with that. I mean, I don't agree that it should. And if you're gonna forfeit everything, then just shit. He just might as well walk away from everything.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know that I agree to that either. That's a whole different variable, and I don't think even as a female, I don't think, especially if they have conversation that he doesn't, or whichever way. But yeah, no, I don't.
What?
That's a whole different variable, and I don't know if I agree to that either.
All right.
Um,
Well, I definitely appreciate.
sticking that responsibility in
Yeah.
terms of the financial part after the fact.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
yeah,
Well, yeah.
but I mean,
get you.
the laws are the laws. Yeah.
Right. Laws are the laws.
Okay.
I definitely appreciate you calling in and supporting the channel. Make sure that
Yeah.
you subscribe and make sure you share it to your friends. And yeah, I
Uh,
guess we
yeah,
disagreed on this one, but
I
it doesn't
just
mean
kinda,
that that we can't have some other good shows for you.
okay.
All right. You take
Well,
care.
you have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Let me call this number back and see if this is let me see. Who's been calling in? That person that was calling, Black Jack. Who was that person that was trying to call in? I know you guys can mention his name, Anton. Yeah, call back right now. I'm trying to take this last call.
Hello?
Yeah, you just tried to call Lapeef Let's Talk show?
Yeah, I was trying to get on, but I guess you said last caller that's trying to let me through.
Okay. Who's this and where you calling from?
It's John from LA.
All right. You got a question?
Just comment,
Listening.
question, but a couple different things. I'm sitting here kind of chewing it up and just thinking about think about the financial abortion for men. That's just I can't really see that happening, even though I think like it's a great idea that like after the fact, you got you could kind of say, hey, I don't want to, you had a choice. But the reason why that won't happen is because, of that will definitely raise the rates of welfare on the states, and the states ain't going for that. You know what I mean? They're not going for that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I
And
definitely agree.
yeah, and then I mean, I think we talk about like we always want to think about like the perfect scenario and perfect situations and stuff like that. And I know that you have a stance like against abortion, but I believe that there are certain situations where abortions, should be allowed and you shouldn't frown upon. And the fact that like the poverty rates are so high and things like that, women get raped. Just like, you know, if there was more control of when children, if there was a more of an institutional control of when children are being brought into this world, then I believe that those rates would be a lot lower. And I think the problem is that the technology. I believe it's a technology thing. Really, the technology just isn't here yet that can pretty much. I mean, just the system just isn't here yet that's going to give us the desired outcome where a man and a woman has an equal say on whether the child is going to be able to come in this world. I mean, or not. It's just not here. So um, let me know what you think about that, brother.
All right. I'm still here. Battery on my camera. Exhausted.
Yeah,
I'm still
yeah,
here. Yeah,
It's all good.
but I definitely heard your point. And yeah, I do agree. I mean, I don't think that it's going to change. It'd be hard trying to push that one. Like I say, it's all about money. And I think this is like bigger than us, and they don't care if they spare bodies or not. But the caller that called in earlier, I do agree with him when it comes to the support as far as his argument. But I'm gonna still stick firm to how I ultimately believe. I think that the responsibility should be held on the people, and we shouldn't put the responsibility within the system. If we start there, then I think that we wouldn't have to make a law. I think the world would be better. So that's just me. But
No, and
go ahead.
and I think that that's the responsibility being on the people. I think that's a big concept that you would definitely have to like put a whole different system in place because like people just like naturally aren't as responsible as they one would think that they would be without without systems in place. And that's just the fact of the matter. So
Okay. Well, I definitely appreciate you calling in, and I'm definitely about to lay it down. It's yeah, it's about almost 1 o'clock here in the morning, and we 5 hours and 15 minutes in. But I definitely appreciate you calling. Continue to support the channel. Are you subscribed to the channel?
I'm subscribed now.
Okay. I appreciate that. Check out the Facebook group too, man. It's in the description. The Facebook is cracking in there, man. I ain't even lie. It's a whole nother ball game. But if you emotional, don't comment. But if you like to have fun and have some good conversations, definitely support that Facebook group as well. All right. I appreciate you calling.
Appreciate you too, Mr. P.
All right.
Keep on going.
Thank you. All right, y'all. I'm gonna play this little music and we're gonna vibe it on now. Appreciate you guys tuning. If you haven't subscribed to Lapeef channel, go ahead and subscribe now. Anytime we go live, make sure y'all hitting that like button. We definitely got to get this material out. I don't think enough people even understand the value of this platform. I totally believe in it 1,000%. I appreciate the people that's on the panel. And we're gonna keep doing this every week for you guys. We out.
I don't care. What? I don't care. I don't.